forward to today's meeting. We have a fully packed agenda with an interesting mix, I think, of strategic and technical topics. And I think it's interesting and challenging times for the IPSASB, where the board has to make far-reaching decisions and has to take over responsibility. So I hope with our contributions today, we can help and support the board in this demanding past. And in that regard, I'm very looking forward to today's discussions with all of you. So welcome to those which are here present in the room. Thanks for making the effort to travel. You got a little incentive for that, the chocolate. That's differentiating you from those which are on the screen, but thanks to you as well for making the time and staying with us for long hours on the screen. Very much looking forward to the discussions, both virtually and physically here in the room. We have apologies from Tim Williamson, but he sent us over his comments, Dave. I think we looked through and we will insert them into the discussion as it is suitable. And Rosa will join us in the meeting virtually after the morning break. So with that, we come to the approval of the minutes. Do you have any comments regarding the June minutes? Looking around the tables, see noddings. Okay, Anthony is nodding as well. All right, so it doesn't seem to be the case, so I can take the June minutes as being approved. In terms of the agenda itself, we will first have a presentation from Abdullah. You might remember that Saudi Arabia already presented back in June 2018, I think it was, and it was also here in Toronto. They at that time presented the start of their implementation project. Now we will hear from Abdullah what has happened in the last years, and I'm very curious to hear Abdullah's stock taking. So that's what we will do under implementation issues. Then we will have the IPSASB program and technical directors report, Ross sitting next to me, who will update us on the changes and development of the current work program and some summary of the work program issues. After the break, then we will have the discussion around sustainability, and we will start that discussion by providing you a presentation on the value of the CAG support to the IPSASB first. You remember that we had that discussion in the past where we asked ourselves, what is it actually what we are providing to the board? How does the board look at that? What could we improve? What could we change? What should we remain the same? I think given that we will have the chair election in June next year, I think this is a very good moment in time to do some stock taking and to reflect on what worked well and what could be done differently. So that's in terms of the value of the CAG. Then we will come to the sustainability reporting, which will be before and after the lunch break. First of all, we will provide you with a short presentation, summarizing the results of a study which we, and if I'm saying we, I talk about EY, did for FOCAL, which is the network of the Latin American accountant generals on sustainability reporting in Latin America. So Camira will help me with that. And after the lunch break, then we will have the summary of the consultation paper responses to the CP on advancing public sector sustainability reporting by staff. The second technical issue then will be differential reporting, some issues around how to define a small, less risky or less complex entities and what type of relief should be provided. These are the two issues which we will discuss in more detail. After the coffee break, the afternoon coffee break, we will talk about the next strategy and work plan, some highlights of the preliminary strategy. And then we will move into the closed session where we will focus mainly on the chair's election in June next year. Any comments regarding the agenda? Very fine. Okay, with that, then we can move into the first agenda topic, which is implementation issues. Just looking at the screen, I see many faces, but I don't see Abdullah. Oh, here's my good friend Abdullah. Abu Fawaz, how are you doing?
Very good. Good morning to you all.
It's fantastic seeing you smiling, but other than that, we can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
No, still not.
Until now?
Yes, now fantastic. We can even hear you, which helps for the presentation. So, Abu Fawaz, please start. We are very curious to learn what has happened with the IPSAS implementation in Saudi Arabia.
Great. Good morning. And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Sounds good. So good morning to you all, and thanks, my dear friend Thomas, and thanks for all the CAG members. This is my second time presenting to the CAG. The first time was in June 2019, and that was the last in-person meeting you had in Toronto. And unfortunate that even in that time I could not make it to Toronto, and this time, hopefully, June of next year, we'll all meet in Toronto. And in my first presentation, when I presented our experience with the converting to accrual, I talked about the program, how it was part of Saudi Vision 2030 to serve one of the pillars of the vision, which was dealing with the improving the financial reports and enhancing transparency. And I talked about how we broke the program into 4 phases. First phase was the as-is analysis, the gap analysis and as-is study. Second phase was the planning phase. Third phase was the preparation, and the fourth phase was the rollout with the government entities. When I presented, we were just starting the third phase, which was the preparation phase, and it's been a very interesting journey since then, and since then we've counted a lot of implementation issues, and I thought it was a very good time to share with you some of the implementation issues that we are facing. So in today's presentation, I'll be just briefly giving you an executive summary before I share with you a diagnosis and offer a few of the landscape, and that would be related to something that I'm going to mention in the executive summary. And third agenda item would be just having a look at the conversion at a glance, and I would conclude with key implementation issues. And no further to do, the executive summary, as you all agree, that is conversion to accrual and adapting the appropriate accounting standards, definitely IPSASB for the public sector, sits in the heart of the PFM. And if you want to improve any part of the PFM, that it needs to go through conversion. And with having that in mind, we wanted to make sure that with the Saudi Vision 2030 embarking all these initiatives and all this anticipation, we would want it to make sure that we succeed. And when I'm saying succeed, we understand to success is to learn from your non-successful experiences, whether your experiences or somebody else's experiences. And no different from any other countries, we had our attempts to move to accrual. The first one, and I hope it does not surprise you, that the first attempt that we tried to convert to accrual was back in 2003, but that trial was a bit shy because it focused more into the accounting standards, what kind of accounting standard would be applicable for the public sector, and it was very much of a cherry picking with accounting standard. It did not capture for who would be the single owner for the conversion. It did not capture for some of the elements that I will be discussing in my coming slides. We also had another take toward converting to accrual, and that happened in 2015, but it was not an accounting conversion, but it was kind of part of the automation project. It did not go beyond desktop research and office discussions. But what makes it different this time, and it is part of the vision. We are now having a clear vision. We have a more determined mind, and we have a well thought of plan. But the most important thing is that we are not ashamed of our prior experiences, and we, in the heart of our journey this time, we put the lesson learned from our prior experiences. And to go in detail over that, I will move to the next section to talk about diagnosis and offer a view of the landscape. Some of the key considerations, and that was not accounted for in the first two trials. One was the scale. The government spending is the main driver of the economy. The number of the government agencies is more than 500 entities. Plus, Saudi is not small in size. I'm talking about small in size. I'm talking about the practicality of the finance departments in some of the ministries. You would find the ministry in the middle of Saudi, but the finance department, they would have a branch toward the east or the west, and so, some part of the financial transaction would be happening at those finance department in those branches, and it was not seamless processing of the transaction. Also, the program focus. There was not, I would say, the proper focus. There were 3 owners, for example, for the first trial that happened in 2003. Even in 2015, it was part of the automation. It was not sitting in the right place. And add to that the vision that we are embarking now. We have thousands of initiatives for government entities, and also we are putting in mind that when you go to government entities, they know you have past experiences of conversion or failed experiences. How are you going to sell to them that you are converting and you're going to be successful this time? Also, training and change management. I cannot put emphasis on that, but it was not captured in the first 2 experiences. And if you look at our statistics, it's no difference than any other country in the region, and probably globally from what I've looked at. It's like majority of the leaders in the finance department might not be having the accounting finance background. Also, because you are running on cash basis, wouldn't need that much of knowledge. Also, the lack of qualified accountants in the finance department, the percent would be really small. And the 4th element would come to the requirements and timeline. You would always want to jump into converting to accrual, but sometimes it's always good to start with knowing where you're going, the requirements, the timeline, and very well articulated plan. And that did not happen in the first 2 experiences. These are the key considerations. We walk out from the first 2 experiences with more consideration, more of lesson learned. But those would be the key ones that I would want to share with you today, and how we dealt with that, how we overcome that, and how we planned for that. That is coming in the second, in this section, talking about the conversion at a glance. What was the reflection on that? But we started by designing our own customized implementation plan, taking into consideration the scale, the layout, the change management needs, and the training needed, and the requirement that would satisfy our needs. Also, we defined, and this is really important, to define a single owner for the conversion. And this is coming after the first experience where we kind of looked into more than 3 owners, but this time around we haven't defined one single owner for the conversion. And also, as we're not shy about sharing or getting lessons from our failed experiences, we also looked around, and we did lots of desktop research, and we visited a number of countries. We visited France, UK, Austria, and United Arab Emirates, and from them we captured lots of lessons learned, and those lessons learned, we changed them to be enablers, guiding us in the phases of the program. And also, one more important element is to unify the accrual conversion enablers among government entities. You don't want to start another exercise once the government entities moved into accrual. You start a new exercise where you're trying to unify their financial, unify their fixed asset register, and so on. And just to reflect on the key considerations and every one of the key considerations. First, for the scale, we did the data collection and detail analysis of all the 500 government entities, and we have defined the scope for every single entities. We clustered them into we arranged them into clusters, and we use the GFS clustering as well on this. And sometimes it's not easy to collect the information, given that they are on cash basis. So we looked into all sources of truth that we could reach out, whether their budget, whether their year-end financials, or whatever information we could put a hand on, their contracts. We analyzed their contracts and so on. And for the program focus, this is really crucial. And we established the Accrual Accounting Center within the Ministry of Finance to be responsible for the conversion and overseeing the conversion cycle, unifying the enablers among government entities. And we set out the center we built the operating cycle, or the operating model within the conversion center, to be in line with the journey of government entities, where we have partners within the center. They would be dealing with the government entities, and they would hand them over their starting with their roadmap. Then they will give them the enablers. They will share with them all the manuals that they will need, and then they will look at they will guide them through their detailed roadmap and the milestones within their roadmaps, and hopefully to end up with reviewing their financial statements. We have a department designated for training and change management, and we have a department designated for standards and policy making, accounting policy making. And those were the first two ones. And for the training and change management, we understood that training is different from change management, yet they are interrelated, but the tools that they would use for training would be different from change management. So in a change management, we had a separate initiative for that, where we went and analyzed the government entity. We set them onto a card model. Then we looked on the readiness of the government entities. We analyzed the government entity. What would they need? Was it a resistance because they don't want to be onboarded when they program? Was it lack of capabilities? Was it lack of information about the program? Also, we qualified more than 400 ambassadors, conversion ambassadors within all the government entities, and we developed a platform that would be a communication channel between us and all these government entities. And through the platform, we shared information, whether messages, we shared information. We shared also the roadmaps of all these government entities, because we wanted these ambassadors to represent us on the ground. They didn't have to be accountants, but we selected them in a way that they will be influential and a change maker within the their own organization. And for training itself, it took a different route, and it was a different initiative. We collected information for more than 2,000 employees from different government entities. We put them through placement testing. We didn't call it placement testing. We came up with a clever name for that, because if you come into all the employees and you are asking them to take testing, they would consider it just something that will include it would be included in their promotion or so on. But we wanted our intention was to upscale the capabilities within the government entities. Once we finished the placement test, we put them in their separate levels, whether they are intermediate, beginners, or advanced. And we had different routes for every level. For example, the advanced one, we want to put them on train the trainer. Then they will be helping us when they will be developed coach within their organization and so on. And that for the training and change management. Also, we have sustainability, sustained the training within we're not gonna just end it with the programs that we have, and we wanted the training to keep on going, and we might be looking into developing some certificates that help the government employees with their promotions, and in that case would also have CPEs, and we wanted to have sustained accountants, or sustained in terms of knowledge. The last one of the key considerations was the requirement and timeline. Back in 2019, when I had the presentation to the IPSASB board, we were embarking the pilot with for government entities. They were coming from different sectors, from health, from communication. We wanted to test the enablers that we developed in the prior phases. We also wanted to test our requirements, manuals. We also wanted to look into the timeline. Did we capture for everything? Did we have something missing? And yes, we had a couple of missing items that we went back and we corrected them, or we worked on them, we enhanced them, and also at the same time we embarked a detailed roadmap with a detailed study to end up with a costing exercise and a roadmap for every single government entities. We want to look thoroughly through the government entities. We didn't want a small entity to have a huge exercise for assets counting where they didn't have assets, or they had only admin assets. We kind of went around it until we came up with a detailed roadmap for every of the government entities, the start date, the end date, and we had them into batches based on their own complexity, and based on these reflections, we went on and we started our fourth phase. We are in the middle of our fourth phase. We have more than 70 government entities issued their opening balances or their financial statement, and we have more than 400,000 of the real estate assets being already valued, and we have 400 qualified employees. We are training very much more 1,000 employee every quarter, and so on, and this is keeping on, and this is when we are talking about the convergent, the due process. But in the coming section, I will be talking more about the issues that we faced with the accounting standards itself and the key implementation issues. We have more than these two, but I wanted to limit it and focus it on that. But before we landed ourselves with adopting IPSAS, we did a complete study in what accounting framework that we wanted to go with. We studied the option. Should we go with IPSAS, IFRS, or we have developed our own standards, and IPSAS was the right solution, and it's been working really right until now, and been serving us well. And yet we are facing or encountering some of the issues, and I will just go into two main issues, which is revenue and assets, and I will also highlight the ways how we approached every one of them. One of what was with the revenue, and we were talking about the recognition, whether the capital transfer or the principal agent concept. In the asset side, we're talking about the recognition or defining of control, especially with the public sector real estate. The other one was the initial management, and how we think the COP would be instrumental for the initial recognition. And going into detail in the four items that I mentioned, in the revenue principal agent concept, definitely all government entities would want to record the revenues in their books and not record the expenses. So, and we wanted to have it crystallized for government entities. We did not want to have double accounting, and to approach that, we enhanced our accounting policies, and we also developed the practical examples. We conducted workshops to go around these practical examples with all the government entities. We engaged our partners in the accounting industry to come with us and to join the workshops, look into and solve for some of the practical examples that we are having. And we included a number of accounting examples that was very helpful for government agencies. Also, we looked into for benchmark, and one of the most resourceful benchmark that we looked at was the South African GRAP 109. It was an excellent source. Also for capital transfers, I know that this was driven from some of the government entities, and it did not make sense for them that when they are recording revenue the year they acquired the assets, or they constructed the assets, because they thought it would be matched with the depreciation of these assets, and it was a pushback from them and how it would impact their performance statement, especially higher in the years of acquisition, of fluctuation in their in their statements. That's the reason that they came around with, and we developed a complete paper, a position paper. We used some of the benchmark, whether from UK and New Zealand and a couple of other countries. And including the applicable examples is always helpful, and it would satisfy the need of the government entities. Also, we used the materials that came out from the IPSASB board, and that was very helpful. Another implementation issues that we faced with the definition of control and the indicators that to indicate the control over the assets to record it in your financial statement. We looked at it was not very precise, saying okay, these are the indicators, and if you satisfy them, then you can include it in your financial statement. It's always there is a judgmental part in there, and what we did with that in developing our fixed asset manual. The control indicators were illustrated through gradual examples, where we had a handful of examples. So we reached more than 30 examples just to illustrate how the indicator would be applicable in the real example. Also, we have in the governance structure, we have a committee for fixed assets, and that would look into these issues, because we understand we would counter a number of these issues. In the initial recognition, the historical cost is not available. You've been running for 70 years on cash basis, and especially for the real estate assets, we did not for specialized real estate assets. Yet when we applied the COV, I know COV were always been tied up with the subsequent measurement, but for us, the initial measurement was very, very instrumental, very well utilized when we adapt for that, and we are waiting hopefully for the IPSASB to approve the measurement standard within this time around of the board meetings. And some other issues that I will just go over them really quick. Just defining for the reporting entity.
Abdullah, you have time. Don't rush. No need to rush.
Well, this time around, I don't want to take compliments. I want to take questions. Compliments, I took them in Lisbon. In a nutshell, defining of reporting entity was an issue, one of the issues that we are trying to figure out now. Also, on the consolidation level, we faced a number of issues. In whether should we consolidate at what level should we consolidate, and should we consolidate at level 2, or should we aggregate at level 1 and consolidate at level 2? This is an exercise that we are going through, but it would be really good that to share some of the experiences that other countries that they already solved for. Also, one of the things that we had lots of discussion around was where to start the conversion. Should we also start it with the budget preparation to assume all the benefits from accrual? Yes, you can do it in the budget execution, but for the budget preparation, if you want to assume all the benefits that we are saying, the accrual conversion would give you. Another issue is that, and was raised by some of the countries in the region. I've talked to a few of them, and they always refer to the complexity of the language used in the standards. I know the due process that we go through, but I wanted to just share this is one of the issues that I came along from the countries in the region. And also, there are limited guidance and resources out there when you are doing your conversion. I know the pathway to accrual is in the initial phases at the IPAC website, but I think a lot need to be done in there, because in every single issue that when we encounter any issue that we wanted to see the benchmark, it took us lots of research time to get into that. The last one is the alignment with ISS. I think it would also pay off a lot, especially with the TME, where we try to promote and with that, I will conclude my presentation. I would be happy to receive all the questions from your side.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. That's really impressive. I think what you achieved over the last, let's say, 5 years, a little bit more than 5 years since you started translating the IPSASB standards in the first project to KSA standards. So I'm sure there are a couple of questions, looking around the table and trying to look in the screen, but not seeing many members, to be honest. So questions, Karen. Sheila, we just raise our flag if you want.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. A full set of experiences that you shared there, and so it's kind of hard to know where to start. But I'll actually start with something that you mentioned at the very beginning, if I may, which was about your previous experience around cherry picking accounting standards versus the approach that you're adopting now. And I wondered if you could say a bit more about your experiences of cherry picking, your words, and where that led you to, and why you've changed course. I think I've understood that correctly. It would be great if you could say a bit more about that. There's a couple of other things that I'd appreciate a bit more on as well. One is about the principal versus agent and why that was such a big issue for you, and the types of experiences that you had around that. And then the final area is that kind of consolidation versus aggregation point that you raised. Again, a bit more context around that would be really helpful. It's probably 3 very big areas, so but I thought I'd put them all on the table right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Karen. I propose, Abdullah, that you answer kind of one after the other. So start with Karen, then I go to the next speaker.
Well, okay, that's better, so we don't leave any questions unanswered. But the experience started was in 2003, and they looked into it. They ended up with 16 standards, and when they did that, they found out some of the standards that they did not capture for some of the accounting transaction was not some of the accounting treatments that were not included in their specific standards. And when you are doing a cherry picking, you can it's not even for me looking at it now, you cannot go into IFRS and pick 2 standards, then you go back to IPSASB and pick 2 standards. There are some standards that are like you would want to have one coherent standards that are applicable and in a place, and having a sequence just like the ones you have in IPSASB. And what that led them to was like lots of debates, couple of years that they debated over the applicable standards and what the standards they would be applicable. And they were saying, oh, well, if we add this standard, it will be just addressing some of the exceptions, and we cannot just start with adopting that standard. So we will not, we will flag it, and so on. So the discussion is endless discussion, let alone that is bunch of accountants sitting in one room, and everyone is just trying to dictate what standards to be included in that booklet. So it did not go anywhere, actually. It just ended up with coming up with the 16 standards, then it was on the shelf. Actually, it was not, because they did not look at it from a holistic point of view. This is a full journey where you need to capture for the issues that I included in the key consideration. For the principal agent, it was at the point that a government entity would want to capture the revenues on their books, whereas it should be included in the national treasury, or should be included in another government entities accounting, other entities financial statements. To capture for that and to consolidate for it, and just to look into for every single one of these transactions, and the number of transactions is just huge. You can imagine a government entity is trying to book these financials in their books, sometimes on purpose, sometimes it's just not knowing what should be recorded, what their control, and sometimes would violate some of the accounting standards because they don't have control over the assets that generate these revenues to record it in their financials. So we were capturing we wanted not to have double accounting for it. We wanted it to be recorded in the right place. We also wanted to have it financial release for the external or for the external auditor, in this case, the government auditor, qualify it and not have to qualify an opinion on one of the government entities. I hope I answered the questions, Carol.
The last one was regarding consolidation aggregation.
Consolidation as aggregation. We are still in that because some of the government entities, for example, for the municipality sector, we are looking into, do they consolidate? The Ministry of Municipality, do they have a control over the municipalities they happen? And based on that, they have small municipalities within the municipalities. Do we consolidate? At what level do we consolidate? Do we consolidate at the ministry level, or do we aggregate on the ministry level, then aggregate at the national level? So this is the issue that is we are dealing with now, day in, day out. Hopefully, in my next presentation to the CAG, I would have a concrete answer to that.
We will take you by the word, Abdullah. Thanks for that. Sheila, next.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. One, I just wanted to have you emphasize why your country believes the conversion from cash to accrual is so important to your public financial management. And then two, with the budget process being the largest financial decision-making process, whether I wasn't clear whether your country is putting the accrual model into the budget process. Thank you.
Abdullah.
Thank you, Sheila. And for to start with the benefits of accrual, just a lot. First, we have a huge real estate assets, and return on these, and the return in the real estate is not a bean. If you don't measure, how would I say, if you don't have a measure on it, how would you measure the return on it? And one of the I would just bring an example from the real estate authority. They wanted to know how much of return they are making on the real estate, in the national real estate assets, and they didn't have the denominator. How would they measure it? The other thing that we have this huge initiative for the privatization, and when you want to privatize and you don't have fixed asset register, that would just in a fragmented. Third one, which is really a key, one of the key for the public sector, is like the liabilities. They don't have a clear measure for the liabilities, and when year end comes, everybody would want to pay out for their invoices, but you don't have a clear overview how much of the public sector liabilities, at least the budgeted entities, how much liabilities, and that always affects their planning for the coming years. In the coming years, they don't know how much to budget for the liabilities they are carrying from this current year. I'm talking about ministries that they have tens of branches, and sometimes they have they're not having a full control or automation control over their projects, so they wouldn't really understand their liabilities. Also, performance is a key now for every government entity, ministries, commissions, authorities. They are liable. They are in a way, they have to come up with their KPIs, and whenever they don't have their financial information, it's very much they don't have an accurate KPIs. That is for why is it important? The second one, the budget process. Now we are targeting only the execution of the budget, and I've also looked into a number of benchmark over multiple countries, more than 23 countries. I've never seen the accrual being a practice in budget, except for a few cases, UK, New Zealand, and Austria, in a number of cases. I don't want to miss any country, but in a limited number of countries, that is fully in a place. Other countries, it's just a bit of modified accrual or something like it. But for me to have to realize the full benefits of the conversion, I would recommend for it to start with from the budget to processing.
Abdullah, you mentioned that at the beginning of your presentation, very briefly, that the public finance management reform is embedded in the Vision 2030 reform as a whole. It's only one pillar. Perhaps you can kind of explain how the relationship between public finance management reform and Vision 2030 and the other pillars is working. I think that's the main difference to what I have seen. It's purpose-driven, and that is what creates the dynamic.
Yes, briefly, and I don't want to take a lot of time on this, because I know some of my colleagues would talk better than me on this one in particular. But for my side, it's like the vision is a holistic vision, and it's based on a number of pillars, and every pillar of them, it's interrelated. It has the program, they are interrelated. For example, when we are saying the enhance the financial accounts and improve transparency, it has 4 programs. One is the TSA, second is building the balance sheet balance sheet, converting to accrual, and also improving the financial controllers and have a reform around the financial controllers. And another pillar is related to it, to enhance the return on real estate in government, in the public sector real estate, and it's related to this one. And also, we have 3 enablers, which is the IT one, which is the building the not GFMIS, but a whole UGRB or unified ERB for the government sector, for the finance stream, procurement stream, and HR stream, and it's interrelated with the convergent to accrual. You can see how it is all interrelated and playing in a part with each other. And hopefully next time I would be having a better answer for this one.
Thanks, Abdullah. That was already fantastic. Agnieszka, next question.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Abdullah. I would like to pose a question on the, let's say, organizational matter, maybe, of the adoption of the standards at the country level, how you dealt with options and how you dealt with accounting policies. And I will explain my question a bit on the basis of our own project that we're having now in Poland right now. So what we do, we are accrual-based country, but we have a project on whole of government consolidated financial statement. And with a view to that project, what we're doing right now is screening of IPSAS, comparing to our own accounting legislation, accrual ones, and we somehow realized that adopting standards within the country directly and like making all the entities reading the standards in a whole and then choosing and picking accounting policies, if you head into the direction of consolidates and financial statement, it's kind of difficult, and the entities will be really overwhelmed. You also mentioned the complexity of the standard. So our aim is to eliminate the options while adopting standards into the national legislation. And also what we are trying to, let's say, identify is issues that maybe not that many, but there are some issues that will not be applicable to Poland. Yeah, there are some projects. So coming back to my questions, whether you adopted IPSAS standards directly as they are into your own legislation, and then how you deal with options that are within the standards. And the third layer is accounting policies. Is it left to individual entity, or do you have some kind of a coordination process at the country level? Thank you.
Thanks, Agnieszka. Abdullah.
Thank you, Agnieszka. That's a good question. Well, I'll start with it. It's like when we started, we looked as part of studying the accounting framework. When we had the options, we looked into IPSAS. We adopted IPSAS as is. We did the translation, except for 3 or 4 deviations, and the three of the deviation was just wording. The fourth one was an exception to IPSAS 35, where we did not we went with the equity method instead of consolidation for the independent entities, and we had definitions for the independent entities. And I'm saying it's a good question because in the first phases, when we said, okay, we're gonna now adopt IPSAS, but what's gonna happen with the maintenance, with the updates, with the IPSAS? And we had a full program for that. And now a part of the center where I mentioned, it's what the single owner for the conversion. One of the departments is responsible for standards and policies. Whenever there is an accounting standards coming up from the IPSAS, they translate it, they look it up, then they float it out for stakeholders to make their comments on it. And we have a group of accountants, forum for accountants, interested accountants, if they have any comments on that. And then we highlight the options. And based on the options, we do benchmark, whether local benchmark, international benchmark, and we see what is applicable for the market. And we see also a good venue for us is that the private sector is adopting IFRS. So we go into the listed companies, we see the options practically how they are adopting that. And we also have a number of government entities. I would call them the sample for any standards. Very much they have capture very much all the accounting treatments that is happening. So we see whether the options are applicable for them or not, which one, how would it impact them. Once we do this, we go present it to the accounting committee for their approvals. And trust me, it's not an easy committee. They look into every single option and see how the practicality of the options on the government entities and how it's practical for the local environment. Once we cascade that, we took it and we go for a second round for any opinions from the accounting committee. If we don't, we issue it. And for policy, and I would say always have it, it's like one body is responsible for the accounting policy. We have only one, which is the Ministry of Finance, through the center. They are approving unified accounting policies. We know the burden that would affect for them the consolidation process if they follow their own different policies. I hope I answered that.
Abdullah, let me broaden the question a little bit. I think you said you transferred the IPSAS standards with only a few adjustments to KSA standards, and obviously I have been part of that in 2017. Now, as 70 entities already implemented these standards, are there any experiences from the implementation of the standards into practice which you want to share with the board regarding applicability, kind of easiness to implement, or any kind of lessons learned?
Well, most of the some of the issues I have mentioned them, and it's like in the revenue and asset recognitions. The ones that I brought was from the practical experiences from reviewing the financials of these government entities. Also, the measurement part would be one of the issues, that because they are taking the way for us of IPSAS 33, but still some of the issues we are facing with the measurement part. And other than this, pretty much it was working out very well that we are adopting IPSAS, actually, because every time it's really handy in terms of the illustrative examples, application guidance. I forgot for a bit that I'm sitting on the IPSASB, sorry, but that was remote.
I just wanted to remind you of that. Thanks, Abdullah. Fabienne.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Abdullah. Thank you for your presentation. My first point was on the cluster groupings you mentioned in your presentation, education, defense, and so on. Do you use that grouping for segment reporting? And my second point was to say that I relate thoroughly on the consolidation aggregation issue, because we do have the same type of issue in France. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a really good question. We want that to work out for the segment reporting, but it's coming out from this CAG meeting. We didn't want to share with government entities that we are going to be using this for the segment reporting, but yeah, we wanted that to be the segment reporting. We said to them, we wanted to facilitate the discussion we are having with the segment, because they would have similar accounting treatments, but in the back of our minds, we wanted that to serve us on the segment reporting. For the consolidation, I would love to have the dialogue going, because in the consolidation, we are experiencing we are getting ahead of ourselves with looking into the challenges that it's gonna happen to us. We are preparing a number of position papers on that, and would be happily to have to continue the dialogue on that.
Thanks, Abdullah. Before I go to Sami, just want to encourage those which are on the screen. If you want to ask a question, please just raise your hand. I would love to include you. So please, if you have any questions, just use the raise the hand function. Yeah, and Jeffrey, I realized you, and Key as well. But let's take Sami first, and then Ian, and then I go to Jeffrey and Key.
Assalamu alaikum, Abdullah. I wanted to start saying, really, it's an impressive journey that Saudi Arabia took regarding conversion from cash to IPSAS. And, we started this journey in Abu Dhabi in 2008 and almost finished it in 2019 before the pandemic. And currently we have only one decision to take about the whole of government consolidation, which is the consolidation of SOEs. And as you know, Saudi Arabia decided in 2019 to list its mammoth crown jewel company into the market, Aramco. The Saudi government still owns 97% of Aramco, and currently owns 100% of PIF, which is the sovereign wealth fund of Saudi Arabia. Under both of those companies, there is a huge number of companies and transactions and so on and so forth. And I was wondering, did you take the decision about what kind of treatment you are going to apply when dealing with your state-owned entities, especially Aramco and the PIF? Thank you.
Sami. Thank you, Sami, and that's a good question. But we are putting the conversion in 3 phases, or the first phase would be the budgeted and extra budgeted entities, and that is what we are looking into conclude in 2023, and pretty much that would be most of the whole government, except for the PIF actually, and the company related to PIF, but still not looking into the whole government phase. We are now in the budgetary and extra budgetary, which does not include Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so I think that will be a decision to be made. Last week, we had the same discussion, right, when we were sitting together with the World Bank in Vienna, talking about consolidation, and especially how to shape the parameter and the scope of consolidation, and how to avoid blurring the picture of consolidated financial statements by consolidating big government-owned banks or other public corporations. So it's definitely a strategic decision to be made very carefully. So Ian, and then I move over to the screen to Jeffrey and to China.
So thanks, Thomas, and thank you very much, Abdullah, for the presentation. Having been through that process, leading the UK All-Government accounts, I kind of remember all of these difficult decisions that you face when you're leading the implementation team. I mean, perhaps just picking up actually where you left off, Thomas, I think that whole consolidation issue is really tricky because, I mean, Abdullah picked up on 2 things. One is the perimeter of the budget, and one is the interface with statistical reporting. And, you kind of end up with the challenge about, well, which one do you actually follow if you want to actually report? And so I think that is really worthwhile further thinking about personally, and this is a personal view. I always felt that the guidance in financial reporting standards, IPSAS in particular, was actually closer to the statistical guidance than perhaps a lot of people actually would like to admit. But I think there's both a theoretical issue and there's also a practical issue involved in that, because even if you aligned your actual guidance, there's still lots of changes that happen day on day. And in order to align your perimeters, you basically have to get the accountants talking to the statisticians and involving the audit in order to actually get alignment. So I think that's really tricky. I mean, I would, from an IPSASB point of view, certainly we are pursuing and trying to get our colleagues in the international statistical community, to engage with alignment issues. And João is doing a fantastic job on the board's behalf in that area. I have to say, actually, I think we're getting increasingly frustrated with the lack of recognition of the value that accountants can provide in terms of audited source data, and that as part of the current revision, notwithstanding a lot of very active engagements, frankly, what we see is that the statisticians prefer to stick with consistency over potential increases in quality of information, and that's across the board, whether it's financial instruments, impairments, provisions. It does seem to be across the board. I think the one potential area where we can influence is in respect of measurement guidance, and I think that's one of the things where if we can move forward with finalising the measurement guidance, I think that will help us influence that debate, but there's a fairly limited window on that. I think that perhaps brings me to the next point that Abdullah raised, which is this challenge in terms of completion of projects and how long it takes. And that is a perennial challenge that standard setters face. And it's really the very difficult balance to strike between, what's perceived as speed to market, where there's a kind of view that this is a kind of very linear process, and you start at this point in time and you'll end up there in 3-5 years time, whatever. I think we know that that's not the case. You do face challenges along the way. And certainly when you look at, and we'll obviously pick this up later, when you look at the place that IPSASB is at the moment, we've been working through some very big challenges about where can you draw on the IFRS standards and how does that interface with the non-exchange environment. And it's tough. And I think, looking from the outside, it's sometimes difficult to understand the nature of the debates that we have, but I think we're doing some very important work at the moment. And I think we're doing that against a background of increasing usage of standards. So you've got this tension between, the pressure that you've highlighted from your colleagues as users to complete, whereas the pressure that we face as a board is actually we've got due process and we need time to actually conclude the debate. So I think, it's a very real tension, and you see that this week in terms of trying to make strong progress on the measurement suite of guidance, and also the logjam that we're facing in terms of completing transfer expenses and revenue. And Ross will, but I think it's interesting just to get into that perspective, actually, the expectations and the fact that, we are having to balance the challenges for existing users of the standards with the changes that will come through, and therefore the impact that will have on potential new users of the standards with that increasing uptake of the standards around the world. So no solutions, but I think it's just interesting to get a different lens on the sort of the challenges that we're facing around the board table at the moment.
Thanks, Ian, for these comments. Jeffrey, over to you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and hello everybody. Sorry I can't be there in Toronto, but needs must. And thank you, Abdullah, for your interesting presentation. I was thinking about this from the auditor perspective, actually, being an auditor myself, I'm wondering how far you did this in cooperation with the auditors, and whether they were helpful, or whether it's up to you to teach them, or, and get them up to capacity to be able to audit these new arrangements effectively. So that was my first question. And my second was, are you getting interest from the decision makers about the things they can do with this new form of information? Because providing information in this way is all about improving decision making. And I was wondering, what feedback you're getting from that side. They're all saying, "Oh, this is really brilliant. We're much better informed now, and we can be much more effective." Or are they just sort of saying, "Oh, thank you very much. See you next year. Thank you."
So Abdullah, you were smiling when the auditors were mentioned.
Yes, because back in 2018, when I joined the program, there was an advice from a good friend of mine, and he told me that you need to engage the government auditors from the first day, and that was Mr. Thomas, when he was presenting to the technical committee, and he was talking about that, and he was saying that is one of the lessons learned also, that they would withdraw from the UK conversion, and always it's good to have the auditors being with you from the day one. You don't want to do everything by yourself and have the auditors come in at the end and saying, and you need to educate them, like you said, you need to convince them in how you reach into that. And based on that, in pretty much every technical committee that we have, in every steering committee we have representation from the government auditors. They have been very instrumental, actually. And it's been very prompt, the questions they are having. It has also helped us, and that's one of the issues that they helped us into running a forum when this happened early this year. They wanted to be prepared. And they were saying, what is the reflections on auditing the government financials once they moved into accrual? They didn't want to wait until end of 2023, and from then we issue the consolidated financial statement. Then they will start that. They are starting an exercise from today, where they are upscaling the capabilities within there. And that happened because we engaged them in the dialogue from day one. And that would be an advice to any country that would want to convert to accrual, just to have the auditors be on board from day one, just have the dialogue, and don't get frustrated if they have their own questions. They would look at it from their own perspective. And the decision maker, one of the things that making it easier for ourselves, most of the ministers are coming from the private sector, and when they come and join the public sector, the first question they're saying, "Where is my financial statements?" Once you hit them with the reality that is you are still in cash, then that is a big no-no for them. And also for any other leader in the public sector, we try to approach them with the realized benefits, especially the one that we already came across from the realized benefits. We tell them, look into entity X, and this is the value proposition that we provided them with. And suddenly it's like, you can't imagine how quick they come around, and they become very much advocate for the conversion. Yeah, there are still challenges in some areas. You need to be patient with some of the leaders, understanding their perspective. But yeah, this is for the questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. And Jeffrey, I think at least from my perception over the last 5 years, looking at the reform in Saudi Arabia, I think that's what I said earlier, the big difference compared to other reforms. It's not an accountant's reform. It is a reform driven by the leaders of the country who request better information in order to do the other reforms, let's say the healthcare privatization. They want to create a self-standing, financially independent healthcare sector. And for that reason, they need information about what do we own and what do we owe. And in that sense, it's completely different. It's not accountants preparing information, hoping that somebody uses it. It's the other way around. It's politicians requesting information because they need it for decision making. And that's driving the dynamics, I think, in Saudi Arabia. So with that, good evening, Ki, ni hao. How are you doing? What's your question?
Fine. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Thanks, Thomas, and it's a wonderful presentation. And I know in this presentation, maybe the focus is about transferring to the accrual basis. But I have a question about budgetary accounting. Does budgetary accounting system in your country also use accrual basis? And how to coordinate with cash-based information such as actual expenditures? Some information users need to know cash-based information. So in China, in order to solve above challenge, we have two accounting systems for government. Only financial accounting system use accrual basis, and budgetary accounting systems still use cash basis to satisfy the information need of public and the government in higher level. So I would like to know how about your country dealing with the budgetary accounting? Thanks.
Thank you, Ki. Abdullah.
Thank you, Ki. That's a good question. And still our budget is still running cash. We have some planning around it, whether it's like multi-year planning exercise and which elements that we would want to do it on accrual and whether should we do a full accrual on our budget. That is just we are waiting to convert our financials into accrual, and we are parking the question until then. So hopefully by 2024 we will have an answer of whether we are going to be preparing our budget on accrual or we just keep it as is. It's like prepare it on cash.
Thank you, Abdullah. Karen prepared the next 4 questions, I guess.
You'll be released. No, I don't have a question. So more of a comment and observation. Thank you, Chair. It was really around the consolidation and setting the perimeter. And I just wanted to play in the experience of the UK around this. When the UK looked to adopt whole of government accounts, it had legislation that enabled the Treasury to set the boundary about which entities would be in the consolidation. And that was partly around consistency and having clarity around that. The experience was, though, that because the UK was using an adapted IFRS basis of accounts, was that the auditors were looking at the principles in those standards, and they looked at whether there was control between entities, and on the basis of that, it basically overrode the legislation that was there. And so the UK accounts have been qualified with respect to the boundary, I think pretty much since they've been published. So I'm agreeing that actually setting the perimeter is a really important consideration. But if you're following the control principles, that might prove to be challenging if you're wishing to set the perimeter in a way that doesn't follow control. So it was merely an observation really based on experience in the UK.
Thanks, Karen. And your example of UK was mentioned actually last week in Vienna at the conference as one of the solutions, how to kind of make sure that you have consistent kind of decisions made regarding the scope and the parameter and not leave it to subgroup level preparers what to include or what not to include. Thank you for that. Abdullah, I have 2 questions from my side regarding the governance of the project. At the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that one of the big differences regarding the failure back in 2003 was that now you defined a single owner of the conversion. I would assume that the single owner is the tax center at the Ministry of Finance. And regarding the tax center, you said there are 2 functions. One is the kind of function as the excellence center or the transformation partner. So being an advisor kind, but to be an owner and to kind of make sure that the reform is a success, I think you need some empowerment to keep entities within the overall timetable. So what's your means in the tech center to keep the entities on track? That's question number one. Question number two is in regards of the fixed assets. You mentioned the fixed assets committee regarding the consistent application of control regarding who recognizes assets and who does not recognize assets. Is this committee also involved in measurement of the assets in order to ensure consistency of the application of measurement bases, whether they are used for financial capacity or kind of operational capacity, current operational value as a buzzword?
Thank you, Thomas. And yes, to the first one, yeah, the single owner is the Convergence Center within the Ministry of Finance, and they have the transformation partners, or we call them the success partners, because we want everybody to be responsible for the entities they are partners to. Some of these partners are working with 5 to 20 entities, depends on the size of the sector they are working on with. That's one function, but the tools that they were working with is like we also have a function for PMOs, where they have timeline for all the government entities, where they start, what kind of initiatives, the milestones that they need to be on track with, and whether they are on a track, they are delayed, and they are in the red zone. And we have a quarterly report that we submit to the overseeing committee, which is the finance committee at the Royal Court, and showing two things: the progress of the government entity, and second is like the cooperation of the government entity, because sometimes the government entity would be issuing their financials. That does not mean that they are in the greenish, in the cooperative part, because they might be applying different policies, different standards. So that is why in every quarter we issue this report showing the cooperation and level of progress of these government entities. To support these partners, other than the PMO, we have the policy standards and policy function. Under that, they have a function fully ready to take all the technical questions, the technical accounting questions, and whenever they're replying to government entities, they're not saying, well, you have your questions about revenues, this is the answer. No, they're saying, according to this standard, according to this policy, the answer would be this, because we want to promote the reading for the standards, reference to the standards and the policy for government entities, and we want them to be ready when the auditors comes, they know what they base their answers on. We have the function for training and change management. This is a key function, and I cannot emphasize on the importance of this function. It's a key enabler for the conversion cycle. And as I said, the operating model for the center is aligned with the journey for government entities. Yes, we have another function for central initiatives. For example, the valuation for real estate is done centrally. The training is done centrally, because we want to have unified training methodology. And for the second question, I can go on because I'm passionate about these things. So please stop me whenever I just cross the line. For the fixed asset committee, it's like yes, they are involved with the measurement. The fixed assets, they have number of milestones. One of it is just to look into, they look into in a quarterly basis on the fixed asset registers for government entities that they finish the valuation, and they're always criticizing us, since we are saying they are criticizing at specifically me about the measurement measurement standard, because they're always saying, when you're gonna end that? And it's like looked into them. I shared with them the principles that we have finalized. Actually, they loved how we landed with the measurement standard, and now they are expecting something from the board in this in December. I promised them something. Let's see how we ended up on this coming Friday. But yes, exactly, because we want to have one unified valuation methodology between government entities, and yeah, very much they are pressurizing us, and that's why we, as of this moment, we finalized the valuation of more than 400,000 real estate assets among all different government entities.
Thanks, Abdullah. So it's even more a shame that you can't be here in Toronto to chase the board in order for you to deliver on your promise, right? So Sheila, next question. Then again, encourage people on the screen. Is there any further question from remote?
More of a promotional thing on trying to get the budget to tie, to have the budget on the full accrual basis. You know, what we find in the US is that, you know, we use different government levels use different versions of accrual accounting, but they in essence use full accrual accounting. The decision makers do not care about the financial statements. They're just on the side. I experienced where once the US Treasury Department had a conference of about 20, 30 people to discuss the federal financial statements. I felt very honored that I was one of like 20, 30 people that was in the room. Finally, I figured out at the end of the day is that we were the 20 or 30 people in the whole United States that had read the federal financial statements is why we were in the room. So without this tie to the budget, the financial statements do not appear to be being used in the decision-making process, and the decision makers don't care about them.
So Sheila, what a fantastic coverage that you got all the 20, 30 people in the one room who go across the country read the financials. Ian.
I mean, I think this issue about the sort of use of accrual for budgeting and how you actually get people to, you know, care about this in the way that they would in the private sector is actually a really difficult issue. Certainly, if you know, the sort of those in charge of the budget and the budget frameworks tend not to be accountants. It's quite rare that that is the case, and therefore they're really interested in what will help them, you know, quite often from a pragmatic perspective rather than from a theoretical perspective. And I think that's, you know, they're still not sort of, you know, that community is still not really sold on accrual, to be honest. I think when, you know, the point that Abdullah made about the limited number of jurisdictions on accrual, you know, I kind of think it's probably a bit like where the debate on accrual accounting was 20 years ago. I think as the information becomes more available around the world, that raises the profile of the debate. There's no doubt about the fact that there is actually there is a real practical issue once you actually start collecting the information on an accrual basis for accounting purposes. It adds complexity because you end up with different charts of accounts, systems not integrated, all of that kind of thing. So there becomes a real question as to what is the truth. And certainly the experience in the UK was that we implemented accrual accounting that followed with accrual budgeting. And they followed in that sequence because you needed the information from the accounts before you could actually start to set reliable budgets. But it wasn't, to begin with, the budget wasn't entirely on the same basis as the accounting, which was different to the parliamentary appropriation process, which was also different to the framework used for statistical reporting. So we then had to go through a further reform process to try and bring some of those differences together. I think personally, actually, probably the international institutions actually have quite a role to play here. And I think I'm very encouraged by, you know, publications that we're seeing from the World Bank, for example, you know, with their Pulse publication looking at accrual implementation, but also it's now beginning to be much more integrated with PIFA reviews and so on. So I think all of that is encouraging, but I think there's further to go. But frankly, I think people do listen when the IMF and the World Bank actually make comments. And certainly you've seen a number of jurisdictions, that's been a real impetus. So I think those are the people that will start to make the difference. And potentially also if the markets finally wake up to the important role that government bonds play in you know, the government financial markets. That was something that the World Bank alluded to, 40% of the global bond market relating to government bonds. So they ought to start to demand better information. I think, as we've heard in the past in one of the presentations, they perhaps don't know what they don't know at the moment. But I think those are the types of venues that we're going to need to try and influence, and then maybe getting up into FSB and G20 and so on.
Thanks, Ian. Franz, waking up, last question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Abdullah, for your interesting presentation. The one topic that probably has a large impact on your balance sheet going forward is the natural resources project of the IPSASB board. So what would happen if gas and oil subsoil reserves would land on your balance sheet? What is your personal perspective on this upcoming issue?
Abdullah, your personal perspective.
Yeah. That's a tricky one, Franz. But no, it's not a personal perspective, because even from us, because the how would I say it? It's not going to be included as long as it is like the franchise that is happening with Saudi Aramco as such, because they have the privilege, and it's going to be within phase 3, something to wait or delay discussion about it until we discuss more about the whole government instead of the central government, and until then it's not going to be impacting our first financial statement. We are looking at it at this phase.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Abdullah. So I think that brings us to the close of that agenda item. Abdullah, thank you very much for your great presentation. I think you realized how much thought-provoking it was. We could go on and on with questions, I guess, and we felt your passion, even virtually, we felt it. So thank you very much again. It was fantastic, and hope to see you soon in person. Thank you, Abdullah.
Thank you, Thomas, and thanks to all the CAG members for having me with them. And hopefully by end of 2023, we'll have another meeting and we'll be presenting our financials by then.
That would be fantastic. So with that, moving over to the next agenda item, Ross, even more passionate, I guess, about the work program. So please.
Absolutely, Thomas. Before we get started, I just wanted to say thanks to all the CAG members that have joined us today. We've got 7 in person in the room here and a number online. Just an encouragement for those who are online that we have very good food and drinks here and a beautiful meeting space. And June in Toronto is a great time to visit Toronto. And I can't recommend it more if you've never been here before. And if you have, you know, to plan ahead now. And I know it's a long way to come under current circumstances, but it's really important that we get as many members here as possible, and really great to see more faces around the table in June when the weather's a little bit better and a little nicer time to be here in Toronto. And also, I did want to just give a couple quick thanks to both Leah and Vanessa for organizing the meeting here in Toronto and CPA Canada for this great space. And I want to thank the IT providers who are helping us out at the back today. It's great that we've had seamless IT support so far and able to connect people who aren't here today in a seamless manner. So, you know, just want to record those thanks. And I know I'm standing in the way of a coffee break that many people have come far from and probably a little jet lagged. So I won't delay anymore. I'll get into the discussion of the points for today. So in the program technical director's report, you'll see a quick summary of changes to the work program since the last June CAG meeting. And for those of you who joined the update in September, you're probably already aware of many of the points that I'll cover quickly today. So we have had one approval since last June, and that's our limited scope project on ED 83, reporting sustainability program information, which are proposed amendments to RPG 1 and 3, to add non-authoritative guidance related to sustainability. That's out for comment until mid-January. So if this is of interest to you or any of your constituents, please encourage organizations from your jurisdictions to read the exposure draft and provide feedback. Further, you'll note that the IPSASB is not discussing ED 82 retirement benefit plans feedback at this meeting. neither the CP on natural resources feedback. We had intended to start that review by the end of 2022, but because of the glut of approvals and the scarcity of agenda time, we've had to put those back to March 2023. The next point I wanted to highlight is just the management of approvals across the December 2022 meeting and the March 2023 meeting. We've had to look at a number of factors. It's in the report and on the slide, so I won't go through them, but really looking at the ability for the board to digest the content across a number of major projects that have been ongoing for a number of years during one meeting, and how close those items are to approval. And we've prioritized those across December and March to try and make sure by the end of the March meeting that we've got through all the major items. And that's really important so that we can actually get on with some of the other projects we've committed to do in the last couple of years and pick up some of the other major projects coming back from consultation, principally the natural resources project that was just mentioned by Franz. Is a very important one that we need to pick up again and get moving on. With that being said, items up for approval at this meeting are IPSAS XX, property, plant, and equipment, which is our replacement of IPSAS 17, is up for approval. The measurement changes to the conceptual framework chapter on measurement is up for approval at this meeting. And we have an ED on concessionary leases that's up for approval at this meeting. We'll also discuss the other main items that will be up for final approval in March, being the measurement measurement standard, as well as revenue and transfer expenses. And we'll be having important discussions on all of those projects during the meeting. And I just wanted to say a thanks to the CAG across the item on all these items, because these are projects those of you who've been on the CAG for couple of years will be well aware of, because we've been constantly speaking about major issues on all of these projects, and the CAG feedback that's been provided to the IPSASB has greatly shaped all of these projects in one way or another and helped the board make progress on the items. And then I just wanted to end with a short kind of look forward. 2023 will be a really important time for the IPSASB. And I think it'll be a crucial time for the CAG to provide input on a number of important initiatives. So there'll be the final approvals that I just mentioned, but there'll also be project briefs being developed and approved on new major projects. So differential reporting and presentation of financial statements. Now we're currently working through the research and scoping phase on those projects, which will inform what goes in the project brief. And it'll be very critical that we get some feedback from the CAG and some thinking on items to go in those project briefs. And we'll have a discussion on differential reporting later today, an opportunity for CAG members to share their thoughts. The board will also be having a discussion had a discussion on differential reporting in September, be having a discussion during this week on presentation of financial statements. And these are definitely topics that you'll be seeing again. Also, we'll be starting to draft our consultation paper for our 2024-2028 strategy and work program. You'll hear a little bit more about that from Ian later today, but this will be a very important area where we'll engage with CAG members to get a diversity of perspectives and views from the various stakeholder groups that are interested in the work of the IPSASB, and public sector sustainability reporting, another item we'll talk about later today, but very big strategic area for IPSASB and future work program just to highlight. So with that, that closes my portion of the presentation. Happy to take any questions or comments on anything related to our work program. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. If you just could keep the last slide. Here in the first bullet point, you're talking about approval of guidance for major projects, revenue and transfer expenses. Probably you left that intentionally neutral in terms of guidance. Any views regarding need for re-exposure or things like that?
You're very observant, Thomas. So there will be a discussion on re-exposure for both revenue and transfer expenses at the March meeting, and staff will prepare a paper that takes the requirements of due process and sets out a view on whether a re-exposure should be considered or not from the IPSASB. And again, that's in line with due process. So due process requires the board to actually approve the guidance before it considers whether it re-exposes it again. And re-exposure is meant to happen only when there's been significant changes from that exposure draft that have not been appropriately considered. So we need to do that analysis. We need to lay it out for the board on both of those projects separately. So the board will have the information it needs to form its view on whether to have a vote on re-exposure and whether it thinks it's necessary. And there's new information we'll learn from those re-exposure drafts. So, stay tuned. There will be guidance on that. Well, there will be a paper on both these from the staff to be considered by the board when we review those final projects for approval.
Thanks, Ross, for that. Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ross, for the update. My question was about sort of the logjam that you've described that has built up, I guess. And you talked about the shortage of IPSASB agenda time. And so I was wondering to what extent that was driven by, there's a lot of complex issues to discuss, and that takes IPSASB agenda time to work through. To what extent is it about resources on the staff side, and particularly whether that then has implications for other work that you want to do, and whether you are picking up any lessons learned from the current situation and what that might mean for the planning and organising of work going forward. Thank you.
A great question, Karen, or great observation and question. I would say the answer is it's definitely an issue of complexity of the topics that we're working on right now. Also a glut of a number of projects kind of finalizing at the same time, which really goes back to the 2015 strategy when we added all these projects all at once and kind of started them all at once. Right after we finished the conceptual framework in 2014. So it's kind of been an issue that's hit us a couple of times throughout this cycle of projects when we got to consultation papers, exposure drafts, and now when we finalize them. And it is an issue of the ability for a volunteer board to engage, over a 4-day period on items of approval. So I think it is a big ask of the board to be doing approvals the whole entire week, 5 or 6 items, the ability to really dive in, review the material, form your views and be ready to approve. So that's why we're trying to do it over the 2-meeting period. And to be honest, it really started in September when we started finalizing the main principles. There is a staffing side to it too. We are a small staff if you compare us to other international boards. So we do have limited capacity on the ability to take on a number of projects at a time. I think we do a good job and we're efficient, but at the same time, I think the ISB has around 90 to 100 technical staff. We have 8 or 9. So, there is definitely difference in scale to what we have in terms of resources available. Definitely learnings learned on this, I think, and we're trying to deal with this now as we bring new projects on, that we don't bring 5 major projects and start them all at once, that we phase them in to different stages so that we have projects kind of developing at different stages. The board will discuss this a little bit more this week. I think at the end of the week when we review where we are in the work program, we think about 2023, the new projects coming in, and where we get on the current suite of projects we're trying to improve.
Thanks, Ross. Fabienne?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ross, for your presentation. I'm not sure this is the right moment to bring that issue. I thought I would share the information, oh, sorry. Is it better? No. Okay. So while we were preparing the IPSASB meeting with our constituents in France, I've gathered comments on the complexity of implementing the rights-based approach and in the public sector, and mostly the IPSAS 43 requirements. And the topic was also raised during the Spanish national event that preceded the IPSAS expert group meeting, and the similar concerns were raised, just to let you know. Thanks.
Not much to say on that other than we'll be reviewing the responses to the conceptual framework next phase starting this week. And that's one of the comments that will be discussed by the board. They haven't discussed it yet, so don't really have much to say other than it's a comment that we've also received through that.
Thank you, Ross. Questions from the virtual members, virtually participating members, looking at the screen? Okay, doesn't seem to be more questions. All right, so with that, I think if there are no more questions, Ross, thank you very much. I hope coffee break is already ready. So yeah, I'm sure as well. So we can extend the coffee break by 5 minutes. If you can please come back sharp at 11, and then we can kind of continue with the next agenda item regarding value of the CAG. Thank you. So thank you for coming back. Now we are going to continue with the agenda item on value of the CAG to the IPSASB. As I said earlier, I think we had already a short discussion on it would be useful to do some stock taking what has worked well in the past, what have we achieved, do we kind of fulfill the purpose, our raison d'être, as the French would say, and therefore we asked staff to conduct a short analysis and do some a small survey amongst IPSASB members and some CAG members regarding what is the value or how is the value perceived of the CAG supporting the IPSASB. And as I said, I think there's probably no better time to do that than now, as the IPSASB on one side is standing in front of huge challenges and certainly needs support, whatever and wherever it can get it. And on the other side, we will have the chair election, the CAG chair election coming up in the next meeting. So I think that is a very good point in time to do some stock taking and to think about our work. So with that, I'm handing over to Dave to kick it off, and Eileen then will guide us through the slides. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So Eileen will take you through a really good presentation on the value the IPSASB CAG provides to the IPSASB, and she's gone through and asked IPSASB members the value that you provide. But I just wanted to open it up with some staff reflections, because about a month before the CAG asked for this session, Thomas and I were having a Zoom call, and before other people were joining, we were just having a off the cuff discussion of how I thought the CAG had really found its stride and was really providing really good advice to the IPSASB. And I guess over my 3 or 4 years of supporting the CAG, what I'd kind of come up with is we always talk about how the CAG focuses on public interest. But what I really realized, and where you've really, like I said, found your stride, is we as staff, and I think we pull the IPSASB into this sometimes as well, we love our technical issues and we get down into the weeds on the technical issues. But what the CAG does a really good job of doing is sitting a level above that and think about the public interest. And a good example of this, and this happens all the time, but an example of where you sat above the technical issues is on our revenue project. When our responses came back, when the IPSASB went out with 2 separate revenue standards. And if we were just left to our own endeavors, I know we would have just dove into the issues and kept going down that path. But the CAG said, take a step back, think about what users really need and the best way to digest those principles. And it really changed the path of the IPSASB. And I think that's the type of advice that filters back to the IPSASB and really has a big impact on our projects and really helps our users at the end of the day. And I guess I just wanted to offer those staff reflections, because we can see it from staff that filters through the IPSASB, through staff and through Thomas sitting at the table. And then I guess just to wrap things up, when I look around the room today, you can see that all staff are here listening. They see a lot of value in it. And I counted today, and I think there's 13 or 14 board members here as well. So hearing it firsthand has a big impact as well. So I just wanted to provide those top level comments, and I'll turn it now over to Eileen to go through the details of what she heard.
Thank you, Dave, for the opening remarks. So good morning, everyone. My name is Eileen. It's a pleasure to finally meet some CAG members today here in person. I've been with the team for 2.5 years now, and I realize most of it has been virtual. So it's really great to see people in person, and hope to be able to continue to do so in the future. Now, as Dave mentioned, we're going to go through some more of the details about the analysis that staff did on the value of the CAG. But what we wanted to do first is just to say a big thank you, if the clicker will work for me. There we go. Have a few languages in there. So big thank you to everyone on behalf of the IPSASB staff and members. It was clear even before doing this analysis that the CAG member advice has been useful to the IPSASB in many ways. And if anything, this recent reflection on the value of the CAG has confirmed that notion and really shine a spotlight on just how valuable the CAG has been to the IPSASB and more broadly to the adoption of accrual-based accounting and strengthening of public financial management. And so with today, the presentation is structured in 4 different parts. What we wanted to do is first actually kick off with an executive summary, because we found that the key message that came out of this analysis was incredibly powerful and very positive. And so we thought that would be a good place to start before we dive into some of more detailed analysis. So first, reflecting on what the purpose of the CAG was when it was initially set up in 2016, and then going into a bit more detail about how exactly we assessed the value of the CAG to the IPSASB and what the results were coming out of that analysis. followed up with the final section on looking forward to see where could we potentially improve or do better to make sure that we continue to deliver that value to the IPSASB moving forward. And so to start off is the executive summary. Now, the CAG is a very valuable part of the overall value proposition of the IPSASB to the public sector. Constituents are providing comments and feedback about public sector issues that they are dealing with, and these can come in various forms. So whether through direct responses to consultation papers, exposure drafts, or even through their participation in some of the public sector forums, outreach activities, workshops, etc. Now, all of these comments are really fed into the overall IPSASB process, which has multiple parts. And it's a very iterative and complex process if you step back and think about it, because these issues that are brought up by the public sector are considered not just in how the staff does analysis on issues and presents to the board, but also what the board then considers in how to resolve these financial reporting issues. And this is where the CAG really comes in. CAG members have been a fundamental part in providing inputs into these discussions and giving key feedback on certain issues to help the staff not only do that detailed analysis, but also to present and come up with recommendations to present to the board for the board to then deliberate through each of our meetings. Now, this process also is then shared in terms of the involvement of both the CAG chair, Thomas, as well as Ian as the IPSASB chair in each of these meetings, not just CAG meetings and IPSASB meetings, but overall collectively as part of this larger conversation. And some of these deliberations then have resulted in some key decisions and is also fed back to the CAG through the report back mechanism that we have through Ross's program and technical director's report that we present at each of these CAG meetings. And so this continues to be a complex process and cycle of let's deal with these issues, let's come up with specific decisions, and that overall then results in outputs. And these outputs are our accrual-based standards, as well as other supporting documentation. So for example, at-a-glances, webcasts, educational material, other outreach events. And all in all, what this is doing is helping us to create a robust handbook and overall contribute to public sector financial reporting, high quality public sector financial reporting, as well as stronger public financial management. Now, obviously, as this continues, there may be other public sector issues that come up as IPSAS are being adopted or are being considered. And so this continues as an overall cycle in this value proposition. And so the CAG has multiple times in which you are super valuable to staff as well to the board in providing additional value in this overall cycle. Now, the achievements of the past few years, on my personal reflection, has been a clear indication that the CAG has been and continues to add instrumental value to the board as well as to staff in this overall value proposition. And now with all great things, there's always some room for minor improvements. And so today's presentation will go through some of that as well. But before we proceed, I think it is still important to highlight again that really the key takeaway, the key message that we've gotten out of this analysis is that the CAG is incredibly valuable to the board, and we definitely see a lot of potential in continuing to provide that value moving forward. So with that, we wanted to go into the more detailed part of the analysis itself. And what staff first did was just to step back and reflect on what the objective of the CAG actually was when it was initially set up in 2016. And so we've listed it here from an excerpt from the terms of reference itself, where the objective of the CAG is to provide a forum where the IPSASB can consult representatives from organizations and individuals that are interested in or affected by its work. And it includes those that are engaged in the preparation, the audit, and evaluation of public sector financial reports, and then to obtain advice on various matters. Now, this advice can come in three kind of different topics. The first one is obviously in the IPSASB strategy and work program and agenda, and includes our project priorities. The second one, which will be very familiar for CAG members, is on projects and some of the key technical issues and complexities that have come through and that may impede on the adoption and effective implementation of IPSAS. And lastly, on any other matters of relevance that may come to light in the standard setting process and activities of the IPSASB, which we wanted to gather CAG advice on. Now, since inception in 2016, which was over 6 years ago, the CAG has continued to be composed of members from over 8 different functions across all jurisdictions in the world. And over these 6 years, we've had 14 different meetings. And these are formal meetings, so that doesn't even include the additional 8 or 9 teleconferences and updates of the IPSASB to the CAG meetings that we've had in between these sessions. And throughout these meetings, we've had 38 discussions over 16 topics. Now, I took the liberty of listing a lot of them here. Don't feel pressured to read them by any means. They're listed just to give a showcase of just the diversity of conversations we've already had with the CAG and where the CAG has been able to provide advice to the board. So that has been in strategic discussions, so the strategy and work plan that we had for 2019 to 2023, the recent mid-period work consultation that we finalized early this year, as well as the sustainability discussions that has definitely been a very prevalent part of this current year. We've also had a lot of technical discussions. As you can see, there's a lot of topics listed on the slide to a point where I ran out and wasn't able to actually list a lot of the adoption and implementation sessions. So that has really covered a lot of different items. So whether the adoption of IPSAS in various jurisdictions, such as Saudi Arabia with the presentation this morning, we've had discussions from Portugal, Malaysia, Canada, et cetera, as well as very detailed topics. So for example, in June, we had the presentation from the European Commission about their IPSAS 41 implementation. So definitely a very wide range of projects. Now, the one thing that's come out of all these discussions is the CAG, as it's formed, and the purpose is not to reach a consensus, but what the CAG actually is really able to help provide is this compilation of individual views and pieces of advice that staff and the board are able to consider on a holistic basis to hear all forms of advice. And that's where the diversity of the CAG membership has been really instrumental in helping us to consider some very complex issues. Now, in terms of the analysis itself, this came out of an ask from CAG members at the last December meeting, where members noted that it would be good to gather feedback on whether and how the CAG has been able to support the IPSASB and what opportunities are available to ensure that the CAG can continue to provide this value to the board. And so to do this analysis, staff wanted to take an objective view, an objective approach. And so we took a few inputs into consideration for this analysis. So we gathered direct feedback from various IPSASB members. We also did some reflections internally as staff. We had some offline comments from CAG members themselves, and we also took a look at the terms of reference to make sure that we are, still continuing to reflect what the intention of the CAG originally was. Now, doing this analysis, we tried to look at determining value based on the type of advice as well as the delivery advice. So for type, we're thinking, what exactly is the value of the advice? Was it effective? How exactly was it delivered? So what was the timing and the form? And so we tried to be objective with this. And what came out of this analysis is overwhelmingly positive, as we noted earlier. There has been a very clear indication that CAG member advice has been helpful in every form. Now, in terms of the type of advice, they have been incredibly valuable inputs, and it's reflected through the board member comments that indicate that your input has been essential for the IPSAS development and implementation, and your diverse perspectives, which is offered by the mix of representation that's on the CAG, has actually provided a very rich source of knowledge and insight that is able to guide the IPSASB to overall better support the public sector. Now, your support has been incredibly effective as well in terms of guiding the board on some key decisions, both on strategic and technical direction, and also putting on a practical lens to some really complicated topics and challenges that the board can struggle with. And I actually had some comments from certain members that said that your advice has actually changed their views entirely on certain projects, just to show kind of the, how effective your advice can really be. The last thing to note is that, it's been beneficial on many issues. So not just the strategic directions, but also, again, tackling those technical complexities that have come through on revenue and transfer expenses, measurement, natural resources, and of course, the recent discussions on sustainability. Now, some of, I guess, the effects of your advice can also even be seen in the report backs that are in Ross's report for each meeting, where we do showcase what exactly the board may have decided or discussed as a result of your individual member comments. And we definitely do see value in continuing to kind of rely on that report back mechanism to show you exactly how you're valuable to the board itself. Now, the last thing to note is on the timing and form of the value. And so board members generally reflected that the timing of your inputs is always in a very timely manner. Input has been received at various phases of all projects and is able to really influence and support member views and member decisions on these projects. And it's also been very useful in different forms. So direct means, coming to these CAG meetings. And obviously there's a great benefit in being in these in-person meetings to be able to gather advice, talk offline during coffee breaks, etc. But also indirectly, where they can see your feedback through staff analysis, as well as through interventions and active participation by the CAG chair at the board sessions themselves. So again, very appreciated. And I think these forums definitely do provide multiple touch points, if you will, to clarify and understand the advice that the CAG is providing. So now looking forward, I would say if you can kind of step back and look at the analysis that we've done, I think it is clear from staff's view that the CAG is actually working very well in providing valuable advice and that valuable advice has really come from a diverse member group and is being delivered effectively through this hybrid approach where we have various outputs in which you can deliver this advice to the board. And you are really able to support the IPSASB in providing these quality, valuable, and timely viewpoints and pieces of advice for the board to consider. Now, moving forward, staff did note a few places where we can, continue to make sure that this value is being delivered to the board. And the first is to maintain the diversity in the CAG membership. Now, as CAG should be aware, we do have a membership panel that meets multiple times through the year, and we are regularly engaged with this membership panel to consider new appointments, new candidates for the CAG, as well as reappointments, which really help us and has continued to help us maintain a diverse mix of members within the CAG group, and therefore creating a diverse set of views as well that we're able to bring to the board. And so we do propose that we continue to maintain this diversity and continue working with the membership panel to maintain this mix. The second point is to emphasize and really highlight how CAG member advice is made available to board members so that they are able to both directly and indirectly access this type of advice. And lastly, is to incorporate more strategic and implementation discussions. Now, on personal reflection, I do think the board is at a very pivotal moment in its overall strategy itself, because there are some big decisions and directions coming up in its own work plan. And I think naturally that does create new opportunities for CAG members in the future at CAG meetings to be able to provide advice to the board on these big strategic and implementation topics that are going to be coming along the timeline. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you again on behalf of staff and board members. On a personal note, I would say that doing this analysis has helped to really solidify some of my own personal views on how important the CAG has been and how valuable CAG advice has to staff. And I think it's clear from here as well that it's been incredibly valuable to the board and to the overall value proposition to the public sector. So again, reiterating our thanks very much. I would like to pass it to Ross now, because I know he had a few summary remarks as well as Program Technical Director. So I'll pass it on to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Eileen. I think, and thanks to all the members and CAG members who input into that stock take and feedback. I think it's a good exercise to go through. And kind of stepping back, I agree with all the points that Eileen's made, and she's done an excellent job of taking us through the value of the CAG. And I think sometimes we miss that and we don't step back. But I think to me, and I think maybe others around the table who've been around for a few years now would probably really see the value when you think back to what it used to be like before we had the CAG. And before we had that sounding board to kind of get constituent views before we go out for consultation. Because almost every project you look at, if you think about the key themes of comments we hear after we consult in a CP or an ED, those discussions sometimes come up in the board, but the the key points we end up responding to on the consultation almost always came up in a CAG discussion as well. So it's kind of foreshadowing the points that are going to be pain points. And again, the further we get from the implementation of the CAG, and we're in going into year 7, it's harder to remember pre-CAG days. But I can tell you, we really felt that at the beginning of the CAG introduction, how valuable it was to have that sounding board to test out issues, get wider perspectives from different users and potential users of IPSAS. And, you know, the fact that we take it for granted now that we have the CAG, I think is a really good thing. It means it's doing its job well. And as Eileen said, there are some tweaks and things we can do a little bit better. But I can say, you know, for the value the CAG's added to all of our projects, you can see its imprint on where we're ending up in all of our projects. It's there in most of the key decisions. So, you know, just from the staff, and a hearty thank you. And to the members who make the time to come for the CAG meeting, I think it is valuable. And I remember, I think it was the first CAG meeting or maybe the second CAG meeting we ever had. We had a social event that evening. And I ran into a couple members at the social event for the first time because they didn't feel they wanted to show up for the CAG. And I said to them, I said, well, if you're going to come for the social, you should really come for the CAG as well. It's really interesting discussions. And I urge you next time to give it a shot. And those members, and I won't name names, they showed up the next time and they watched it. And they came to me at that social the next time. And they said, you're right. That's very interesting. I'm going to try whenever possible to make sure my travel plans allow me to sit in and listen. Because it's really important as a board member to kind of sit back and hear those views and think about them, and digest them, because and you know, implement them into my own thinking. And those CAG members after that, every time they were in Toronto or wherever we were, they were always showing up for the board meeting and the CAG meeting. So with that, I'll be quiet and let the discussion start.
Thank you, Ross. So the good news is to all the board members who are attending, you're eligible to the social event this evening. You deserve it now. So before I kick off the discussion, and I'm definitely curious to hear your feedback, thanks to Eileen for the great stock taking. I want to thank a couple of people or a couple of groups in 3 different directions. First of all, obviously, I want to thank all the CAG members, the previous CAG members, the current CAG members. Many of you are around with me since the beginning. So thank you very much for your great contributions to all of you, to the CAG members, because the value of the CAG obviously depends on your contributions. So I think that's number one. And mentioning the membership panel, I think that's the right point in time to mention that we have 5 new appointments where the membership panel decided on, which is Kevin, Gustavo, Tiago, Jeffrey, and Timothy. And we have 1 new appointment succeeding Inge Kressle, which is Franziska Hoppermann, which is also a member of the German Bundestag. So we kind of were able to hire a new parliamentarian. So that's great. But my second thanks definitely goes to the IPSAS chair and the IPSASB members, because I think you have been listening and you were receptive to what we were contributing. I think, again, the value can only kind of really materialize if you're willing to listen, if you're open, and if you take the advice the CAG is providing. And I think the cooperation with you, Ian, as the board chair, has always been fantastic in shaping the agenda, in kind of deciding on what would be the issues you need support on. And I think build on that, the CAG has been able to focus on the right things, apart from what came from the members when we discussed the agenda for the next meeting. And my third thanks definitely goes to the staff. First of all, to the staff who directly supported the CAG, starting with Ross. I think it was the 2 of us in the beginning when we started running this show. Then it was taken over by Dave and Eileen now in the last years. So thank you very much for that. I think without that, it would not have been possible as well. But it goes also to kind of all staff indirectly contributing by preparing the papers. I realized that when we had the first meeting, and it was the first meeting where you had this discussion at the social, it was here in Toronto, June 2016. when we had the first meeting, we had papers which were just kind of like a copy of the board papers. That wasn't really helpful, but obviously we all had to learn, and staff learned the lesson quite quickly. So the papers we kind of get now are really focusing us on the right points, the right questions. And again, without that, it wouldn't be possible to provide the value. So a big thank you in all directions, as you can see. But with that, I want to start the discussion. I'm really curious to hear from you what you see. And I see that already as the start of kind of the strategic discussion leading over to the chair election in next June, as we are preparing the ground for the next chair to take over. So Ian, you are the first, and then I'm waiting for others to come. Karen.
So thank you, Thomas, and thank you very much for your very kind words. I was actually going to wait until the end of the session, but I think you prompted me to come in earlier, and I think actually I pick up from where you left off. I think certainly in the sort of experience with some of the other CAGs, I think, was actually that almost they were a kind of, at some stages, like a kind of second board, and there was a sort of second guessing and reanalysis of the detailed work of the board. And I think that's where I would say, I think the IPSASB CAG has evolved differently. And I think that's where the value has come in, because, there's already 18 board members around the board table analysing the issues, and I think the excellent analysis and support we get from the staff. And so I think it's actually bringing those complementary views into bear on our discussions that really adds value. And as was demonstrated by that analysis, and I hadn't seen it before, how the range of discussions that the CAG has had, I think it has been really successful. I think it is quite difficult to remember back. Certainly, effectively, the CAG's been there all the while that I've been chair, pretty much, and I think so it has become part of the way we do work, and I think that's been hugely important. And I think just on a personal note, I thank you, Thomas, for the way in which you've provided, the leadership you provided, and I think it's a two-way street cooperation. I think some of you won't know, but Thomas and I were both IPSASB board members earlier on in our existence, and I think that cooperative relationship was established very well, so that actually I think that that really helps create the right chemistry, which is not to say that we always agree on things, but I think it's always been that constructive dialogue, and I think that's really set the tone in terms of the relationship with the CAG as a body. So thank you, Thomas, personally, for everything that you've done to get the model working, but also thank you very much on behalf of my fellow board members for the very constructive and supportive way in which you've made sometimes points that have told us we're not going in the right direction, but it's always been helpful. So just to say thank you. I was going to say that later after reflecting on the feedback, but so thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ian, for your kind words. Starting the discussion as many times with Karen, and then Fabian, then Paul.
Thank you very much, Chair. You picked up on, I think it's a great piece of analysis. So thank you, Eileen, for doing that, and really helpful to get that overall picture. And of course, very gratifying to know that we're actually doing something that is helpful as opposed to something that's not helpful. I just wanted to build on one of the points that Thomas made, which is about the papers that come to the CAG. And you're right, I do remember those first set of papers, and I thought, gosh, what have I let myself in for? But anyway, that was long ago, and life has moved on a lot from that. But I think it's a reflection that our ability to comment on issues is shaped by the papers that come to us, because we're not generally freewheeling. We're responding to the questions that you have raised, the points on which you would like advice. And so I think that if we've been able to provide you with a good advice, that is a testimony to the papers and the issues that have been highlighted in the papers. I wondered whether there was any feedback from the board members about, you know, those questions and how they get, derived, because, and the process for doing that, and whether that does create an opportunity for improvement. I'm guessing that they're broadly staff-led, and that may be a good thing. But it is really, that really then creates the discussion that we had. The second point that I wanted just to raise was kind of outside of the meetings. I think certainly we've discussed in the past as a CAG whether CAG members should be doing anything outside of the meetings in terms of value add. And I think the sentiment has been that that would be a good thing to do, but it's not something that I'm conscious we've advanced, and obviously COVID hasn't particularly helped that. And I wondered whether there were any reflections about added value that could come through from extracurricular things that are outside of the main meetings themselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Do you want to respond, Ross or Eileen?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the questions, Karen. I think they're definitely good to kind of reflect on in terms of where else value can be added. In terms of your point about the questions, we didn't pitch that directly to board members to say, do you think questions that we give to the CAG are, the right level, the right piece? And I think upon reflection, it's more part of the staff process to make sure that we are asking the right questions based on where these projects are at a certain point in time, what challenges we are facing on those projects. I could definitely say on the revenue side, when we were reflecting on, oh, we've gotten 200 comment letters, there's a lot of, views in here from constituents. How are we going to move this forward? And I think reflecting on where the CAG can help guide the board is what then helps me form the questions in my own papers. So I do think at a point it is sort of staff led, and it's something that we do want to make sure we continue improving to make sure we ask the CAG the right questions so we're getting the right advice to bring to the board. So I think implicitly the fact that the board is able to start making, clear directions forward based on your advice, I think means that the questions are at least going in the right direction. But of course, that is something we'll continue to work on to make sure we are asking the right questions to the CAG. Ross, I'm not sure if you want to add anything to that, but for me, it's a personal reflection.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I think there's a couple of issues that kind of come together here. So there's due process. So due process at each stage. So whether it's project scoping, when you're developing a project brief, moving to pre-consultation or doing a consultation paper or developing an exposure draft, finalizing a new standard, requires issues of principle to come to the CAG. So it might feel sometimes as a CAG member, if you read the papers, and kind of coming out of thin air, but they're actually the main issues from the project. So it kind of happens a little more organic than just staff picking it out. And actually in that process, we have Thomas and Ian, senior staff and the project staff kind of get together and talk through the issues on the project. Are there any issues of substance where we need CAG feedback? Are there other issues? Maybe they're not as substantive, but would value having CAG input. So we really go through that process every time on every project. And there have been a couple of times when we come back from consultation and there aren't any major issues. Everything's been supported. We're not going to have a discussion with the CAG just for the sake of having a discussion. There needs to be purpose in the IPSASB work program and moving things forward for those points to come forward. So, we'll keep our eye on it and keep thinking about it. But I would say it's working as is. And I think the evidence is in the output in the projects.
Ian, I guess your comment is related.
Yeah, I just wanted to underline what Ross had said about, I think one of the things that has evolved, and I think we now do better, is actually that discussion chair to chair with staff as well, because I think that enables us to put together what are the emerging issues from the board discussions, and then how can we work you know, in terms of getting the right CAG input that will help the board. And I think that's sort of, we didn't really kind of get that right to begin with, I don't think, but that's sort of evolved as a, you know, that's a necessary conversation when we're thinking about what's come out of the previous meeting, but also what's going forwards. And that is dynamic because of what's going on with the board work program. So I just thought I'd make that comment. The other point I just have to make is, and it looks awful optically, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to step out because I've got a conversation with a potential sustainability reporting funder, which we could only schedule for now. So it's not I don't value, and I know, you know, so just apologies for that. I need to do that.
We will note that on our bad behaviors list. Don't worry, don't worry. So next is Fabienne, then Paul, then Jeanette.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Dave and Russ and Eileen, for your thorough analysis and very enlightening analysis. It's quite really interesting to see how things have been seen from your side. Just 3 points from me at this stage. First of all, the report back is very important. I think it's a very useful tool. And I also wanted to underline the quality of the progress in the staff papers, but you've touched on that already. So, my second point would be on how I think I've raised that already in some other meetings, but how promoting the IPSAS accruals and within our jurisdictions. For instance, we were aware lately in France of the value added of the accrual accounting in identifying risks. So we're sort of getting there, but there's still a lot to do. And we're just wondering how we could try and help in that respect, sharing experiences or things like that for the benefit of IPSAS and the board. And my last point was considering the increasing momentum of sustainability reporting, how would the CAG fit within that sort of context environment? How can we help? Thanks.
Ross, do you want to react on that?
Yeah, I think your point made me realize we didn't address Karen's last point as well. So in terms of the CAG membership role, I don't think there's a requirement that members are advocating publicly for IPSAS or not. I would say that's a benefit if a member feels, you know, they want to give presentations in their region or act as a conduit for outreach to get feedback to pass to the board. You know, that's always welcome, but I wouldn't say that's a key responsibility for CAG members and, you know, part of the requirements for membership. I think really what the real value CAG members bring is the diverse perspectives to the issues. If we get engaged CAG members that want to give presentations on behalf of IPSASB and kind of speak to themes in our strategy and work program and emphasize those, you know, more power to you, and you'll get support from staff. We have materials available if you want to give a presentation or if you have an event in your jurisdiction where you want a staff engagement. You know, don't be shy to reach out and speak to staff. We have lots of materials ready and we're always ready to support those types of outreach. But it should emphasize that's not you know, a key part of the role. It's appreciated if it's available, but I would say that's one of the differences between IPSASB member versus a CAG member is that, you know, we're looking for those wider perspectives rather than you know, a board perspective.
Thanks, Ross, for clarifying that. Paul, then Jeanette.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll add my appreciation of the presentation as well, and generally for all the support we've had from the staff over the years. I must admit, I found the interim updates and the special purpose calls we've had, particularly where the CAG meeting hasn't tied with a main board meeting, to be very useful, and actually I think have helped improve engagement as well. I'm not sure what the numbers are, but there are a few of us left from the initial intake and we're due to depart in the next couple of years. I wondered whether there was going to be a general call for new members or whether this is just part of an ongoing process. Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, you're very right, Paul. There is still a good chunk of the original inaugural CAG members around, but with over the next couple of years, we'll see natural attrition as the 9-year term comes to an end. We are planning in 2023. I wouldn't call it a general call, more of a specific call, where we're going to identify certain profiles and functional backgrounds that we want to make sure we maintain with the turnover as we look to address that first point on CAG member diversity that Eileen highlighted. So we really do take that serious. That's an area where the PIC is often looking for us to update and share the profile of the CAG, how we have diversity in terms of gender, geography, and functional background, so that we're not just loading up the CAG with one particular type of user group. So it's it's a challenge. It's a balance. As you make progress in diversity in one area, it can often cause problems in another, as we found during the last call. So stay tuned in 2023 for that. We will be going out with a specific call highlighting areas where we're going to need to replace members. And we'll also be reaching out to some of the CAG members whose terms will be coming to an end, who bring an organizational perspective, whether there's someone within their organization they might want to put forward to replace them.
Yeah, just to re-emphasize what Ross just said regarding the composition, as I think we all have highlighted already, and I think it came out of the analysis as well, the value depends very much on the variety of perspectives. And therefore, the PIC always asks me to kind of report on the composition, the membership cliff, as we called it in the past, and the staggering reappointments in every March meeting where I have to report to the PIC in the Paris meeting. So I think that's an important point. On the other side, we decided that just a broad call for nominations wouldn't help, because we don't want to have 20,000 preparers to respond. We need to specifically strengthen specific functions, and therefore a very specific and targeted call for action or nomination is needed. But we see that, and that's certainly a main point of attention going forward as well for the new chair coming in. So Jeanette?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just wanted to appreciate the feedback that has been given. I also want to appreciate that over and above the value that the CAG adds to the board, probably, the members, we also benefit a lot, particularly those of us who are in the journey to the adoption of the IPSASB, because really we do appreciate the sharing or presentations that are made by those who have already started in the journey, because it really helps us to appreciate how they have done it and sharing the challenges that they do encounter, and the members, the CAG members, with their diverse minds, diverse expertise, diverse knowledge, engaging on such challenges. It really gives us an idea of how to go about it. And I do appreciate the structuring of the discussions, and particularly the reporting part of it. Like, for example, I missed the last meeting, but going through the reports, really, it makes me understand everything that was discussed, and able to be in line with whatever has been discussed, which is a good plus for us. And I was going to ask how come or how we do submit presentations, but Ross has just spoken to it to say probably people can come forth with some presentations, because the more we share with CAG members on the challenges that we're encountering, the more we are given probably ideas on how to go forward. So I believe going forward, those of us who are still struggling with the adoption of the IPSASB will have to share what challenges we are encountering and learn from others how they have really gone about those. So we're looking forward for more presentations on those who have succeeded in the implementation, particularly issues of consolidation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jeanette. Yeah, consolidation seems to be a hot topic. I think we realized that already in other circles and discussions. So thank you for that, Jeanette. I'm glad to hear that the value is not only on the board side, but also on the CAG member side. I think that's certainly a motivation for all of us working on that and kind of benefiting from that as well. So looking in your direction, any further reactions, comments, hopes, fears, aspirations? Okay, that doesn't seem to be the case. So with that, I think we can close the agenda topic on the value of the CAG. Thank you very much again, Eileen, for your excellent analysis and presentation. And thanks for all of you for your reactions. So with that, I would ask Camira to come forward as we are moving to the next agenda item, which is starting the topic of sustainability. Probably all of you know Camira already, so no need to introduce her to you. Camira is a board member, but in her hobby, part-time next to the board, she's also working collaboratively with me at EY in my team. And in that function, we conducted a study on sustainability-related financial information reporting in the public sector in Latin America. And many of you asked that we would present the results to you as a starting point of the strategic discussion, which we will have later on. So we're very, very glad to share that. And thanks to the IDB who allowed us to share this information with you, because we conducted that on behalf of the IDB. So the presentation, which is exactly the same, which we conducted or which we held in Mexico in October, so just a couple of weeks ago, we'll look at different aspects. If we just move to the agenda, first of all, I give you a short background, what was the purpose and how did we conduct the study before Camira starts with kind of presenting the results, which is the results of the questionnaires which we asked. We asked for where do you see benefits of sustainability reporting, as well as where are the challenges. And one question which we directly asked was what is the role of the accountant going forward? So what could be the contribution of our profession to sustainability reporting in the future? Before we will close the presentation then with some conclusions and recommendations which we collected from the focal countries which were part of the study. So talking about the background very shortly, IDB asked us to provide an overview of the current state of sustainability related financial information in the region's public sector. So what we did is we kind of prepared a tailor-made questionnaire of 33 questions in order to obtain information on a couple of dimensions or question areas. The first question area was what are the reports, the sustainability reports which we already prepare? How do you prepare these types of reports? And if so, what kind of reports do you prepare? Then the question for what are the disclosures of sustainability related financial information which you kind of require and report in your sustainability reports. Before then we asked the question, is there any focus on climate related disclosures? You know that the board has already made the same proposal to focus first of all on general financial information regarding sustainability on one side and climate related disclosures on the other side. And against that background, we asked this question. Before we then asked the question, what is the use and the usefulness of the RPGs? You know that ED 83 made some amendments to these RPGs in the direction of sustainability reporting. And therefore, we asked the question regarding the importance and the use of these RPGs. So the questions were answered in a self-assessment format. We used an IT tool to collect that. And it was answered by the general accountants of the countries which participated. And it was actually the following countries, as you see, it was a couple of a huge kind of variety of Latin American countries. And we directly interviewed 3 accountant generals, the accountant general of Brazil, of Colombia, and of Paraguay, in order to get additional information. We also interviewed the IPSASB staff, and Dave was kind enough to provide us answers from his perspective or from the board's perspective in approval by Ian. So with that, hand over to Camira to kind of provide us with the first results or the high-level results, starting with the results of the accounting questions or accounting areas.
Thanks, Thomas, and well, thanks on behalf of FOCAL, so the Forum of Governmental Accountants in Latin America, for the opportunity to present you the preliminary results of this study. So we say preliminary because we are still receiving some comments and feedback from the countries and also from the Inter-American Development Bank. So, but still they were very glad that we share with you these preliminary results. So now we will discuss very briefly what were the high-level results for each of the dimensions we were studying. So the first dimension is on sustainability report. So it was more broad or general questions. So one of the questions was, has your country adopted a national plan for sustainability and climate change? And here we have that 86% of the countries. So here from there are a total of 14 countries. So let's say in FOCAL, there are 18 country members, and participated in the study only 14 countries. And from these 14 countries, 86% of those have adopted a national plan for sustainability and climate action. And they emphasize the importance of the national development plans, as well as the nationally determined contributions to advance in the fulfillment of sustainable development goals. Then we asked the question is, has your country designated an entity responsible for the implementation and monitoring of the National Sustainability and Climate Action Plan? And 86% of the countries indicated that they had designated an entity responsible. And we divided that in 2 groups because we identified in the survey that there are different entities responsible depending on if it's SDGs in general. Mostly of the countries have created like interinstitutional commissions, chaired normally by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or chaired by administrative units from the presidents of the Republic and also even national statistical institutes. But when we talk about climate change, the responsible entities are normally the ministries of environment. Then we also ask if the country is reporting on the achievements of the SDGs at the national level. And here we have 93% of the countries said yes, they are reporting on that through the voluntary country progress reports on SDGs. But it was curious to see or to identify that even if they are reporting on that, 50% of the countries, only 50% of those countries indicated that they are following guidelines for the presentation of information. So it was noted that countries are making individual efforts to develop methodologies and define indicators for reporting. Then we also ask, is there currently financial information available in the country that could be used for sustainability-related financial reporting? And then we have 57% of the countries indicated that there is financial information available for that. And some examples are the initiative like linking the linkages between the budget and the SDGs. So countries like Paraguay or Mexico, they have already some progress in making these linkages between the budget items and the SDGs. Then they also have some reports on climate change related spending. They have also, some countries mentioned investment reports for certain SDGs that they consider priority. They have developed specific investment reports on that. In terms of fiscal sustainability, one of the countries mentioned, for instance, off-balance sheet accounts. So even if they do not present information on the face of the financial statements, they do have control on the contracts on PPPs and also the turnkey projects, and those are reflected as contingent liabilities. And of course, most of the countries mentioned also the information related to public debt, that those are already information that is available and could be used for sustainability-related financial reporting. Now we move to the next dimension on disclosures of financial information related to sustainability. So the countries generate information and reports on fiscal sustainability. So this is a major area where, from the accounting perspective, there is experience in generating reports on fiscal sustainability, and that those reports allow them identifying, assessing, and also managing the respective risks. 43% of those countries mentioned that they have integrated financial systems that facilitate the measurement of progress related to sustainability, but some of the countries also recognize that there will be a challenge. So if they are supposed to present additional information on sustainability, major changes need to be implemented into the information systems to be able to produce this kind of information. And then there are some examples of other information systems that Latin American countries have been developing for obtaining information in terms of SDGs, or Mexico, Uruguay have specific tools on that. In climate change, there are also innovative tools such as forest traceability and control system in Panama, or the Costa Rica's national climate change metric systems, and so on and so forth. Then when we go to the dimension on climate-related disclosure, so 50% of the countries surveyed indicated that they identified current and expected effects of climate-related risks and opportunities. And in the case of Panama, they mentioned an example that they have developed some guides that allow to, so those guides are called climate change technical guide for planning pre-feasibility and feasibility of public investment projects, and also something called climate change labeler implementation manual that allow them to identify public investment projects that meet adaptation, mitigation, or transversal criteria related to climate change. And they also have climate change scenarios that allow them to project a representation of the future climate, and also from these projections quantify what are the expected impacts of for various sectors of the country. Now, when we move to the fourth dimension on the IPSASB recommended practice guidelines, we have that 57% of the countries surveyed indicated that they have information to assess the service, income, and debt dimensions of long-term fiscal sustainability. But this information is not prepared based on the IPSASB's RPGs. We also identified that 36% of the respondents indicated that they have information on fiscal sustainability available, but the focus is not long-term, but rather medium-term. And yes, and then what was a bit more surprising for us is that none of the 14 countries applied the IPSASB recommended practice guidelines. Some countries indicated that they have not adopted the RPGs because they are right now prioritizing the implementation of the IPSAS standards. So that was the main reason. Now, if we move in terms of benefits of sustainability, so these benefits were also identified not only through the comments in the surveys, but also during the interviews with the 3 countries, with the general accountants. They mentioned, for instance, as benefits that these sustainability-related financial disclosures could contribute in decision-making and also public policy formulation, and also improved risk management. They mentioned that it provides alerts on areas where the state needs to intervene, and also assesses whether it is necessary to contract public debt or generate additional resources through taxes in order to maintain certain services to the community. Other benefits that were mentioned is that these disclosures provide visibility on the impacts of entities' activities on the achievement of the SDGs, and also the possibility that the risks and opportunities associated with the effects of climate change, as well as the time horizons, can be considered as key elements for negotiating loans to the nation. They also help us to identify some challenges. So one of the main challenges is the parallel accounting reforms. So in some countries, it has not been possible to prioritize the topic of sustainability from the accounting point of view because they are currently in the process of implementing IPSAS. And the priority has been to ensure the application of the standards, which are mandatory. Another challenge is the coordination. So sustainability is a cross-cutting issue involving the entire government and also various sectors. So coordination with other government entities has been seen as a challenge. Also, avoid information overload. So there are some concerns that a too broad scope in the disclosure of sustainability-related financial information can make it difficult to implement and compare the information. Decision makers may have difficulties in identifying relevant information when there is overload. Other challenges are the international comparability. So as we identified in the surveys, the countries are making individual efforts to develop their own methodologies, defining indicators, and also developing information systems to facilitate the monitoring of progress in achieving the SDGs. And this, of course, could affect the international comparability of the reported information. And last but not least, positioning of accountants in the field of sustainability. So the countries surveyed already have defined which are the entities responsible for the preparation of sustainability-related reports. So in this context, it could be a challenge to determine the role of the accountants might have, which role could accountants have on this. And moving to this topic, what we have identified in terms of the role of accountants is that first, it is important to define what kind of information should be included in the reports and how this information should be generated and presented to the public so that it is better, it's easier to identify exactly what is the role of the public accountant in this context. The information systems also play an important role because if the information, so accountants would have an important role in being owner of, if the information will be produced from the integrated financial systems because accountants are owner of this information. On the contrary, if the information is not generated in the financial information systems, accountants could only have perhaps a coordinating role to collect the sustainability information from other entities in order to complement the financial reports. So in other words, the role of the accountant would be limited to guiding the way the information will be presented and validating that the information is complete and meeting the standards that have already been adopted. And having said this, I hand over to Thomas.
Yeah, thanks. So as a summary, we draw some conclusions and kind of summarize some recommendations which we received. And I think that is equally interesting and important for the IPSASB going forwards, thinking about how to shape sustainability-related requirements and guidance in the future. So the good news is, number one, the countries surveyed, they have experience in preparing financial information related to fiscal sustainability, and they feel that this would facilitate the possible implementation of new international sustainability standards in the public sector. So that is certainly a good news. When it comes to focus areas, and I alluded to that already earlier, climate change is already being given higher priority compared to other SDGs. So kind of the bold thinking to go in this direction is at least supported by what happens in practice in the region of Latin America. On the other side, the lack of clarity on which internationally recognized methodologies and guidelines should be used in countries. As we see, there are IPSASB, GRI, and others active in the field. This creates problems in the view of these countries in the international comparability of reported information, not surprisingly. So, and as a last conclusion, countries obviously can leverage their recent or current experience from accounting reforms, which they are conducting. On one side, we saw that is at the moment hindering them because they focus on that mandatory standards in the area of financial accounting. But on the other side, I think it also kind of provides them with experience in the methodology or the method of implementation on future international public sector sustainability standards, which would be comparable to the implementation of IPSAS. So in the area of project management and how to kind of manage such a reform and implementation, they feel they can learn from that, and then they can build on the lessons learned from their current IPSAS implementation projects. So some recommendations derived from what we heard from the countries, and this also goes in the direction of what we discussed earlier, and I heard that word. I think it was Jeffrey mentioning that before starting with the development of the standard, there should be some clear considerations regarding defining key aspects, and some of these key aspects are highlighted here on this slide. And one of the main aspects is, whom are we doing that for? Who are the users, and what are the users' needs regarding sustainability information or sustainability related information? And whether this information would be presented at an entity level or only at an aggregate level, let's say like a whole of government perspective for the whole country. Certainly, countries mentioned the constraints of financial information and materiality, and the cost-benefit ratio play a role, as they do in financial accounting reporting. They play the same role here. But the approach and methodology that will be used to generate and present financial information related to sustainability should be taken into focus as well. And the last point here on the slide is, what is the purpose, the scope, and the expected benefits of presenting financial information related to sustainability in order to be able to convince stakeholders? I think this is something which we can learn from financial accounting reforms as well. If we are not able to convince users and stakeholders, then probably the reform will not be a success. And last but not least, the final recommendations regarding the cooperation and collaboration with other standard setting boards in this area. And this is an area where the board is also looking at. We heard that the standards could be developed based on what has been developed in the private sector. For example, the IFRS S1 and S2 draft standards. But there should be made the necessary adaptations for application in the public sector. So a change of the perspective would be required, not only a change in terminology, not only change entity or other terminology. And the last recommendation is that the standards need to define and prioritize the indicators to be presented to make the information comparable between countries, so that all countries kind of report on the same indicators to measure progress or to measure risks related to sustainability issues. So I think that's it, what we heard from the Latin American countries. I think a wealth of information. And I think this is why CAG members asked us, when we discussed on the agenda for this meeting, asked us to present this, the results of the study. Thanks, Camira, for doing so. And I'm sure you have questions. Paul.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. So it appears that some countries are reporting using standards, both for SDGs and for climate-related information. Did you receive indications of what the main frameworks that they were using for this reporting was?
Yes, they are developing their own frameworks. So they have designated specific entities that are, for instance, in Paraguay, the Ministry of Finance is the one preparing the guidelines, how the other entities should report on SDGs. Whereas each country is having their own, developing their own methodology. So they are not taking a look to what is in the international framework. So that is what we obtain as far.
Thank you, Camilla. Jeffrey, then Hans Christian.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for the very interesting presentation. As you said, Thomas, I raised issues about this before. What is sustainability, and I think one issue is that the SDGs, and there was a focus here on the SDGs, are extremely wide, and I think are actually more about development than the sustainable part. And I think here, if you're reporting on the SDGs, you're talking about more or less all of government activity. And I wonder actually whether that's really what's needed. I also note here that there was quite a focus on financial sustainability, but I think that's a completely different issue, unless it's focused on things that are to do with the environment, because I think that's what most people understand. This is about the impact on the planet and the environment. So whether the financial sustainability is just using the word sustainability and hooking onto there, but I would argue that it's really something very different. Unless the financial sustainability is linked to planet-related or environmental-related issues. But I think actually the main impact is policy. And if you look at Brazil, which was one of your one of the countries, I mean, protecting the Amazon, I think that's more about policy than it is about sort of spending. So I think this is, this illustrates actually one of the real challenges with this subject, that it's so wide that I think it gets really too diffused. And I think everybody, there's an interest in really focusing this down onto something which is of the most important, which I think is the impact on the environment, leaving our planet in the same condition or a better condition for our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Just kind of to avoid a misunderstanding, the focus was not on financial sustainability or on fiscal sustainability. It was on sustainability related financial information, which means the impacts or consequences of policies and policy decisions on finances. But you're 100% right. I think it's much wider than that. It's the non-financial information which will be needed in the future as well in order to make informed policy decisions. But this study was focusing on the financial or on the sustainability related financial information, not on fiscal sustainability. That's something completely different. Yeah. I agree with you on that. Hans Christian and then Sheila.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for sustainability, but I wanted to echo what Jeffrey was just saying. It's a relatively large and sometimes a bit vague concept if you don't pin it down. Now, here are a few thoughts and questions. The first one would be, did those countries or those users that you surveyed actually find a good way to do some benchmarking? I mean, using the SDGs is super large. I mean, it needs some interpretation and it needs some benchmarking, in my opinion, to really set certain thresholds against those you could report. That would be one question. A second question: how did users or preparers actually derive the right numbers? What did they use? Did they use general government statistics? Did they really use accounting information, or was it basically information that was produced in a national political process? And that is leading to my third question. Again, as the concept of sustainability is rather large and needs some interpretation, how did users or preparers of such information actually make sure that the information provided is objective and is not politically biased or tilted in the one or other direction. I mean, which is, of course, even for, let's say, countries in Europe, sometimes quite complicated to present something that is objective. Thank you.
Thanks, Hans Christian. I think these are all fair questions. Before Camilla answers, I think I have to make the disclaimer that the study was kind of limited to some extent to what is the current status quo, not going into the depth of how do we avoid political bias of information being provided, but Camilla.
Yes, thanks for the question. So in relation to the first one about the benchmarking, so we did not ask about that. Actually, this study is the very first attempt to do like in a collective way at a regional level to see what is there as information. So that is a very first step towards that, to obtaining a benchmarking and to try the final objectives also as part of this study is to see how these Latin American countries can merge efforts and can coordinate in terms of sustainability reporting. So, and how they obtain the right numbers. So we identified the important role of the National Statistics Institutes in terms of SDGs. So they were always mentioned for these voluntary reports that the countries are preparing annually. So always the National Institutes of Statistics are the one establishing the indicators or compiling the information in order to prepare the reports. And yes, the last questions on how the information is objective or biased, I think it's a very good topic for a further report or further study on this. Thanks.
Just to add, Hans Christian, I think your first question is pointing exactly in the right direction. How do we kind of make the results or the reporting objective and comparable when it comes to indicators? And I think that led then finally to the recommendations of the countries, which I presented on the last slide, actually, where they said it is important that the standards define and prioritize the indicators to be presented, to make it objective, to make it comparable, and to, in a consistent way, measure progress and allow benchmarking. So I think that's again highlighting the main points and pointing in the right direction. So Sheila, as the next speaker.
Just more of a comment. I actually was very thrilled to see that financial or fiscal sustainability was included. I believe that if you don't have that type of sustainability, then it's impossible to have climate sustainability. And if a government falls apart financially, it can't be a steward of climate sustainability. I think we've had experiences where governments have fallen apart and then bad things happen with the environment. So I think that even though it adds a very major complexity to sustainability, I think it's a very necessary complexity. And, too often people just, when they think of sustainability, only think of the climate ramifications. And I believe it needs to be broad and more broad than that.
Thanks, Sheila. I have to say, personally, I was, you said thrilled. Perhaps I would be a little bit more conservative. I was at least impressed by the level of reporting, which is already being prepared in this area in the Latin American region. It's not only the financial sustainability, but it's also the impacts of sustainability and climate change on the finances, on the kind of value of assets, on potential risks, on potential future cash outflows. And to be honest, I expected much less when we started with this study, and therefore I was really pleased. That's perhaps my word. I was pleased to see that there is already something happening in that area. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick question. And I too was impressed by how much there was. It's a very demanding area. I did wonder though, in terms of SDGs, I think this has been mentioned before, everyone automatically sort of defaults to climate. And we know that's obviously not the only SDG around, but was it apparent from the study, or did you collect information about whether countries in Latin America were prioritizing any other SDGs, or for those that were doing things outside of climate, was it a bit more blanket? I was just interested to know whether there were other priority SDGs that countries were looking at.
So thanks for the question. When we designed the questionnaire, we were using the term sustainability. It was referring to all the SDGs in general, but we identified the focus on climate change, because every time in each question, the comments came, yes, we are climate change, we are doing this, this, and that. In some countries, we found some that they provide us information on gender equality as another important topic, but that was one of our conclusions, that the countries are giving somehow more importance to climate change compared to the other SDGs. So that is something that one of the findings of this study. Yes, thanks.
Thanks, Karen, for the question. Ross?
Yeah, just to say, I'm really happy also to hear the feedback from this group and the work that EY did talking to the Latin American countries. And some of these themes have been picked up in our consultation as well. So we're going to be a little bit silent now on what we found in that, because we've got a whole session after lunch where we're going to take you through the feedback and kind of dig into some of the issues. So we're listening, we're taking notes of the comments here, and we'll try and build that into our presentation and delivery after the break as well, to address some of the comments as well. So, you know, we're not ignoring the conversation, we're listening intently.
He's responding to my question. Do you have anything to say? Sheila, are you still in, or? Okay, then Hans Christian again.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. With my questions, I didn't want to sound too pessimistic or too skeptical, so don't just take it as a set of thoughts and questions. There are two more thoughts I wanted to share. The first one, or questions I wanted to ask. The first one is, was there actually any opposition towards reporting on sustainability issues in the region? I mean, was that approach challenged? That would be number one. And number two, was information that has been published not challenged per se, but individual reporting items, have they been challenged? Or was there any particular focus where such reporting that has been prepared was particularly criticized?
So thanks for the question. So they are quite advanced, especially the second one was not in scope of, because as I said, it was only a high level report on to see what is there in terms of sustainability. But for opposition, there were some concerns, especially during the interviews. What we identified from the general accountants is like, okay, what will be our role here? So they were a bit skeptical whether should accountants be responsible for reporting on sustainability? They say, well, there are other stakeholders, there are other responsible entities, so they do not see where exactly is their prominent role, or why should they take on that responsibility if it is not directly related to accounting. Or so that was the main concern, especially on the workload and all that, and how it's difficult for them to imagine how they fit into this already evolved context of sustainability. So thanks.
Yeah, no, I think in that regard, again, it comes back to somebody needs to coordinate that. I think as you rightly said, I think it's a cross-cutting issue through kind of multiple dimensions, multiple entities, multiple professions, and it has to be brought all together in one report, kind of showing interrelations and context. Somebody has to kind of do the coordination of that, and I think that came out as a big concern as well. So further questions? Looking on the screen, Geoffrey is nodding. No, nothing more to say. Looking around here. Right. So at least from the questions, I felt a little bit impatient regarding, okay, we want to move forward. Did you already know that? And do we have information on that? So I think there's a lot more to do. I think that's the conclusion of this. On the other side, I think, and that's again something which makes me at least optimistic, the contribution of the whole dynamics and the whole process, the globally happening process around financial reporting and financial accounting reforms based on IPSAS make me optimistic that there is a ground, there's a process, there is a community which needs to be enhanced and enlarged, of course, but at least there is something we can build on going forward in developing and implementing global standards in another area, which is non-financial and sustainability related. But I think as we have learned from these countries, they feel at least being prepared to some extent to implement standards in that area. So I think, again, that makes me optimistic. Ross, some final comments, or do you want to explain the menu?
No, just actually, just to make a remark, we will talk more about this after the break and share our feedback on the consultation paper. But many of the points that have come up today, again, were themes that were identified in that consultation paper. So we'll get into the details after lunch, but very much, resonates that there's common challenges, common thinking, common questions that exist internationally. So it's not just in that region. And just a plug as well, if you're in a jurisdiction that wants to think about the financial impact of sustainability decisions, programs, impacts, the staff put out a Q&A on climate change reporting in April 2020, when we started the Natural Resources Project, that kind of walks through the thinking on different aspects of sustainability reporting, more focused on climate change and things to think through in the IPSAS standards and RPGs to capture the financial impact of those. So again, very much the thinking behind your programs and how that impacts your financials and what you want to think through from an accounting perspective. So that's already available for jurisdictions that are working through it and want to think about the impact, IPSAS impact.
Thanks, Ross. So that has been the marketing block for coming back after lunch, please. It will be interesting because we will hear more from staff and from Dave specifically. So thank you very much for your questions. Thanks, Camira, for your great presentation and the great work done in this project. Thank you very much. And with that, bon appetit. Please come back at 1:30 sharp, and we will continue with the sustainability topic. Thank you. So it's 1:30 sharp. Thank you for coming back, both virtually and in the room. As said, we will now continue with the agenda, with agenda topic 5, advancing public sector sustainability reporting. As we heard from Ross earlier, there was ED 83 reporting sustainability related information, which was just approved in September 22. It was published in November, and the comments are due until January 23. But before that, there was a consultation paper, which was called Advancing Public Sector Sustainability Reporting, which was published in May, and the comment period closed in September 22. And if you kind of remember, then in the June CAG meeting, we discussed the consultation paper and gave responses ourselves to the respective SMCs and PVs. And we saw the report back on that in the agenda item 3 documentation, which was provided by Ross. So there you could find our contributions to that. In this agenda item now, we will receive an analysis of the responses. And given that the IPSASB has a strategic decision to make how to proceed, our input just in that right point in time is very important to this agenda topic. So as I learned, Dave is only on the slide. He's only here for moral support, as he said, and for eating cookies. So I have to hand over directly to Celine. So Celine, please kick us off.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Celine Chen. I'm the newest IPSASB staff member. I just joined in September this year and have had the pleasure to review the comments we've received on this consultation paper on advancing public sector sustainability reporting. So we'll start off with a review of the key themes that we've heard from respondents and the feedback we've received. And then the key issues that we've identified, which we'd like to spend some time with the CAG members to seek their advice on. So a quick review, which Thomas also briefly covered as well, just a background of our journey. In May, we issued this consultation paper. And since then, we had, Dave did walk through the CAG PV by PV, SMC by SMC, and sought your feedback and advice on each item. And so we've incorporated that in our feedback as well. And subsequently in July and August, we held 5 virtual regional roundtables in various areas and engaged support from constituents and got their feedback, which I'll cover shortly. And then the comment period closed in September. And since then, in September, shortly after, we had the Public Sector Standard Setters Forum, which Lee White from IFRS Foundation and Bastian Buck from GRI also spoke at. And we had great discussions, breakout groups, and got great feedback from all the attendees there as well. And subsequently in October, November, we've been having ongoing discussions with IPSASB, GRI, and other potential funders and progressing this project and analyzing the responses that we have. And so this week with the board, we'll be reviewing those responses again as well with them, and then having some strategic discussions on our position, next steps, and way forward. So just to give you a snapshot of all the different sources of feedback that we've got so far, this slide, you'll see at our regional roundtables in these 5 geographic regions, we had almost 500 attendees from 127 different countries. We've got great engagement and support through those regional roundtables, discussed the consultation paper with them, received their feedback on each PV and SMC. And then we received 70 written responses, 70 different comment letters from around the world. And it was interesting that almost half of the comment letters respondents were new respondents, folks who had never written comment letters or submitted to the IPSASB in the past. And so I think that speaks to the engagement, the interest level, the broad constituent base and stakeholders that this this paper and this topic is really reaching. And then in the bottom left there, you'll see, of course, the CAG member advice and support from yourselves in June. And then at the forum, great engagement from 170 attendees across 36 jurisdictions. So to get to the key themes that we saw 3 key themes coming out of the comment letters and feedback. Firstly, there was strong and broad support for a global public sector specific sustainability guidance. Respondents and constituents agreed with the need and the urgent demand for this reporting guidance, given the public sector's broad range impacts, the global public interest, a different impact than private sector, looking at IPSASB's guidance, acknowledging the many differences that the public sector will face. In light of this, many of the respondents called for clarification to strategic questions. So as Thomas and Camira alluded to, questions on defining the scope, the objectives, who are the primary users, how do you define materially, how do you define sustainability, what level of government is this applicable to? This was a key recurring issue that we identified, and there's a number of key issues that I'll speak to further in the next slide as well. So overall, though, there was strong support from all of our respondents, almost all of our respondents to the regional roundtables, the comment letters, and the various sources felt that there is a need and there is some urgency to this. Secondly, there is strong support for IPSASB's taking a leadership role in developing this public sector specific sustainability guidance. Constituents recognize the IPSASB's experience in standard setting for the public sector, its due process and its established processes, and its established international relationships that would help leverage and move this project forward. The challenge that they posed to the IPSASB was really a focus on the need to build sustainability expertise within its board and its staff members in order to be able to effectively address the sustainability specific issues, which the board acknowledged in the consultation paper and will continue to consider going forward. And finally, there's strong support for general sustainability related and climate related disclosures as the first topics for such a project and providing such guidance. A number of constituents and respondents raised the question of whether other social issues should be a higher priority for the public sector as compared to the private sector. Particularly, we found in developing countries, they raised, the need for focus on issues like poverty, hunger, well-being, as their own higher priority than climate-related, for example. But at the end of the day, most of these respondents still agreed and supported that general sustainability-related and climate-related topics should be first topics. So the key issues, given the broad support that we had, there were some key issues and themes that we also kept seeing recurring. The first of these I'll walk through, there were 6. I'll walk through these quickly. And the first one is adapting private sector guidance. The challenges that are expected to be faced, many challenge the ability to be able to properly adapt it for the public sector, not just terminology, but really considering the many different facets and aspects for the public sector. As the paper proposed, we would work closely with other international standard setters to develop the guidance, and most respondents supported that approach, but challenged really consideration and thoughtful approach to how to adapt this and which guidance to adapt. Our paper initially spoke primarily to the IFRS and IPSASB, but many respondents also suggested considering GRI, whom we've been having discussions with as well. The second item is authority of guidance. This wasn't specifically a question raised in the consultation paper, but a number of respondents questioned what level of authority this guidance would have. Would it be mandatory or non-mandatory? And as Kamira alluded to, like RPGs, for example, are non-mandatory. And so we're seeing in many jurisdictions, they may not be applied. And similarly, some respondents raised that as an example and questioned, how effective will it be if we consider a non-mandatory guidance? The third item is priority topics, which I briefly mentioned earlier, whether general-related and climate-related topics should be first topics, or whether other social issues, governance issues should be considered as priority topics. Scope is a broad issue. We just left it as scope there that really encompasses scope, objectives, level of government materiality, broadly, all of these considerations before approaching and tackling the development of standards. The conceptual framework was an interesting one as well. Respondents questioned whether we need to revisit our conceptual framework as is, which they feel may be limited to financial reporting, or others suggested you may need a full new conceptual framework for sustainability. So a full spectrum, and then others agreed with our CP that, our current conceptual framework covers other general financial statement reporting. And so this is another topic that we didn't ask specifically, but we are seeing some comments around. And then sustainability expertise, certainly the need to build sustainability expertise on the board and staff, and some views as to whether the proposed sustainability reference group being a similar advisory group specific to sustainability to the board, is that sufficient? Or would you need to consider establishing a new board like the IFRS, creating the IPSASB? Would that be the route to go to get sustainability expertise? So those are the 6 key issues areas that we identified. And so I'll pause there, and our question to the CAG is really, do CAG members agree that these issues should be considered further before the IPSASB takes any decision to proceed? So before we go ahead to start tackling development of standards, to take some time to assess and review these key issues and make some decisions before proceeding with developing standards? And then secondly, do CAG members think that there are any other issues identified by stakeholders that the IPSASB should consider?
Yeah, thank you, Celine. And the key issues, you certainly saw that are described in more detail on page 4 and 5 of agenda item 5.1 in the document. So start going around the table, Paul, Agnieszka, and then Karen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Celine, for the presentation. For me, I think it's scope and objective that is the thing that really needs to be settled as soon as possible. Fundamentally, sustainability reporting is just a means to an end, and the end is we need to change behaviour. So, and we've always supported the public sector's involvement in sustainability. We see it as a vital partner, and we supported the IPSASB's involvement in this as well. But what's the level at which this can be best done? Is this whole of government, policy, outcomes, that sort of area, including SDGs? And if so, how important are the SDGs? A lot of them are due by the 2030. Some of them, like fisheries, have already expired. That was 2020. Forestry, some of those were 2020 as well. And if you spend a few more years working on this, we'll have 2025, 2026, 4 years left to run on them. So I do question the degree of emphasis on SDGs. albeit I also accept perhaps the whole of government side is where the public sector could have its greatest impacts. So on the other hand, if we're talking about entity level and we're talking about the IPSASB, GRI, at the moment, the only set of standards I'm aware of that are truly double materiality are the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, which look at both the impact on the entity and the entity's impact on the other. The IPSASB's impact the entity, GRIs are the entity on the other. So they're obviously, there needs to be some sort of decision on that, even if you just go down the entity reporting level. Do you go straight for the impact on the entity first, or the impact of the entity has on the other, on its other stakeholders? And this for me, this feeds all the way down to the level of how much you interact with the other standard setters. I know GRI have on their work program a research project to see whether they can produce a sector specific, I think they described it, public sector guidance or standard. But is the public sector a sector? Is it something for sector specific standards, or has it got a nature that changes the emphasis of this? And we talked about social. I mean, the ESRS social drafts were huge. There was a massive amount of disclosure requirements in the first draft. The vast majority of that was towards own employees and value chain. Now, surely the public sector has a much broader impact than that, and these were based on GRI standards. So for me, it's, unless Ian's got some very good news from his meeting with the backers, I assume that IPSASB still needs to prioritise its resources. And for me, this is the question: do you do it at this higher level, or do you do it at the entity level? And at the end, if it's at the entity level, how do you deal with all those other considerations? In respect of any additional points, not really, apart from the fact that one of our members did mention the COP27, the reimbursement fund, the reimbursement fund, whether that was something the IPSASB could look at. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Ian, do you want to come in?
I just wanted to come in on, and no, I don't have a check in my pocket at the moment. I just wanted to come in on GRI and their sector program, because they've set up a sector program which is basically working through their existing topic standards, industry by industry, and then they take, to your point, they take a very narrow view of its agricultural or fisheries, or they didn't originally include, and they haven't formally included, public sector in that program. The reason why they are, they've got permission from the GSSB, their oversight, their standards board, to start to research public sector, is basically because Ross and I did a virtual presentation. Ross was there for the meeting, presented to them to introduce IPSASB to them, and it was really a way of actually allowing some space for their staff to have a mandate to talk to us about how we might move forward in the public sector. So it's not a competing initiative. It's actually that they've got permission to basically have a conversation with us. And I think, I mean, I did have the opportunity to spend a day with the GRI staff a couple of weeks back. And I think what came out of that is that the public sector is not a single type of entity. It's very clearly a number of different types of entities. So in terms of moving forward, you would have to actually think, what's the impact on health, education, housing, transport, environment. You'd have to look at those as separate industries. There's no doubt about that. So anyway, I just thought, just to sort of provide some reassurance on that one, that's actually an opportunity that's putting some flesh on the, if you like, the commitment that both GRI and IPSASB gave at the forum that if we move forward, if they would collaborate with us.
Thanks, Ian, for this background information. So I'm going to take Agnieszka, and then I'm going to take Geoffrey from the screen, and then come back to Karen.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have to say that I share a lot of thoughts that Paul presented, so I'm not going to repeat that, but those major decisions should be taken probably before going in whichever direction. But I wanted to comment on public versus private sector standards in terms of sustainability reporting. My impression is that this subject may be a bit underestimated. I mean, we are pointing out to certain issues specific for the public sector, but I think that there may be an impression that it will be easier than it's going to be. I mean, IPSASB will just take the S2 and S1 and S2 standard and just some tweaking, you know, and everything is ready. I think that from the point of view of IPSAS board, that's my impression, it should be more evident that's a major work because of investor focus, because of the entity versus whole of government perspective, because of other issues. When I was listening to Camira's presentation today, it also came to my mind that there are plenty of different dimensions. For example, if you say indicators, those indicators for the private sector will be completely different. You have to take into account the green budgeting. So can you do indicators for reporting if you don't go into the let's say subject of green budgeting or linking budgeting to SDGs? Yes, I was interrogating João during the break. What are existing initiatives in the statistical environment? Because it's not only reporting in sense of financial or sustainability reporting, but you are very close to statistical world as well, and you want to be closer in terms of this whole of government reporting. So if you go into the direction of whole of government sustainability reporting, the statistical side probably has to be also taken into attention. So I think it should be more evident that it's a great work to do. And but it's also this notion of global standards. And if I look at the private sector sustainability reporting right now, so IFRAC works within European Union and IPSASB works. So there is a great deal of attention provided to this interoperability issue. So I was thinking maybe this interoperability, that is a very, you know, common word here, maybe it should be somehow tackled in the public sector as well. So yes, there is public sector specificity, but when we look at some issues that maybe they can be like sector agnostic, and then this interoperability issue could be also included, and maybe also this gradual approach that you mentioned, Paul, if I understood correctly. So maybe you're not able to do everything at once, yeah, but some gradual approach as well. And in terms of those other issues that were rightly pointed out, I was only doubtful about this authority of guidance. Is it really something, or maybe I misunderstood this issue? Because if you go into the direction of authority of standards, then the discussion may be a bit too political, let's say, or maybe especially if it's whole of government issue. So what authority does the IPSAS board have to say whether that should be authoritative? Or maybe that's just a misunderstanding. Maybe you just refer to the, let's say, level of document standards versus RPGs. And so maybe that's just that case. And if that's the case, I think that if you are going to take the effort. In that meaning, I would go into the direction of standards, not RPGs, because, you know, it's it has different, let's say, I don't know how to say it in English, but you know what I mean. Thank you.
So standards meaning mandatory guidance compared to non-mandatory guidance like RPGs.
Maybe standards versus RPGs, but I wouldn't say mandatory guidance, standards being mandatory guidance, because this is misunderstanding in some, you know, if someone is not that familiar with the system of IPSASB, and then it's like mandatory is something you impose something, yeah?
Ross, you had your flag up.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. I'm not going to comment on all of them right now, but on the authoritative guidance one, I think that is the simple question: is what are you going to develop? And what we heard back in the comments was, well, at the moment you've got IPSAs, which are mandatory. If you adopt the IPSAs, you adopt them all. If you're going to claim compliance with IPSAs, you don't get to pick and choose. And it's clear in our standards, if you're going to adopt the IPSAs and apply with them and call them IPSAs as issued by the IPSASB, you have to. Whereas RPGs, we say they're non-mandatory guidance and you can adopt any of them. But if you do adopt one of them, you have to apply the whole standard if you're going to claim compliance with RPG 1, 2, or 3. So we have this issue already in IPSAS. Now, we can't mandate how anybody uses any of our guidance. That's up to the jurisdiction. That's why we don't speak about that aspect. We talk about our standards, and if you use our standards, how they should be used. So that will be an issue the board will need to think about.
Thank you, Ross, for that clarification. So I'm going to take Geoffrey and then Karen.
Thank you very much. Well, you've just sort of answered one of my points, actually, this notion of mandatory guidance, which I find quite odd. And I don't know whether in the future there could be some sort of different terminology given to that, because it's rather unintuitive. It's rather an unintuitive term. But coming back to the list of the key issues, I think there are 6 key issues. Somehow, I don't know whether this is a sort of there is a sequence here, or it's intended, but I think it somehow, if it is, it's a bit wrong, because I would have thought you need to start at the conceptual framework. What's it all about, and what are you actually trying to report? Because reflecting a bit more on the presentation we had earlier, which was all about the financial reporting on sustainability issues, and I still find it a bit difficult to sort of to grasp that. Whereas one would have thought that sustainability, you would be reporting on sort of sustainability indicators rather than the money spent or the money saved. I don't know whether it's the money spent or the money saved or I mean, what have you. So I think this is probably me still being a bit slow, but I think perhaps other people might find it a bit difficult to get this horrible expression, their head around it, what this is all about. Another issue that came to my mind was this. There's a phrase about starting with general sustainability related and climate related guidance. Now, the term general sustainability related sounds very, very broad, actually. It's somehow, I would have thought you would start in something much more focused and then move out, because general sustainability could somehow involve almost everything. I can see the climate related, and in my opinion, that's where the heart of this should be, actually. On the it should all come down to the impact on the climate and the future of the planet. And I think following up from what Paul said, it's this, I think, applying the private sector ones, which I understand are more investor focused, which I think it means what is the impact of the climate on the enterprise, rather than what the impact of the enterprise is on the climate. And I think for the government one, that should be the focus. And then it depends how wide you go. And I'm looking at Rosa there, who you've got the European Commission that's managing the European Trading Scheme. That has a huge impact on the environment. Or do you just stick with what the operation of the institution is? So sorry, it's all a bit disjointed, but there's a number of things that came to mind when I was looking at this. But it's a fascinating subject. Thank you.
Thanks, Geoffrey. But I understood that you would support these factors or the key issues to be considered further, and you don't have any further issue identified, right?
No, but I would just resequence them somehow, and a bit more of a logical sequence, and I wouldn't necessarily start with general sustainability issues, because that's too wide. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm going to take Karen and then Rosa.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the danger of sort of violently agreeing with some of the things that have already been said, but my thought on the question that was asked about what items should be considered further before IPSASB makes a decision to proceed. In my mind, it's to do with the objective and scope. I think it's very difficult to move forward without being really clear about what that is. And so that whole definitional piece, I think, is something that needs to happen first. And that does go to what's the difference between the public sector and the private sector here. I don't think we have to work out at this point whether you're going to use anybody else's standards and drive forward from them. But I think you have to be clear about what is the purpose and the scope of sustainability reporting in the public sector in order to proceed. I think the other one that is important for me is that whole point about expertise. I do think, the board needs to consider structurally how it's going to deliver this. If it proceeds, is it going to have a working group? Is it going to have is it going to change the scope of the board? I think Fabienne asked the question earlier, does that have implications for the CAG? Do you want a broader representation on the CAG? So I think that there are some structural things that need to be thought about before you proceed. I agree with all the other things that are on the list, but I think they can be worked through later. I think the two key things before a decision is made to actually progress with this are that whole thing about kind of scope, objective, and how the board is going to deliver it, because I don't think you can actually start to work through the other issues until you've got those two nailed. That's my perspective.
Thank you, Karen. Going to Rosa and then Fabienne.
Thank you, Thomas, and hello to everybody.
Rosa, we can't hear you.
No?
Yeah, we can hear that you speak, but we can't understand you. It's not loud enough.
And now
are you sure your mic? Yeah, now it's better.
Now it's better? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Hello, everybody. I think that before advancing in this project that I consider very, very important, we need to answer some fundamental questions. And for me, the key questions that we need to work from the beginning is the first one is the scope. What we want to achieve with this project in the public sector. That is, for me, is the priority. Then to choose what are the priority topics. I agree with what has been said also by Agnieszka, to work in gradual phases. It's a project that is huge, it's very broad, and I think it's important to start phasing this project. The third topic that for me is important is to identify what are the resources required and expertise to advance on the project. And the fourth point, it's related to the collaboration with other standard setters. I also agree with Agnieszka, and I will not to repeat that it's a risk that we underestimate the efforts that needs to be done. It's not a copy-paste of the private sector for the public sector. I think the challenges are different and bigger, and it's for this reason that a collaboration with other standard sectors are very important, but not as only a copy-paste of what others are doing. I don't see any additional points. And concerning the conceptual framework, or if it's mandatory or not, I think there are important aspects, but don't need to block to advance in the other aspects. I disagree a little bit with Jeffrey that I will not start with the conceptual framework, because it will be we will be advancing very slowly. And on the mandatory, even if I think needs to be mandatory, but it's something that we can continue to discuss. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosa. Ross immediately nearly exploded next to me. So Ross, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I do, because I think there's a lens I think the board's going to have to put on all these issues when it takes it forward, and that's whether we want to move with urgency or not. If we start with a conceptual framework, we're going to spend 5 years writing a conceptual framework, and we're going to have guidance for anybody. And by then, is it really going to be as useful? And the board's been through this before. And having started as a new staff while the conceptual framework was being finished, I can tell you it took up a lot of the board's time writing a conceptual framework. Good work to do, and it should be done. But the question is, if the urgency of the issue merits spending time writing a conceptual framework instead of developing guidance for people to use so that you can refine it down the line. I think the board's going to have to deal with that. There's going to need to be some pragmatism to some of these issues. Because again, the issue is Ian just mentioned, he doesn't have a check in his pocket. We haven't received the funding support that we wanted to. So at the moment, you're looking at the team who's doing all this work. So we're going to have to think about the best way to deploy the resources to make an impact. And I don't think that's writing a conceptual framework up front.
Thanks, Ross, for that. So Fabienne, and then I'm going to Anmar.
Thanks, Chair. To the first question asked by staff, the extensive list of issues identified in the paper shows that there is a strong case for the IPSASB proceeding sooner rather than later. At least that's what I think. And the difficult part, once the decision's been taken, is prioritizing the issues to get started in the most efficient way, given the scarcity of resources. And in line with what Geoffrey, Karen, and Rosa, Rosa's comments, I would probably consider the issues in a different order. Probably I would consider first the scope, as been said already, which would help determine the resources and expertise needed, which is point 6, if I remember well. Then in parallel topics could be prioritized, and then knowing what the needs are and what topics should be prioritized. Existing literature in the private sector could be a good starting point, and that in turn would help deciding whether existing literature can be adapted, or else if principles are to be elaborated on from scratch. And then lastly, I would consider the pronouncements and the status of the pronouncements, whether authoritative. Well, and what Ross said was quite enlightening in what mandatory means actually, because it's more. I thought also it would be more in the terms of applying the whole set of standards rather than being mandatory or not, which is a decision for jurisdictions. And then to the second, first of all, I wanted to share another thing, and that was touched on earlier also in the presentation by Thomas and Camira, sorry, is the fact that sustainability reporting has a lot to do with collecting information, whether financial or non-financial data, and coordinating, integrating the whole information. And that's the difference with, I think, with accrual reporting, producing accrual financial reporting. And that difference may be interesting to build on to elaborate the standards on sustainability. And to the second question, something that I already touched on in earlier meetings, I guess the governance of the IPSASB may have to be reviewed as well, depending on the ways the work is going to be envisaged. And I think that's an important issue to take into account as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. So going on with Anmar and then Sheila.
Thank you, Chair. A few points. I think I agree with Karen, Rosa, and others who have mentioned we need to assess the objective, the scope, methodology, the technical competence required, and also the cost benefit that may be evaluated in terms of going on to sustainability reporting and guidance. And there seems to be some kind of difference in terms of our understanding. I think sustainability reporting and guidance encompasses the whole spectrum of both financial reporting as well as environmental, social, and governance perspectives. So it's the entirety. You cannot compare anything in isolation. There is one particular aspect that I'd like to draw the attention of Ian. The IPSASB standards are rules-based, whereas the IFRS are principles-based, and so the majority of IPSAS as well. So if we draw our sustainability standards or public sector specific guidance from the IPSASB, I wonder whether there will be any disqualification or any conflict of interest in terms of drawing up the standards. And the GRI standards are also principles based. So we have commonality in terms of, although it's private sector, in terms of the principles based standards in terms of IFRS, and the GRI standards, but the IPSASB are rules based standards. I wonder what would be Ross's and Ian's views on those. Ian was a speaker at the recently concluded UNCTAD ISA meetings on sustainability and green financing held recently on November 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Geneva, which dealt very extensively on sustainability reporting, particularly in relation to the SDGs, and also on green reporting like issuance of sovereign bonds and the like. I think the IPSASB can also make reference to the conclusions drawn from the various sessions and the outcomes, if they be of any use in drawing up the IPSASB strategy on the public sector guidance for sustainability standards. And I think the IPSASB is the appropriate body to proceed with the development of the public sector related guidance as of now, taking into cognizance the key issues identified, and other issues may come up as it proceeds forward, which will affect as the various stakeholders in the foreseeable futures. As to the mandate, of course, in the initial stage, they should not be mandated, rather made as of initially for a voluntary application for a period of say 3 to 5 years, and not of any particular mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Anwar, for that. Ross, do you want to respond?
Yeah, maybe I won't respond on every point. I think there's a lot of good detail there that we've captured, Anwar, from your input, and we'll make sure to take that forward. But just to highlight that these are the issues that we identified in taking it forward, not necessarily all the areas where support was provided and strongly provided. And one of those areas to exemplify is working off of existing guidance. It was clear from stakeholders that people don't want us starting from scratch and developing something completely independent. That's the kind of fragmentation has been the story on the private sector side, and it hasn't been helpful. So there was a very strong push in the comment letters to work with what's there, whether that's IPSASB or GRI. In terms of IPSASB guidance, there are no standards yet. They're working on them, so they haven't finalized anything. So it's premature to judge whether those are principles, rule-based, or where they're going to end up. Have to watch that space and see how it develops. Positively, there are strong discussions and relationships being forged with those boards and an openness to collaboration going forward. So I think the gist of what you're getting at, Anwar, is the first issue on the slide here, adapting private sector guidance and how to do that and how to appropriately do that. To be honest, the board's going to have to work through that once there is the guidance to look at. And, we're kind of ahead of the curve compared to when we were adapting IFRS, because these standards aren't written yet. So we're going to have to track the progress, and we're going to have to look at whatever ends up as standards for both IPSASB and GRI, and whether those are adaptable for the public sector and how we're going to do that.
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. So Sheila, and then I'm going to take France.
Thank you. Climate sustainability is important. Obviously, it's vital to the survival of our planet, but I would suggest the board take a huge step back and look at not just something that's a current big focus. It was also mentioned that, there's gender equality is important right now. But, the board, if you just look at the name, which has accounting standards, I would be very nervous about mission and scope creep. And especially with our, limited resources, limited expertise, taking that mission on when there probably is others who already have expertise in that area, I think would be a very large commitment to limited time and resources that we have available. Looking at it in relation to the fiscal sustainability of a government entity, how does the climate react to that? I think would be, how does the government, how does the environment affect the governments and their fiscal sustainability or financial sustainability would be worthy, but to take on a whole nother, in essence, scope, beyond accounting, beyond fiscal, beyond financial, isn't that big? Don't we have enough scope already to add this huge scope?
Thanks, Sheila. Looking in the direction of Ian smiling. Do you want to respond immediately or?
Well, I'll just make one specific, and I want to respond when the round is complete, but just on the financial sustainability point, that's where I think IPSASB actually is ahead of the other international standard setters, because we do have recommended practice guideline 1. And I absolutely agree with you that I think, finance and financial sustainability is going to be a key issue for governments going forwards, because we've seen huge increases in the levels of debt through the support for pandemic and also the issues going on at the moment, with fuel price rises and all that kind of thing. So finance, and my personal view is finance is going to be the key enabler for any of these green programs for governments actually meet net zero, Paris targets, all of that kind of thing. And so I think that's why actually it's a very important first step. What we've done with ED 83 actually is just to say, actually, you can use this guidance now. You need to expand the frame of reference because it does talk about scenario analysis and so on. And so if you want to evaluate a program to deliver certain goals, non-financial goals, you're still going to have to work that program through in terms of what the cost is, and therefore that's relevant in terms of long-term financial sustainability. So partly actually the ED83 is actually to be able, to make that statement explicitly, this guidance is relevant. And then I think we can legitimately put that out there and say, you can use this already. There's other things that, and that's the question I think that we're going around on a lot of these other things. But I absolutely agree with you on the financial sustainability. And I'll come back on the other things if I may, when.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ian, for bringing in that point at that point. So Franz, and then I would ask Dave to feed in Tim's contributions.
Thank you, Chair. My main concern is about the workload of the board. The board has a lot on its plate for public sector specific financial reporting, and taking on such a huge additional task. My worry is that the progress of the financial reporting standard just might suffer. And the board currently has an excellent reputation in the quality of its standards, and we would not like to see that suffer because of maybe the perspective that the sustainability standards are not of the same high quality. And then there is, of course, also the issue with the preparers of financial statements. In particular, if these standards would become mandatory, that it would be even a bigger problem to be fully IPSAS compliant. it's now already, as we see in practice, a huge challenge. So if IPSAS compliant then also would mean that you have to comply with the sustainability standards, then it might be virtually undoable. And of course, in particular, you also don't want the audit opinion to suffer from this, because having a clean audit opinion on sustainability will be an elusive objective for many years to come, probably. So then the financial statements, IPSAS financial statements, would have an other than clean audit opinion because of the sustainability prospects. That does not mean that I'm not in favor of issuing sustainability standards, sure, or guidance, but it is a concern that I would like to convey to the board.
Thanks, Franz. And I think that concern was shared by many other constituents as well in their comment letters. Dave, Timothy's points.
Thank you. So Mr. Williamson had a couple interesting points. One, he echoed what a number of members have already mentioned on sustainability expertise to make sure that the IPSASB and staff engage to make those expertise more robust as it relates to sustainability. A unique point that he made, he tied it to priority topics, and he wanted to remind the IPSASB or offer some advice that this is a global problem, and to solve it, there'll have to be global adoption of whatever reporting guidance is developed. And he just wanted to emphasize that there is different capability of different jurisdictions. So as a result, scalability will be important in whatever framework is developed, so that different jurisdictions can apply this guidance all over the world.
Thanks, Dave, for bringing in Tim's points. So I think we are around. Ian, do you want to come in at that point in time as we finish the first round?
Well, I suppose I just wanted to offer a few observations, partly based, I think, on the board discussions and partly how those might impact on what we've just heard. I mean, I think firstly, actually, the discussion that we just had absolutely illustrated the discussion that we were having earlier about the value of the CAG. And I think, you know, it has been a real, I mean, I've been sitting here taking notes, and I think it is really, really helpful to have the reminders on all of those issues. I think in the discussions that the board has had, and I think we've had a lot of good discussions, you know, over the last, I suppose, 15, 18 months, actually. I think that concern about the board's existing work and the importance of that has come through. I think also the importance about setting expectations about what can and can't be done within the, you know, if we do move forward with this, within whatever the available resource envelope is. Again, you know, all was not at, you know, not at the expense of the financial reporting work program, because I think actually, you know, that, so I think those you know, there are those givens, if you like, from the board perspective, and if any of the board members feel I've stepped out of line on that, please, you know, shove your hand up. But so I think we're in the territory where there's no doubt that this is a now issue, and you look at the fact that we do have very strong support for moving forward to do something. So the question that the board has to address is, what is that something, and what can be done now? And so I think we are going to end up in needing to take a pragmatic approach to this. I think, you know, there's a couple of parallels we might draw on. You know, one is the board's own experience in starting the financial reporting standards program. When we started that back in 96, 97, there were no public sector reporting standards. Virtually no governments around the world reported on an accrual basis. So the board was setting sail into uncharted territory at that stage. What it did in its early existence was to draw on the work of the, I suppose, then IASC, what became ISB, and it used the standards there that were closest to the needs, you know, where the needs of the public sector were closest to the private sector to gain coverage quickly and to explore the issues. And I think that's one of the, you know, then it went on to starting to address the public sector issues, social benefits, non-exchange revenue, and so on. Once it had got some, you know, knowledge, some experience under its belt, and it also then took a further few years before it actually started to work on a conceptual framework. So that allowed it to move forward, to provide guidance, to get the ball rolling. And I think, you know, the more I've had conversations personally, and obviously the board is going to discuss this on Wednesday, personally, I think that's a useful sort of way to think about things, because there are a huge number of issues. And I think all of the points that are raised are valid. I think, you know, probably if I take a sort of a step right back and say, well, you know, you kind of have to look at this a bit like the, you know, the exploration of the new world. People knew there was land out there. They knew there were opportunities out there. They knew there was something to go for. But did they know, could they map America before setting out? No. And so I think we're, you know, this is a bit like the accounting version of that. So, you know, I think we just have to be really clear about what we can do now, and to acknowledge and be very clear about the things we can't do and that we aren't going to do anything about from an expectations point of view, and to keep it manageable. And that for me is the, you know, collaboration is not a free good. We would have to work on that. But on the other hand, actually, I think we heard very strongly from our stakeholders. And I think everything, you know, like the practicalities about data collection, about, you know, drawing on implementation, all of that says is there's a lot of work going on out there now. If the public sector can draw on that, that's good. And actually, we've just got to actually try and explore the issues in the best way that we can. But I think Franz is absolutely right. We have a reputation. I think we have to protect that reputation in terms of approaching it. And again, I think that comes back to being clear about what we can do now and what we can't do now. So, but, you know, I think all of the discussion that we've had shows that's collecting a list of issues. And then in moving forward, we'll have to decide on the things that we can actually decide on now and the things that we can't decide on. And that's just a given, but we're trying to make progress.
Yeah, thanks, Ian, for that reaction. I think what I heard repeatedly was agreement with a list of issues identified, but obviously not in the order. And there are issues which should be solved first, and others which could wait. I heard the why and the what should be clarified. So the objective and the scope, you called it the something. So what is the something that should be done? I hope there is no parallel with the exploration of the new world, as they ended up somewhere completely different as they intended to. So I hope that doesn't happen to you, but I understand the picture. Let's say it like that. All right. I think we move on with the remaining two issues. Issue number one, Celine.
All right. Thanks, Thomas. So as we mentioned, there is no specific priority or sequence that these were presented in, but of these issues, we've selected two topics for discussion at today's CAG meeting, given, you know, our where we would think the CAG member advice would be most effective at this point in time. Of course, certainly we'll take these back for consideration, but at this time, the first item that we wanted to talk about was relating to really adapting that private sector guidance for public sector and how we collaborate with other standard setters. As mentioned, you know, we were in discussions with the IPSASB, IFRS Foundation, with GRI, and we'll continue having those discussions, but things specifically that we identified to be next steps or things to focus on in these collaborations are highlighted here. 4 items really. We continue to explore the guidance and their standard setting approaches at ISSB and GRI, as well as monitoring ISSB's redeliberations. As Ross mentioned, they're ongoing, they're not final standards at this stage. So we do need to continue to monitor as they progress and change. They are redeliberating on key topics at this stage. And so we'll have to see in the new year how those progress. Secondly, monitoring ISSB and GRI's collaboration with each other. They've committed to collaborate and work closely, but what will that look like and how will that impact the standards overall, and that keyword interoperability that we're seeing everywhere. How is that going to change in the European Commission and across the board, really? Thirdly, considering the practicalities involved with collaborating with other organizations, do we need a memorandum of understanding, IP agreements? How do we work roadmap activities together? Many considerations once we actually are working closely together. And then fourthly, consideration of whether the IPSASB needs a formal policy for drawing on the work of other global sustainability reporting standard setters. So currently, when we develop financial reporting standards, we look to the IFRS as well as global statistical accounting, right? So we have a policy that guides us in considering how to approach the drawing from other standard setters. And so do we need to consider having a specific policy for sustainability as well? So those were the key items that we felt we would focus on in collaboration with other standard setters. And so our question to the CAG is, do CAG members agree with this recommendation? Or what other issues do CAG members think should be considered in looking to develop this public sector sustainability reporting guidance with other standard setters?
Thanks, Celine. The recommendations are described in paragraph 28 of the agenda paper, if you want to look that up again. So starting this time with Fabienne, then Karen, then Paul.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with staff's recommendation, but all the same, again, there is work to perform before getting there on the scope, and before you can decide to join forces with other standard setters, which does not preclude keeping an eye on what's going on, obviously. And on that note, and to Jan's point earlier, I wanted to express strong support to the IPSASB and its proposals in ED 83. This is definitely, I think, going the right way. And making good use of existing recommended practices, recommended guidelines that prove really useful and certainly ahead of what's been done already in the private sector. So, thanks.
Thanks, Fabienne. Karen?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what Fabienne said. I agree with the staff's recommendations. Just to elaborate on a couple of things, I mean, collaboration is a good thing. You've talked about fragmentation, and I think this is a real opportunity to ensure that that isn't something that is perpetuated here. But I think you can only do it if we've got that scope and objective really clear. Otherwise you won't know kind of what the need is there. I do think that there needs to be a formal policy, because I think that will then need to frame how you collaborate with those partners and provide a framework from the board in terms of determining how and when it uses somebody else's guidance as the basis. So I think you do need to have that. I do wonder, though, whether this will be slightly more complex than the existing agreement, because you've got two very different standard setting boards in ISSB and GRI, and it's not clear to me, at any rate, how those are going to interplay together and whether that's going to create any tensions or differences. And so I think it may need to be an evolving formal policy, but certainly perhaps a bit more nuanced than what's there already, and someone needs some thought. Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, just on that last point, Karen, I completely agree with you. And I think actually that's an issue that both IPSASB and GRI are working on now. They have a memorandum of understanding and they're trying to collaborate and they're still figuring out how they're going to work together. So time's a bit of our friend at the moment on the IPSASB side, because if we let that kind of work itself out a little bit, maybe it's not, the same gap at the moment we're seeing between the direction of S1, S2 and the GRI guidance. Maybe they find a way to come a little closer as well. So, it's more than just us that needs to collaborate, I think, in this space.
But just to clarify, I think we're talking about different things, whether we are talking about a memorandum of understanding, which is the kind of the agreement within that board, or the formal policy, which is your own policy, how to work kind of on the basis of guidance of other boards, right?
Yeah, so on that point, I'm talking our formal policy we would set similar to our IFRS alignment policy and our rules of the road and our statistical guidance policy. But above that, I still think there's going to need to be IP agreements and memorandum of understanding that set out that we are working together like we have with the ISP.
Yeah, completely agree. Just want to clarify that these are two different things. Paul, and then Jeffrey and Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm drawing on what Ross said. I think actually having a formal, using the gap whilst all these three organisations, because we're aware also that the FRAG are trying to improve the interoperability as well. Does give you a chance, I think, to go back to your stakeholders and really get a definite idea from them what aspects you want to or you should be looking at. Because as far as I'm aware at this present moment, there's no real movement from the IPSASB into moving towards outputs reporting like GRI does. So I think they're kind of looking at each other now as the two separate organisations reporting on different viewpoints of the same transaction to some degree. So obviously, if the IPSASB can fit the public sector into that, I think that's definitely the way to go. But obviously, the issue then is to identifying whether the public sector is a sector or is its own entity, its own infrastructure to some degree. I mean, you already have GRI 11. Which is oil and gas, which mentions the public sector. So there are already standards out there for public sector entities that function in the same area as private sector entities, and the idea that they should follow the same disclosure. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Moving on to Jeffrey.
Thank you, Thomas. I would say, yeah, definitely, this law looks quite sensible and working together. I mean, after all, there's only one planet and one environment and one set of natural resources. But I do wonder why the prospect is so complicated. And these formal agreements and things. I mean, it's all one. Aren't we all working together to the same? For the same objectives. So, but I'm not going to stop you doing that, but I just find it quite surprising that it seems to be so potentially difficult. We're not presumably competitors in a commercial environment. So, but then perhaps I don't understand everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Obviously, you don't understand everything.
I let Ross respond. I think nobody said that it's completely complicated, but I think it has to be done, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say actually it's meant to be complicated. And again, as mentioned in the papers and as mentioned in the discussions, there have been very positive discussions so far and a willingness to collaborate with all parties involved. The key is, what does that collaboration mean? And that we're being clear on how we plan to collaborate, and that we've got agreements in place from an IP perspective and that set out clearly different roles and responsibilities before we get into working together, just so that there's not any miscommunication on who's going to do what and how it's going to happen. So it's, again, I think it's very constructive at the moment. It's not competing in any means. It's really just making sure to have the right arrangements in place to ensure it's effective.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. But I think Jeffrey, I think in one sense is definitely right. I think a rescue of the planet is a sector neutral approach, I would say. So probably there shouldn't be any competition in that regard. So moving on to Anthony and then Agnieszka.
Thank you, Chair. Look, very supportive of the approach suggested by staff. I would add the caveat of has consideration been given to these issues that may not be covered by private sector standards, and so whilst it gives a great level of efficiency in terms of not reinventing the wheel, learning from the past, and I think of examples such as best in highest use for specialist assets and heritage assets as sort of unique public sector issues that may not necessarily be covered, translating that into new sustainability standards. In terms of specific issues or other issues with a focus on budgeting and forecasting across public sector, I see a significant lack of translation of sustainability targets and climate change targets, those types of things, into funding requirements across budgets and forward estimates and things like that. And so that to me represents a good intersection between the accounting and sustainability reporting as well. Thank you.
So Anthony, that leads probably to the idea of collaboration with the Green Budgeting Initiative of OECD to kind of have that alignment as well, something like that. Ian.
Yeah, I mean, on that, the ED 83 proposals sit very much alongside I don't think they called them green budgeting principles in the end, but the sort of, approach, I think they called it. And actually, I think we probably managed to influence that discussion as well, in terms of the challenge on the budgeting side was that there was a lot of emphasis on tagging of inputs and rules on whether bonds were green or not. And certainly in the discussions, we encouraged them to think about impacts and outcomes. And so actually, not being, is this quotes green or not, actually it being, what are you trying to do with this? What's the intended outcome? And then actually, have you achieved that? However you measure that. And I think that came through in the guidance, that it said first, consider the impacts, and then it put in place a way of actually thinking about that and turned it into budgeting language. But the guidance in ED 83 absolutely then says you could use service performance reporting for that. You could also use long-term financial sustainability for that. And I think the point that was made very much came through the Paris Collaborative on green budgeting discussions that I've been involved in, that this is not being joined up between the ministries, on the operational side and the finance ministry in terms of costing the overall program. And if what we've done actually helps put the emphasis on that and perhaps shine a spotlight, that would be great. Again, it's not the whole story, but it was very much coming from that. And I think you're right. We should, that's been, I think, a good relationship actually, and I think we should carry on with that.
Thanks, Ian. Agnieszka, and then Hans Christian.
Okay, since the budgeting issue has come up before I have the chance to speak, so I will be silent on that, but I have a question. Can you give us some kind of a, because we are talking about next steps, decisions, and so on. Can you give us, Ian, any indication of the form of the next step? So what would be the form of some kind of declaring or announcing the decision, or is there any timetable for that? Because we are somehow, it would be easier to somehow structure this discussion in some kind of a timetable or future activities.
it's quite a challenge as to how you take this forward. So that's why we've got the board discussion coming up on Wednesday. I think it's one of the reasons why we wanted to have the discussion with the CAG today as well, in terms of kind of getting right what we would need to think about in moving forward. We do need to have a proper discussion as a board on what does the feedback that we've had indicate, and sort of we will as a board then, we're going to look at what our position should be and how we could continue to make some progress in this space, really pending some of the uncertainties, around finance, also, IPSASB's progress and so on. So I think we're looking to be able to give some indications coming out of the discussion this week. And probably more than that, I can't actually say at the moment, just because, the board needs to have those discussions. But I think we are cognizant that there are a lot of eyes on us, and actually we need to be clear and we need to be reasonably as public as we can about what we can do, but also what we're not doing. And I think that's very much the board has been very clear all the way through. We have to be clear about what we're doing and the scope of what we're doing, so we set expectations accordingly. But we are conscious that people are looking at us, and we need to give some sense of next steps.
Thanks, Ian. So going on to Hans Christian. Anthony, I think you're still on, or do you want to lower your hand? Hans Christian.
Thank you. I'm just coming in here. I'm trying to remain focused on this para 28 and the question raised by staff. And I was just wondering if staff actually had a look what is happening at the United Nations, because with initiatives like the Our Common Agenda and similar processes that are leading to a future of the summit sometime in 2024, there is a lot of material out there talking about sustainability, trying to benchmark, trying to establish best practices and standards. So I was just wondering if that was considered in moving forward and in looking around for suitable pieces of inspiration. Thank you.
So Ross, can you share whether you have been inspired?
We've been inspired by many sources of guidance. So I would say this is a field where there's a breadth of information available, whether it's statistical, accounting, general reporting, or even management type guidance. So I'd say the challenge at the moment is similar on the private sector side. What is most relevant to look to, and how do we want to think about it? So if you go back a couple slides to the issues we had, I think there's broad support around the board doing this. The question is, how are we going to do it? And I think that's what the board needs to figure out.
Thanks, Ross. So, Celine, can we move on with the last issue?
Thank you. So the last issue, we may consider renaming this. More clarity, not authority of reporting guidance necessarily. Perhaps whether there's standards or guidance or what we'll think about how to think about it. But it's certainly a question that the board still has to land on, though maybe not one of the first topics. But we did think it would be helpful to get the CAG member thoughts and advice on this topic specifically. And so when we think about it and then reviewed the respondents' input, really the key factors that were raised for consideration is the importance of sustainability information. How important is it to report on sustainability? Given the really broad impacts and global public interest, would that factor into whether these are standards or guidance ultimately? And secondly, the impact on preparers, as was mentioned, I think that really the cost benefit analysis here, the overload of working information, how will that impact the decision of whether these are mandatory or non-mandatory? And the uptake, this global adoption, that same idea, I think that Mr. Williamson brought up, that for these to be effective, we want to encourage global uptake of this guidance and what would the impact of that be if it's mandatory or not? And finally, scalability, ensuring that the guidance that will ultimately be issued would be scalable for different jurisdictions to apply. And so do CAG members agree with the proposed factors to consider in determining whether guidance should be mandatory or not? And are there other factors to consider? And ultimately, at the end, do CAG members have a view and think that public sector sustainability reporting guidance should be mandatory standards or non-mandatory general guidance?
So Karen was a little bit faster than Paul. Karen first, then Paul.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try and be very short and sweet. I think the other factor to think about is interplay between IPSAS as the main set of financial reporting standards. And I say that because, in my view, this should be a standard and not guidance. I think the question for me is whether it's an IPSAS standard or not, and whether, because there may be several of them that appear, whether there's two suites of standards that operate independently. And that may go to the point that I think Franz made earlier about, if you're being audited on this, you can't select which standard you're using. So if it's part of a separate suite of public sector standards, you can still be IPSAS compliant and get a clean audit without having had to deal with all your sustainability issues. It also means that you may have jurisdictions that are not adopting IPSAS, taking up the sustainability standards, because that offers the best opportunity for them. And that may create a pathway for those jurisdictions to look at IPSAS down the line. So I think you might want to look at this as an opportunity as well, if you have them as brother and sister, rather than, no, exactly. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Just for curiosity, do we know anything about the interplay between IFRS and the IFRS standards?
I think the plan is that I think they even talk about it as their cousin. So I think they are planning to have international sustainability reporting standards that are independent of the IFRS standards, but that they would be connected in the thinking and their operability. But again, I kind of have to wait for that to play out, but I think that's how they think about it.
Dave. Okay, Dave supports what Ross did say. Anything else, or?
No, sorry, I was waiting to come in for Mr. Williamson.
All right, so Paul and Jessica, and then Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Chair. I would love to see mandatory sustainability reporting at whole of government level, but I suspect the IPSASB won't really have the authority to be able to do that. So I suppose we're talking about this entity level reporting and whether it would be part of the IPSAS suite. It's hard for us to say that public sector entities that are equivalent to a private sector entity shouldn't face the same level of requirements on them. And obviously in the EU now, that is going to be mandatory European sustainability reporting standards for all PIEs and large listed SMEs. So we think that equivalent public sector entities should be subject to at least the same level and possibly more. But equally, we have to face the fact that most public sector entities would not be able to deal with this. I would prefer to see standards personally than guidance, but that would equate to a need for presumably the conceptual framework for IPSAS to be changed, for key sustainability terminology to be put into it, for them to be designated standards, so a whole due process. So I think it may be a bit premature to talk about it at this stage, really. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Agnieszka, then Dave/Tim.
Okay, so I think I'll be in line with what has been said already. So I would also see standards, but CASIMs, separate set of standards that including that into the IPSAS literature would be for me the last, let's say, idea to take up. But the question is whether that's feasible at this stage. So coming back what Ian said, that there's an expectation to do something, but the question is what something can be done immediately. So this may be an ideal solution, but maybe not feasible, because I can imagine that developing RPGs right now would be, let's say, less difficult from the organizational point of view, having one board and maybe working group as you described. So coming again to this gradual solution in the private sector, we've had at the beginning only voluntary reporting. Then in some jurisdiction it was mandated, but mainly in most of the jurisdictions, including EU, assurance was not required. And as Paul said, now we are going into the direction of required assurance, and there is going to be developed a dedicated assurance standard by IPSASB. So we are in a different environment. So we can have two ways: either in the public sector take the gradual solution, or just leap to the place when the private sector is, and everything is dependent on the resources.
Thanks, Agnieszka. Dave.
So Mr. Williamson indicated that he thought whether standards are mandatory or not is somewhat of a red herring. He indicated that he thought this issue would take care of itself if the standards were appropriately developed, and they're developed in a way that did not exclude countries with limited capability, and that they're considered credible and robust and provide value to shareholders or stakeholders. And then finally, he said as long as the benefits of the reporting are perceived to actually outweigh the cost by preparers, he didn't think this issue would actually become much of an issue in practice as long as those three aspects were addressed.
Thanks for that. So I'm going to take Sammy and then Rosa.
Thank you, Chair. When I read this paper, I was confused between the first section and the second and third section, because the first section almost covered the second two sections. When we talk about the key issues and then we talk about the collaboration, this is covered in point number 1, and then we talk about the authority, and this is covered by the authority of the guidance. And honestly, we always talk about our budget, staff, timing, and all of that are not available to take in the sustainability standard. And we usually, as a board or as an IPSAS board, leveraged on what the private sector has if it's not specific to the public sector. And I don't see any difference in this area. They started before us. They have something developed, either guidance or standard. Why don't we relieve ourselves from this agony of trying either to speed up the process? And at the end of the day, the private sector it's much bigger than what we're trying to do. They will face more issues that can help us develop our thinking. And at the end of the day, the private sector is the driver of most of the public sector revenues that we need to process any standard that we want to issue. So I'm looking at it that it's only one issue to consider, which is consideration of adopting or leveraging the private sector standards. So if we can have peace with this, and we say yes, we will look at what they have and process it and work like behind them a little bit. I think it's a good approach of instead of us trying to reinvent or be faster than them, and then we will end up have to look at what they produce, because they will have a huge magnitude effect in what we issue. Thanks.
Thanks, Sammy. Rosa and then Anwar, and then I think we bring that to a close.
Thank you, Chair. I would prefer also a standard, but as has been said, also a separate standard. Concerning the mandatory or not, as I said before, I will support for a mandatory application, because if not, we will put a lot of resources for something that it will be only a guidance. I will prefer a mandatory application. And I think that it's important not to overload the reporting requirements and to give to the preparers enough time to implement the new standard, if it's a standard, in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Anwar? Anwar, you're in mute. Still on mute?
With regard to the implementation of standards, if I understood correctly, Paul stated that in the European Union, all public entities are mandatorily required to comply with the sustainability reporting standards as well as the SMEs. It's up to the regulatory framework of the jurisdiction concerned to actually mandate or not to mandate the implementation. So IPSASB is actually presently concerned with developing awareness for conversion from cash to accruals accounting in those jurisdictions where accruals accounting is still not in practice. So IPSASB at best can develop the sustainable reporting standards, but not in a position, I would presume, as of now, to really mandate its a compulsory implementation. So we should take a longer framework for going into imposing mandatory implementation in different jurisdictions. Otherwise, it will be too presumption on the part of the IPSASB, lest we bring about distortions in the various jurisdictions and impacts adversely on the credibility of the IPSASB on a global perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Anwar. So, Fabienne, last word.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe there is a case here of communicating more clearly on what mandatory means as opposed or in parallel to authoritative, non-authoritative, because that may be confusing. And again, I think that the emphasis needs to be on applying the suit of guidance, whatever standards or whatever, in its entirety rather than cherry picking. So I think that's where the emphasis needs to be, I think. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Fabienne. I think that was actually what I was going to say as well. I think looking at the guidance for sustainability reporting, the board is in no different position compared to financial reporting. So you are not in the position to mandate anybody to use the standards. So if we are talking about mandatory, I think we need to kind of clarify what we mean by that. And actually, it's kind of the question, kind of, are there two separate sets of standards? Can you say you're in compliance with IPSAS even if you would not use the sustainability related standards? Or are you not? And do you have to kind of use all standards or all kind of modules of guidance for sustainability reporting, or are you allowed to cherry pick? I think that's the questions. So thank you very much for that. I think that has been a very rich discussion and certainly a lot of food for thought for the board discussion on Wednesday. Thank you very much, Celine, for presentation. The first presentation to the CAG. Congratulations. Thank you very much for that. You survived.
Yeah.
And with that, I suggest that we directly move on to agenda item 6. And this is where Dave has to work something, finally. As he's going to present on the topic of differential reporting, Dave.
I finished my cookies, Thomas, so I'm ready to go. So as we move into differential reporting, I wanted to provide a little background on the project and then move into the two issues that have been identified. So this project is at the project brief stage. So I kind of think of this as the divergent thinking stage of our process, where we're open to lots of new ideas, whereas we're trying to converge as we get to the end. So as I go through this presentation, presentation. And as I ask questions to the CAG, happy to hear any views or other things that staff should consider, because like I said, next year we're moving to develop a project brief that the IPSASB will review, and anything that you provide now we'll take into consideration, make sure that the IPSASB is able to take that into consideration as they move to the project brief. The differential reporting project or topic has been considered in a number of IPSASB consultations dating back to, I think, 2015. In earlier consultations, while stakeholders thought it was important, they didn't think it was a priority. They said at the time, finish your conceptual framework, your IPSAS is not complete yet, focus on other areas. When we came back to it in 2021 as part of the mid-period work program consultation, and we did that halfway through our current strategy because we had resources coming up, we proposed two projects or two major projects to focus on. One was differential reporting, one was presentation of financial statements. And there was support for both, but particularly with differential reporting, respondents indicated that now that the conceptual framework's in place, now that the IPSAS suite or the suite of literature is nearing completion, now is a good time to begin a differential reporting project. A number of respondents also indicated that as they look forward in the future, and this they would reference the accountability index that was performed by IFAC and SIPFA, looking 5 years out, 10 years out, there's more and more jurisdictions applying accrual accounting and IPSAS. And as a result, to help those jurisdictions get on, some with fewer resources, a differential reporting model might be a way to move into this space. So that's the background of where we are with differential reporting. When the IPSASB went out and consulted on this in 2021, the two big issues that they knew would be on their plate was, one, who would get to apply this differential reporting model? And that's the first question we're asking you, what's a less complex entity? And the second issue is really, what is a differential reporting framework model? So what are the ease in guidance that will be provided to those that want to apply the differential reporting model? So as we move into the first issue that the IPSASB identified, and I should have mentioned that back in September, the IPSASB did have discussions on differential reporting and looked at initial research from staff. And then this was also discussed in September at the International Standard Setters Forum, where we asked attendees there what they thought. So what you're seeing includes both those discussions and any research that staff has performed. When we looked at what a less complex entity could be, I guess these are options, but it's more just what we've seen in practice. And that's why I'm interested with if CAG members have seen other alternatives as well, because again, it'll be included in the project brief for larger discussions with the IPSASB. But what staff had heard through various channels was, one, on the far left, there's a public accountability lens. So if you're a publicly accountable entity, you'd apply the full suite of IPSAS or the full suite of standards. And if you're not publicly accountable, you can apply the differential reporting model. This is what IFRS does for IFRS for small and medium-sized entities. The challenge, and it's on the slide here, is many would argue that in the public sector, every entity is publicly accountable. So a challenge in applying this model for the IPSASB. The second box, the dark blue box, set thresholds. So another way to bifurcate or identify entities that would apply either a differential reporting model or not are to identify specific measures. So maybe it's a threshold of revenue or a number of employees employed at that organization. A challenge with applying this in the public sector is we're trying to come up with a global solution. So a revenue threshold that might work in certain countries might not work in other countries. I think that's true of any threshold. But again, that was another alternative that we saw some jurisdictions were applying. And then the last alternative that we've seen in practice is something similar to what the IPSASB itself applied when explaining who could apply IPSAS. And this was to define positively characteristics of entities that could apply IPSAS. And we could take the same approach for defining who could apply a differential reporting model. And this has a benefit, at least, to allow jurisdictions that have more expertise in their area or in their jurisdiction to determine who should apply a differential reporting model in that jurisdiction. So the question to members is, the project brief will propose various approaches to defining what a less complex entity is. Are there any benefits or drawbacks to any of the approaches identified? And then kind of as a side question from myself, is there anything else that we should consider? Are there any approaches that you've seen that we should look into further?
Thank you, Dave. And just to highlight that this topic was also discussed, and probably you know that in the IPSAS working group, as it was called at that point in time, now it's called the expert group. There is an issue paper on that called Small and Less Risky Entities, where we discussed exactly the same two topics, right? How to define small and less risky, and what would be the types of relief provided to those. So certainly, I think that's interesting to look at that as well. So Paul, I'm just going around in the order of the table, Paul, Agnieszka, and then Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I agree with Dave's point on public accountability. I think that's obviously not a good criteria for public sector entities. So then you're looking at actually a definition of sort of lower risk or less complex entities versus size thresholds. We actually did a project similar to this on the basis of private sector a few years back, where we were looking at reporting requirements driven by size thresholds in the accounting directive at EU level. And the general consensus, and we were looking at like a risk check for less complex, less risky entities, let's call it that way. And people said to us, yeah, this is very interesting, quite like the ideas, but thresholds are much easier to use. And you know, if we abandon the thresholds, then suddenly some entities that were allowed to get away, you know, to have exemptions on particular requirements suddenly won't have these. This will cause issues. So obviously trying to set kind of numeric or turnover based globally is not a flyer. So I think by a process of elimination, you're looking at actually trying to come up with some high level definition of what constitutes a less complex entity. As Thomas has mentioned, there's plenty of organizations that already have been looking at this, but I think it's important that the IPSASB keeps this at a high level, because you could spend years being dragged down into the minutiae of what constitutes complex and less complex. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Agnieszka?
To be short, I agree. The only thing I would like to add is also point C, so defined characteristics and very general, but I would also refer somehow to the complexity of transactions, because that's for the public sector entities that actually defines whether they are less complex or not. So the transactions that they take part in. And there's one issue, I think, more connected with the first question, not the second. So I will raise it now. So if we define those less risky entities, we also have to take into consideration a risk or opportunity. I couldn't decide whether it's a risk or opportunity. I mean, if there is a set of standards for less risky entities, there may be more appetite for jurisdictions to adopt that standard instead of full set of IPSAS standards. Whether it's a risk or opportunity, I couldn't decide, because on the one hand, those jurisdictions that did not decide on the adoption of IPSAS because of the complexity, they may be more inclined to go into that direction. And on the other hand, maybe those that could adopt the full standards, because you cannot tell jurisdiction you cannot just adopt standards for less risky entities, because there are, for example, jurisdictions, or they used to be some time ago when I checked it, that adopted IFRS for SME for all their entities, not necessarily those without public sector accountability. So this may be the case here as well. Risk or opportunity, it's to be answered.
Thanks, Agnieszka. That's an interesting perspective. I didn't think about that being possible, but obviously nothing is impossible. Going back to your transactions, I think that was one of the characteristics which was suggested in the IPSAS issues paper as well, to look at certain risk kind of related transactions, like using financial instruments being one characteristic for an entity to be qualified as being less risky. Karen and then Fabienne, looking at the screen, there is nobody raising the hand. Are you still with us?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that a characteristics based approach feels to me to be the right way to go. And I agree that looking at risk and the types of transactions is a way of dealing with that. In terms of drawbacks, I agree with Agnieszka that there's a risk of sort of a flight to the bottom on this, but you might address that by some kind of bright lines type of test that ensures that people can't. And you might also, in terms of using characteristics, signal to jurisdictions that they can interpret these characteristics through putting in their own thresholds at local level, if that makes sense to them. So try and get the best of both worlds. The other drawback is potentially lack of consistency in terms of application globally. But when I thought about it, I thought, well, actually, does it really matter? Because at an entity level, I don't think people will be comparing information across jurisdictions, or are less likely to be doing that. It's probably more important within jurisdictions. So it's potential drawback, but I couldn't immediately see that would present too many issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Dave, do you want to respond? Timothy, okay. So Tim has to wait. Fabienne, and then I will take Jeffrey.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, I was wondering whether applying the materiality constraint in Chapter 3 of the conceptual framework might be a good first step towards simplification. That being said, if I were to assess the various approaches put forward by the staff in the paper, approach 1 on accountability is quite different. Well, it's not the right way to go, because even the smallest local authority is accountable to its residents. Then going to the approach B, well, I think I like that one because it's going with criteria is quite objective, though I would probably not use the turnover because most public sector entities would then end up in the less risky, less complex bucket. And to mitigate the effect of the different sized economies, maybe thresholds in terms of ratio between local authorities, the amount of local authorities or entities assets compared to central governments, for instance, could be a way to go. And in any case, I think that jurisdiction should be the one setting the thresholds in that approach. And to share our experience in France, we do exempt local authorities with less than 3,500 residents to apply. We exempt them from applying accrual accounting. And then going to approach C, even though intellectual rates are very good, could be a very good approach. I'm just wondering what type of characteristics would be pervasive enough so that they cover the whole public sector across the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne, for sharing that with us. So Jeffrey and then Sammy.
Thank you. A few thoughts on my side. If it's a simpler enterprise or body, aren't the accounts simpler anyway? The reporting simpler anyway? That's one thing. Another thing that crossed my mind, does it have an impact on consolidation? if you're consolidating these smaller things into the larger, can you still consolidate if you would follow the simplified reporting? Would it have an impact on the consolidation? Or, presumably they're so small, they may not be material, they may not be consolidated at all, which could be a sort of a distinguishing factor when the simplified, I would call it, reporting. I wonder as well whether it should be defined at all when this should be used, and it's left to the jurisdictions to decide. I think other people have said that, when you can apply the simplified reporting, and just give it as a tool that is available when everybody, and some, to set out the risks of using it. And given that financial statements are there for decision making, what decisions are being made based on these financial statements, and could that be a sort of a distinguishing factor? If you're making decisions, if there's very little decision making, it's just information, then you perhaps don't need all the, you don't need all the extra details. So there are just a few thoughts that came to my mind when I was considering this. Thank you.
Thanks, Geoffrey. Regarding your first point, I think that was actually an argument against different reporting, because many said if it's not complex, or if your transactions are not complex, your accounting is not complex either. If you don't use financial instruments, you don't have to use IPSAS 41 anyway, so there's no relief needed. So that was certainly one argument. Agnieszka, oh my goodness, okay, what happened?
No, I just wanted to add, but then why do you need to read such an extensive literature if you don't have this complex transactions?
Thank you for that very un-Polish level of excitement. But thanks for the reaction anyway. Sammy.
Okay, it makes sense, but you don't need to read it if you don't have it. And is the entity publicly accountable or not? So basically, if it's yes, we use IFRS. If it's not, we use IFRS, simplified IFRS. And since we have the argument that the public entity are all publicly accountable, we have to have the same standard. The nature of the entity by itself will decide which standard will be applicable to it or not. So basically, out of the 44 standard, only four standard applies to this entity, 6 to this entity, and so on and so forth. So you ignore the other standard and you don't read it unless you have something specific in this standard. If we have to differentiate, size, turnover, number of staff, and budget does not help us at all in deciding differential accounting. For in Abu Dhabi, for instance, we have entities that have a very minimal budget, very minimal number of staff, and very minimal turnover. But the impact on the public is huge, like something called Ma'an in Abu Dhabi, which is an entity that makes sure that any family within Abu Dhabi that have an income less than the poverty line is covered to reach this poverty line. Okay. This entity, any mistake in this entity, any impact of this entity, we have a devastating impact within the government and the employees within this government, because the leadership cares a lot about this effect. We have another entity, very small. It's make sure that the farmers of Abu Dhabi, and we are not an agricultural state, but we think having agriculture give us some food security aspects that we need in case, especially when COVID hit, we don't grow anything, and we found that we ended up buying agricultural need of Abu Dhabi at expensive prices, and to ship it, we used Etihad Airways, which is the #1 airways in the world. We moved all the shares and everything, and we start shipping onions and potato and things like that using those airports, because nobody's using it because no flight. The impact of such entity, though they are extremely small, are much more relevant to what kind of reporting you should use for them, of size and number of employees and things like that. So if we have to have a differential reporting, and I don't think we do, the criteria should be fixed at what the impact on the public that we are servicing.
Just to clarify that, Sammy, if you're talking about the impact, are you talking about an impact from a policy perspective, or are you talking about an impact from a financial accounting perspective?
No, impact from policy perspective, not the financial.
But I think what we are talking about here is kind of the guidance for financial reporting and the impact on the consolidated financial statements if you kind of bring together all the figures.
But we also talk about the disclosure that you will have in the financial statements, and if you use a very skimmed one, you can't actually see if your policy is working or not.
I see your point. Thanks for that. So Dave, Mr.
So Mr. Williamson was in bucket C, that we should just set, or the IPSASB should set characteristics. And again, he thought it was important because jurisdictions themselves know the capabilities of each of the entities in their jurisdictions. And as a result, that'd be a more appropriate way to enact a differential reporting model globally.
Thanks for bringing that in. I would go to Anthony and then Sheila.
Thank you. There seemed to be a little bit of overlap between risk and complexity, and my starting point from a strategic context would be that government represents lower risk as a general starting point, so I'd isolate that out. In terms of complexity, when I look at the characteristics, there's just a range, particularly with the level of digital disruption going on, that things like employee numbers, those types of things may not be a good indicator for complexity. In the budget space, when we look at some of the sizing different entities, it doesn't actually matter whether it's revenue, expenses, assets, or leases. Is the quantum or the size of those amounts represent a level of complexity associated with that organisation. So we tend to sort of look at bringing those things together, and it sort of makes me wonder whether or not there's been consideration given to more dynamic threshold arrangements rather than set threshold arrangements, looking at it from a materiality point of view across all of those dimensions. An organisation that represents 0.000002% of the state budget, whether it be the revenue of the state, the assets in the state, or the expenses of the state, is not going to have a big impact on the overall reporting if it's not subject to full disclosure as for higher tier. So I'm just curious as to whether any sort of consideration have been given around those dynamic thresholds.
Dave.
So no, we haven't looked into dynamic thresholds yet. I think it's an interesting concept that we'll definitely take forward and look into more.
No, I think in the end it comes back to the question: do you define it, or do you leave it to the jurisdictions defining it, and you just kind of provide them with a corridor? And these are the indicators for thresholds, and leave it then to the jurisdictions to define the kind of detailed thresholds. Right, Sheila?
As far as consolidation, two issues. One is that it might not be for the overall government. For example, in the United States, it would be the federal government, where you might have a town that doesn't really have that big of an impact to the overall government, but for the taxpayers in that town, it could be a very big impact. And we like to do studies of, if I'm a taxpayer in a certain jurisdiction, what is that taxpayer's share of the debt for all of the taxing authorities that they're under, the federal government, the state, the county. And you find that, and I don't know if this is unique to the US, but some states, the state takes on more services and benefits than the individual counties or cities. And then in other states, it's the other way around, where the cities or counties are taking it. So it's good to have everybody on the the consistent basis. And then the other issue is just with that elected officials are politicians. And I would be very nervous at letting them decide what you're going to use, because obviously they're going to use what makes the politicians look best and to get reelected. So that would be my nervousness of letting them use that. And that's why politicians use cash basis when they budget, because that makes them look better.
Thank you, Sheila. So I think with that, we can go to the next topic, Dave.
So the next topic is, and I don't know the right order that the IPSASB is going to have to deal with these, but the way that I've ordered them in the slide deck is once the IPSASB has decided what a less complex entity is, the question then becomes, what's the simplified accounting? And again, we saw a few options in practice, or a few alternatives in practice. The first was relief as it relates to recognition and measurement. This could be something like, instead of having multiple measurement options, everything's just recorded at historical cost, or you expense borrowing costs. There's not an option to capitalize. So fewer accounting policy choices. This is something that the IASB does in their IFRS for SMEs. The second option, this is the bottom blue arrow, this would be disclosure relief. So right now and we hear it all the time, that there's substantive disclosures that are required when you're applying IPSAS. Could we provide some relief in that regard, fewer disclosures? And then the third alternative that we've seen, I guess in most applications of a differential reporting model, is some combination of the recognition and measurement option and the disclosure option. And this was just a way to provide the most relief from both alternatives. So the question to the CAG is, the project brief will propose approaches for simplified accounting for the IPSASB's consideration. Are there benefit drawbacks to either of the approaches? Do CAG members see any other approaches that the IPSASB should consider?
Thanks, Dave. Just a question for clarification. Is there a consequential for the question whether a separate suite of standards would be needed, or that could be working on the basis of the existing set of standards? Let's take the blue arrow. If you require only essential disclosures, you wouldn't need a separate set of standards, right? You just would say, okay, small and less risky entities only report on disclosure number 1, 2, and 5. But in the green case, I think you probably would go in the direction of a separate suite of standards. Is that assumption correct, or Ross?
I think it's interesting. It's probably the issue the board will have to think about, but I think even if you're doing the less essential or require only essential disclosures, you're still going to need a standard to tell people which ones are essential and which aren't. So it might be slimmer than the top one, but I still think you need something separate to say, if you're applying this, this tells you what to do.
Right. So, Agnieszka, then Sammy.
Okay, if we take options, I think that mainly that would be from those presented in the slide. I think there would be 2 options, because I cannot imagine there will be relief in terms of recognition and measurement and no relief in disclosures. So I would say this would be more 2 options. So one would be only disclosure relief, so something maybe similar to the ISB project for subsidiaries without public accountability. So that would be one approach. And the second one would be not only disclosures, but also recognition and management. That would be approach for IFRS for SMEs, something like that. So I wouldn't multiply options, although this is something we really like to do here, all of us, in different subjects. And consolidation has been already raised, and I think that's the key issue here. So I would say simplification, yes, but to the extent that does not, interfere too much with the consolidation processes, because all in all, we are going into the direction of the whole of government financial statements. And even though if individual entity is not material from the point of view of the whole picture, it may be material. So that would be the main issue to consider. And maybe if it's feasible, and that would probably depend on the technical analysis, if it is or it's not, I think there should be some guidance, maybe simplification by simplification, or on a group level, general level. If you do apply those simplifications, what do you do in case of consolidation? So I wouldn't leave that issue silent, but just to build on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Sami, and then Fabienne.
It's a small comment. I don't know where we will draw the line, what's simplified and what's not simplified. Will we create one standard that if you're a small entity or you meet the condition for simplified or differential reporting, you use this standard? Or we can be counterproductive and we say, then you can use IPSAS cash, and we kill it at that.
Very revolutionary idea. Thank you. Fabienne, and then Paul.
Thanks, Chair. From a standard setting perspective, but I guess also from a public interest perspective, I would be concerned that a different reporting model based on different principles than those set out in the original suite of IPSASs would be resource intensive and difficult to maintain. And therefore, I would be in the camp of simplifying disclosures only, at least as a first step. Thanks.
Thank you, Fabienne. Paul?
Thank you, Chair. I think the consensus that we had was that disclosure reduction on its own probably wouldn't present enough of a simplification for smaller entities. And that a lot of the issues were probably in understanding the measurement and the recognition criteria. But equally, as people already said, the big issue with that, and having spoken to someone that used to have to consolidate with subsidiaries that used IFRS for SMEs, not to underestimate the amount of work that actually had to go into restating accounting policies, revisiting debt provisions. So I mean, it's a very difficult area, and this is, it's the issue with whether you have a single standard. So again, you have the consolidation issues there. How often do you update it? IFRS for SMEs hasn't been an outstanding success, but equally, do you then want to go through every single IPSAS and have another section that has it for smaller entities? Very, very difficult. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Ross, immediate reaction?
Yeah, that's a really interesting couple of points, Paul, because I think back to not the recent mid-period work program consultation, but the last strategy and work plan consultation. And one of the main points put forward for us not to take up, I think we called it IPSAS light back then, but differential reporting, was the lack of uptake for IFRS for SMEs. Saying, well, they're not even used that much in the private sector. Do you really want to put the time and resources into developing them? And the other point you made, and I think it's similar to other points on this consolidation issue, is, is that something that if we were to take the third box on how you describe it, there would need to be a principle or a characteristic that if you're consolidated into a higher economic entity and you're required to recast your accounting policies to do that, then you're financially material and you shouldn't be using the less differential. You're not getting a true and fair view by applying it, because it's maybe something to think about for taking it forward.
Thanks, Ross, for that. I would go to Karen. No, let's take Jeffrey first and then Karen.
Thank you. Two things. One is, will one sort of size fit all here? Because I have the impression that different enterprises or organizations will be less complex in different ways. And whether there's some, I'm not quite sure there's something in that, but just thinking about it, you know, I think that you might be so simple that it could just, the whole thing could collapse, but that might just be it's a bit late at night to be thinking about this. That's one point. The other point, but if I was there, I would definitely go to the social, so it's not that late. But the other point is on your diagram, you've got the arrow at the bottom, which is talking about essential disclosure only. I'd be a bit careful with that because it sounds like there's loads of other non-essential disclosure that you normally ask. So I think it should perhaps be a different description. Minimum disclosure, perhaps, rather than just essential. There we are. That's my 2 points. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jeffrey. Sometimes the terminology matters, actually. Thanks for bringing in these points before collapsing. Karen, and then Sheila, and then I would ask Dave to bring in Tim's points. I think Tim had nothing on that. Okay, so.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think if we are going to look at simplified reporting, then I think it does have to take account of both the recognition and measurement and the disclosure. I think that's the only way of genuinely making a real difference around that. And I agree with the points that Ross just made about consolidation. And think that's going to have to be something that a jurisdiction looks at, and is probably a threshold question about whether you can use you know, either a subset of the existing standards or a new standard for. Just the only other observation is that IFRS for SMEs also uses rebuttable presumptions. So it says, you know, unless there's evidence to the contrary, you should treat something a particular way to try and take the need to sort of make judgments out of things, which sometimes drives complexity. So wasn't explicitly drawn out in the paper, but that might also be something else to think about. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Sheila?
I just want to highlight that, you know, the board has spent years working to develop its reputation as what I would call the gold standard of accrual accounting for international public sector accounting. And in the United States, you know, we have the equivalent of that, which is generally accepted accounting principles for corporations. And in the US, if you say GAAP, everybody pretty much knows what that is. But then the governments went ahead and created their own boards, and now they say they're GAAP. And so I hear often how, you know, well, we're doing things right because we're using GAAP. But it's not really GAAP, it's their own GAAP. So the thing I would be nervous about is that you're going to, you know, add credibility to non-accrual GAAP. I mean, international public sector's accounting standards, and you're also going to take away some credibility and understanding and confusing on, well, you know, well, these are the accrual standards, but then we have other standards, and I think it diminishes the value, or at least the perceived value of those accrual standards. So I would be very nervous about creating a different set of, you know, keep with your gold standard and don't add bronze.
Thank you, Sheila, for that warning. Rosa, and then Tiago.
I have also some concerns to maintaining parallel standards, some of them more complex, others simpler. It's a lot of work and has an impact also on the consolidation. I think that if there are less complex entity, finally they have less disclosures on the financial reporting. What I am doing, because I'm consolidating many entities that are very small, we try to give very clear instructions and to explain things in a very simplified language. And I think that could be also something that the big entities that are consolidating less entity reporting entities to help these less complex entities to advance but to apply the same framework. That it would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Rosa. Tiago?
Oh, hi. I've been listening to all of you, and I just make some thoughts. What I would like to have when what I am being able to reach. A lot of you know that I am a shared service entity, and I deliver accounting systems for the entire central government of Portugal, and I deliver accounting services. Just let me say this, politicians, they don't understand, most of them, almost all of them, they don't understand accruals accounting. They can understand cash basis because it's quite intuitive, quite simple. People in general also don't understand accruals. So it's very easy that they want to transform everything into cash basis. So we must deliver them value when we implement accruals. That's just one thing. About small entities or less risk entities, what we've been addressing, what we have been able to address is some entities with very small budgets, and then the government determines the amount. They will have a flexible reporting. We are losing information, yes, but that's the price that we are paying to get the whole framework. So we are trying to implement the entire framework. It's very hard because as a lot of colleagues said, politicians don't understand it. And a lot of them who understand it, as they understand it, they don't want it because it's accruals account is more accountable. It's much more difficult to deliver message. What they want to do, most of them, and I know I work for the Ministry of Finance, so what all of them want to do is I have the resources, money, and I spend in this. That's it, very simple. That's a language that everybody understands. So if we want to have a simplified reporting, simplified deliverable of financial statements, whatever, we may think if you want to control it or if you keep the framework as it is, and we know that the countries, the politicians will do that. They will define, oh, these entities are small, less risk, so let's define a simpler procedure of reporting. Of course, then they define also what the disclaimers are, because it's what's happening. It's what we are seeing in the ground, really happening. So just want you to understand this. I would love to have the entire framework, yes, because it's the beautiful information, the best information that we'd like to have. So if we address materiality, because what we are talking really about is materiality, who is going to define it? If you don't say anything, politicians will define it because they will say, we are implementing IPSAS, okay, very fine. And then they make the simplification structure, and they will do it by each country or inside each country for each subsector. So do we want to define some guidelines in order to define, for instance, less risk entities or maturity? I say it would be better to have some guidelines so we can say these entities are IPSAS compliance, or we'll just have some IPSAS-based frameworks all over the countries. The countries won't apply the entire framework because politicians don't want it. They will not want it. So just this thought for discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Tiago. Going back to Agnieszka again, and then Karen.
Just a short comment, because there was also a question on whether there should be other options. So I criticized one, so I feel obliged to come up with another one based on the discussion, which will not be easy. Maybe some kind of a option with just guidance within each standard or a separate guidance, so-called, it was in the discussion, IPSAS Lite, should be also an option. Maybe you could consider that, because the discussion will be difficult, and then also some kind of way out if it appears not to be decisive or not to, you know.
Thank you, Agnieszka. It would be great if everybody who criticizes something would come up with an alternative. Thank you for that. Dave, immediate reactions?
I was just going to say, Agnieszka, I'd heard that in a few table sessions we had at the International Standard Setters Forum, where Thomas, you kind of touched on it. You might not need to apply an entire standard if you don't have that type of instrument or transaction, but even the standards are written in a way where you don't need to necessarily apply the entire standard if you don't have the complexity of the entire standard. And some participants indicated maybe a way to indicate what the core principles are, or highlight how you can apply to less complex transactions might be a way to go.
Thanks, Dave. Karen, and then Jeffrey again.
Just very briefly, Thiago's comments made me think that one of the things I meant to say, maybe stating the obvious here, is that there need to be, in my mind, some underpinning principles about the usefulness of the information, that any simplification that's done shouldn't be completely throwing out anything that's useful to users. We still must absolutely keep in mind the users of these financial statements, and so simplification should actually be offering no worse a set of information for those users than applying the full set of standards. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. So, Jeffrey, still awake?
Yeah, I'm just got a bit more excited now, actually. So we're okay. You're probably disappointed to hear. It was actually Sheila's comment about, why go from a gold-plated standard down to a bronze standard that got me thinking, actually, what is the context here? Do we have a lot of organizations that are struggling to apply IPSAS or not doing it properly, and therefore need to be relieved of this responsibility? Or are they simply not trying at all? And this is a way to bring sort of a lot more people into the IPSAS family, even if it's only IPSAS Lite at the moment, which could then, move up. I just wonder what the situation is. Is it, is it one or the other?
Yeah, thanks, Jeffrey, for the question. Dave, do you want to add the context?
So one of the instances that I've been explained exists is it's really the accounting functions of numerous jurisdictions, and it may be smaller or larger entities, but it takes significant resources to adopt IPSAS from scratch, as we heard this morning from Abdullah. And some entities don't have those resources. Some entities have one or two individuals in their accounting functions, some have fewer. And with fewer resources, it becomes difficult to apply the existing suite of IPSAS. And this project was asked to look at a way to support those entities that ultimately have hopefully a less complex narrative attached to them to be able to apply a form of IPSAS.
So they use nothing at all, or they use something very strange at the moment that's completely outside the. That's what I'm trying to work out. Are they using something really weird, or very, very unsatisfactory, and this would actually improve what they have at the moment? Or are they sort of struggling to, doing IPSAS, but doing it wrongly?
Ross, very shortly.
Well, I think it's a matter of fact at the moment that many public sector jurisdictions and levels of government are still in cash. So they haven't made the transition yet. And as they plan their transitions and those are going through it, there are some entities that are kind of falling through the cracks, or it's more challenging to bring it in. So I think, the impetus behind this is similar to on the audit side, audits of less complex entities, is to really need to wade through all of the guidance to provide an impactful audit, to really need to wade through the whole 3 volumes of IPSAS to fairly present a more simplistic entity in the public sector. I think that's the challenge to the board. We're at the front end of it, though. I think we're not going to get solutions today. It's more getting items on the table to look at.
Thanks, Ross. I would allow Gustavo to come in as it's his first intervention, and then go back to Sheila and Thiago, and then I think we all deserve a break.
Thank you. In the case of Latin America, I think IPSAS has taken a momentum in central governments, but at the municipalities level, local governments, has been much more difficult. So I'm thinking that differential reporting could have a potential in that kind of entities. Less complex as we are defining, and also with less resources to take a full IPSAS implementation. Thank you.
Thanks, Gustavo. Sheila and then Thiago, final comments.
Yeah, just a short comment. We run into this a lot with accounting standards setting processes of where governments are like, well, you know, all these accounting standards are too complex for us to implement. And our comeback is just that, you know, if the transactions you are entering into are complex in the accounting, then maybe you aren't sophisticated enough to be entering into those types of transactions.
Yeah, this is what brings us back to the financial instruments example. If you find it too complex to understand what you have done and to report on it, you probably shouldn't do it. So that's exactly the point. Thiago, and then Sammy, final comment.
Yeah, that's almost what I was going to say. If it's complex, do not do it. That's a possibility. We have trying to make a systematization, like manuals for instance, for schools. Do a manual so everyone will do the same way, the same transactions or the same procedures, or deal with the same contracts, the kind of contracts when it's absolutely transversal and we know it. Why? Very small schools, they have not people that will be able to do it by themselves, will never be have resources, human resources or money to pay for resources to do it. So this is a possibility. Because what you see at the ground is that very small entities pick up a chart of account on a cash basis, and they make a sort of translator into the IPSAS-based chart of accounts. It's like from accruals into IPSAS. The result is not good. So we can do this, which we identify for this kind of population what are the common transactions, but this takes time, this takes a lot of effort, because these small entities won't have ever the resources to do it by ourselves. What we can do is this, or we can say a simplified reporting for the very small, and you have to define what is very small, what they are immaterial. Even when we talk about consolidation, we know that we are losing some values, but it's the price that we have to pay to get these people on board. It will take time for us to get these very small entities, small municipalities, schools, and so on, like the bars of the prisons and so on. They're very small entities that they have some autonomy. We don't have the entity, we don't have the resources, and no country, unless you are a very big country, very rich, which we are not, we will never be able to have resources to do this unless there is a policy of implementing, for instance, shared service of accountants that will deliver for a group of people. But politicians would have to decide to do this.
Thank you, Thiago. Sammy, final comment.
It's a comment about something that Dave said. Transition into IPSAS accrual is expensive, time-consuming, and takes a lot of efforts. But the future benefit of it, it's humongous. You cannot imagine how much benefit you can get from that. We have entities that increase in revenue 10,000% in the first year after we applied IPSAS, just because we started to know what we have under those entities. Currently, we don't know anything with cash basis. You don't know your assets, you don't know your liabilities, you don't know your expenses. And I think it's an investment that it will pay for itself.
Thanks, Sammy. That sounds encouraging as we are closing the session. At least accrual accounting seems to be reasonable. That's good. So I think we heard a lot of valuable input regarding both how to define less complex entities and what kind of relief to provide. I think what we heard is that probably the accountability approach would not be supported by many. I didn't hear any support for that actually. The other aspect was probably there might be indicators to be defined, but leave it to the jurisdictions to come then define against the materiality consideration in this respective jurisdiction what is small and what is less complex. In regards of the simplified accounting, I think interesting point made by Agnieszka saying probably the green in its own is not helpful. So why wouldn't you provide disclosure relief combined with that if you provide relief in the green box? And other than that, I didn't hear much more alternatives for providing relief. So with that, we're closing this session. Thank you very much for the contributions. I think we all deserve a break after this long session. At least I feel the chair deserves it. Please come back after 20 minutes, so 4:20 sharp, and then we talk about the next strategy and work plan, and Ian will talk to us in that agenda item. Thank you. So welcome back. We are entering into our last agenda item for the open meeting. Appreciate it has been a long day, but now we are coming to a very interesting topic as well, which is the IPSASB's next strategy and work plan. As we have already seen, there was the mid-period work program consultation 2021 leading towards 2023, which is the end of the current work program, and that puts the question on the table: what should be in the next strategy and work program? And Ian is going to give us some insights into that.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm presenting this, actually. I kind of asked that question at the start.
I'm not sure.
No, I think don't attach a, if you like, a significance to this, because literally this, I mean, obviously it's the first discussion that the CAG has had. We did, you know, the Public Sector Standards Assessors Forum back in September was really very much the first discussion of this, if you like, next period of the board's existence. We, as will probably become clear when I just walk through the presentation, we called the forum Taking It to the Next Level. And I think there's a number of reasons for that, which again, talk through. The board itself will not be having a discussion on this until March, but we wanted to make sure that we got the CAG's input. You know, again, I think we had some very good input from the forum. I think, and we're hoping that, you know, notwithstanding the fact this is sort of after a lot of other discussions today, that you know, you can sort of give us some inputs and some thinking into this. And it is most certainly not the last discussion that we will have with you. This will come back in June, and you know, as we've done before, both with the original 2019 to 2023 strategy, and also with the mid-period work plan consultation, we'll want to get your input as we go through the process. Now, what I've got to work out is where I point this. All right, okay. So the idea is just to remind everybody the strategy, the key points of the strategy that we're working to at the moment. To reflect on then what's actually happened, and it's amazing, actually quite a lot has happened, not just in the obvious areas around area of sustainability reporting, but just in terms of the environment has moved on. Begin to think about, well, based on what we heard from the forum, what does that start to tell us about what we might change, how we might develop going forwards, and then also just to look at what the timetable will be. So if we remind ourselves about the current strategy, so entitled Delivering Global Standards, Inspiring Implementation, and I think, you know, when you look over onto the other side of the slide, the work does very much divide into those two areas. So making the IPSAS suite more complete, making sure it's up to date, that's very much what the delivering global standards for the public sector is all about. We'll talk in a little bit about the trends in terms of implementation. So that's where this inspiring implementation part of it came. But overall, under that overall strategic objective, strengthening public financial management globally through increased adoption of accrual-based IPSAS. So the idea that accrual accounting and accrual based on IPSAS is necessary, obviously not sufficient in terms of that overall objective, but very much sitting the board's work in that area, and then delivered through those two broad areas, divided into 5 themes at the moment. And we did have a debate at the time as to, is there a hierarchy amongst the themes? So we moved away from calling them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very originally, as accountants, we called them A, B, C, D, E. Anyhow, the first one is setting standards on public sector specific issues. the second one, then maintaining IFRS alignment, and there is an overlap between those two, and as we know, it isn't black and white. There's very much shades of grey. Themes C is interesting at the time because I think when you look at the strategy, we were aware that things were happening in the broader reporting space, but that's really where the landscape has changed out of all recognition since we developed the strategy. So there were things in there under theme C in terms of things like the corporate reporting dialogue, which was obviously a predecessor to a lot of what's happened over the last couple of years. But I think nobody really anticipated in either the private or the public sector the way in which the landscape would change. And then the two implementation themes, D, which operates at a jurisdiction level, promoting IPSAS adoption and implementation, and theme E about working to promote the vision of what accrual information can be used for, and going back then to that overarching objective of strengthening public financial management. So that's the sort of broad overview of the current work programme. If you have a look at where we've actually spent our time, I think probably, it's fairly clear that the focus has been on public sector specific projects, and indeed, there's a slide that I use quite often in presentations that actually looks at the two columns, public sector specific, IFRS alignment, and puts ticks in both of those, and just on a sort of a visual basis, it shows that the focus is really around A. But then when you look at some of those projects, you say, well, the revenue project, for example, we are picking up IFRS 15, but we're also bringing that together with the existing public sector specific standard IPSAS 23. And similarly, actually, measurement does go across both, because in the measurement, the draft measurement standard, that brings in fair value as in IFRS 13. So, but we're using it and we're giving it the context of the public sector. Clearly, natural resources, very important, and very much our own project has its transfer expenses. If you look over in B, well, in the end, we ended up with an aligned standard on leases, although quite a lot of debate and discussion about where the balance lay on that. And equally, you could add in a couple of other things. We've done couple of more recent limited projects on, if you think about IPSAS 44, non-current assets, and then, similarly as well, what we're doing at the moment with retirement benefit plans is using IFRS literature where it's appropriate, but making sure that we address the issues. So, there's not a hard line between those two boxes, but it's probably useful just to think about them as those two themes. And then themes D and E. I think it's interesting that, there's an evolving relationship, I would put it, with IFAC in terms of them supporting adoption and implementation of accrual in the public sector. I think you see, if you came to the World Congress of Accountants in Mumbai a few weeks ago, you heard a lot more about the public sector than I think you would have done, 5-10 years ago. And certainly amongst the IFAC leadership, it's very much one of their key strategy areas. So I think that is changing, but there's plenty more that can be done. But the pathways to accrual model, I think, is actually a really important development, because obviously we had study 14, which is a very long paper-based document, out of date. The idea is pathways to accrual. There's a lot more space for people to actually share case studies there, so it gives an overall structure. But if you look at, for example, what Abdullah shared today, it's that sharing of experience that I think is really important. The International Public Sector Financial Accountability Index is sort of progressively starting to give some better information, not only about the levels of usage of accrual, but also, the way in which IPSAS is being used in that. And obviously as well, we've now got the standards available electronically. So again, facilitating implementation. So just want to pause there and just check, is there any comments anybody wants to make at that stage before I move into sort of thinking about then, well, what's been going on in the environment?
So in other words, the question is, did anybody not understand the current strategy? Okay. If I phrase it like that, there will be no questions, I guess.
I have no questions.
So let's move on to what's quite a busy slide. But so if the first column is really saying, well, what's changed in the environment? So it's really, if you like, what have we done? What's happened over the last however many years it actually is? I suppose it's 4 years now, isn't it? In fact, actually, it was the December 2018 meeting in Kuala Lumpur where we actually approved the current strategy. And I think there's no doubt, many of you will have, seen the slide that I quite often use, which is a series of arrows. It's what's in the IPSAS IFRS dashboard. And you can see that, from that we have closed gaps in the suite. I think it's always, how you describe the suite. I tend to talk about it as more complete, because I don't think you can ever say it's complete. There will always be issues that haven't been addressed. And so I think it certainly will be more complete. When you think about, certainly social benefits was a gap, but I think, we are moving forwards, and I think you can see sort of IPSAS 44 filled the gap. You can see that coming with the retirement benefit plans. I think measurement undoubtedly will be a really important addition. So I think there's a lot of achievements there, and this whole issue about being up to date with relevant IFRS, I think that's really been a theme. It was said earlier on today, there were a lot of projects added in 2014 when we finished the framework, and actually the sort of, if you like, logjam that we have at the moment is actually a reflection of the time it's taken to work those through, but also I think the success in doing that. If you look at the what's going on globally in terms of the trend, you've got this strong upward trend in terms of the use of accrual going on at the moment. So the 50% forecast for 2025 up into the 70s projected for the end of the decade. It's very difficult to get precise figures. But I think, it's clear now that we've got more data points, what's going on, and anecdotally, you just see that when you talk to people and, you hear what's going on, for example, in Italy and Greece and Europe and Cyprus and so on. And then you look at what's going on around the rest of the world. Certainly the very strong implementation that's gone on and is going on in Latin America. It's happening in Africa. It's happening in Asia. So it's happening everywhere. And the increasing role that IPSAS play and the increasing recognition, I think, of IPSAS as the global standards for the public sector. We know sustainability is now very much on the agenda. Even in the mid-period consultation that we had, we kind of said, look, we're not consulting you about this. We know it's important. And people still said, but we want you to do it. So I think there's no doubt about the fact that the landscape has changed there. So what does that mean? And what have we heard coming out of the forum? And I think we recognized this to an extent when we did the mid-period work program consultation, that we needed to give our constituents a bit of a pause, because there are some very big standards coming out that will change data collection requirements, change measurement requirements, recognition requirements, and that takes time to assimilate, whether that's leases, whether that's revenue measurement, and so on. So that was really why we then said, well, okay, let's focus more on usage of information, which is really where the presentation of financial statements starts to come in, and then also the question around differential reporting that we've just been discussing. So it's then about, well, how are those being used in practice? What are the issues with using the standards in practice? And we haven't had a formal program of post-implementation reviews before, but you know, as the board is now moved, you know, so the standards are being used more in practice, actually, we need to now really arguably change our focus, or at least allow space, develop the mechanisms for getting feedback, and that probably inevitably means post-implementation reviews, you know, and how we do that and what that means for us, you know, given the origins of quite a lot of our standards, that needs working through, but inevitably, with the major standards that we have approved and are approving, that's going to be an issue. The supporting implementation, I think that does become an issue. There are challenges, I think, in that if you think about the drivers for accrual adoption, as we've heard in discussions today, I think they're different to in the private sector, where you have the capital markets driver, and that has driven, therefore, direct use of IFRS. And so inevitably, when you look at the use of IPSAS, because of the different drivers, governments very often don't want to give away control of the standards, and therefore that's why you get indirect adoption, you get the sort of processes that at least allow government in theory to decide to depart. You know, certainly there are choices within the standards, so you need to work out a mechanism for those. So I think that does complicate the implementation issue, because therefore somebody may come to you and say, well, how do I interpret this? And you go, well, actually, you're using our standards, or you're not using our standards. So I think there are those issues there. But certainly, again, this comes back to actually, have we covered all the bases? What are the issues in practice? And so on. And I think, again, the developing relationship with IFAC becomes important there in terms of supporting implementation. And then, you know, the questions around sustainability that we've been talking about today, and what do we say about that? How does that feature in our thinking going forwards? Inevitably, that was partly why we included it as a very major topic of conversation in the forum. And I think if the board does decide that it has the resources and is going to move forward with this, then that decision is going to need to, at least on an initial basis, come during the next year, and it will need to feature in the next strategy. So, you know, those are the things that I think are there. I think that might be a good pause, because I've covered a place to pause, because I think I've covered a lot, and actually there's a lot in that slide.
Any reactions, questions from members? I think an immediate reaction from me would be just to kind of probably support what you kind of said in terms of there has been a very active period, and if I look across countries which are either they have just finished the implementation or they are in the process of implementation, and taking into consideration what you said regarding indirect adoption, which might requires countries to first translate or transfer the standards into their own standards, even more requires what the IFRS or the ISB a couple of years ago called a stable platform, in order to kind of give preparers time to digest what has happened and has been developed, and to implement that. So I think that's certainly something I would, from my practical experience, some kind of helping implementation, I would definitely confirm. The aspect of the implementation group, just to understand that a little bit better, would that be like something comparable like the Saudi Arabian Tech Center, so like a transformation partner, or how would we understand that?
still thinking through what that might look like and looking at different options from a proposal perspective. But I think what it's more like is some sort of a task force that mimics the processes that you would see from the staff perspective supporting the IFRIC for the International Accounting Standards Board. So a way for people to feed in their true implementation challenges and fact patterns, and then have staff analyze those and take them to a group of experts to kind of decide whether that implementation challenge needs a standard setting response, or whether it's something that you can clarify the application of existing principles to.
Thank you, Karen, and then Sheila.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think it's good to see up there PIRs and in interpretations, because I think as there is greater adoption, there's absolutely the need for that. I guess there's maybe a threshold question in terms of PIRs, because to make it really worthwhile, you need to have enough people adopting that standard. And I don't know to what extent there's been some thought as to, where that threshold might be, particularly for standards that the board has developed from scratch because they're public sector specific, rather than ones where IFRS is the basis. And of course, they do have a program of PIRs, and how can you leverage some of the learning from that? But I guess with more people adopting, the interpretation perhaps becomes a more potentially immediate point to consider, so that there is consistency about how that's taken forward.
Thanks, Karen. Ross, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thanks. And you kind of touched on a point that's not on the slide specifically, but the thinking was a formal commitment to PIRs for those public sector standards or public sector guidance added to standards, not full PIRs on things that the ISBs issued in which they'll do a PIR for. Want to focus the resources on the public sector areas only. Hadn't really thought about that level of uptake yet, but I think was thinking about it more of the timeline between publication of the standard implementation date and when would be the appropriate period to kind of commit to do that PIR.
Ian.
I mean, just anecdotally, I think I know there's a number of jurisdictions just from conversations I've had that are wrestling with IPSAS 42 social benefits. And, that is obviously, a public sector specific standard that must be a candidate for the first PIR. And I think we even sort of vaguely talked about that at the time we were moving towards finalization. So, probably, yes, again, that might well be the test case. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Sheila. And then Jeffrey.
Pardon me if I should know the answer to this, but how do jurisdictions decide to use the standard, and is the board involved in quote recruiting them? Are we encouraging people to do that, actively, or do they just organically decide?
It's a good question. So we obviously encourage and advocate for IPSAS, and encourage and advocate for IPSAS as we develop them at the board table. But from a realistic perspective, it's up to the jurisdiction to decide if it wants to adopt international standards, and then how it's going to adopt international standards. We have little to no ability to influence that decision. It is very jurisdictional specific. From a positive perspective, we're starting to see better support at the international level with some of the development organizations, where they're now referring more to IPSAS as the gold standard. And World Bank, for example, has developed this new tool called the Pulse tool that's like the PEFA assessments, and it uses IPSAS as the guide for transparent financial statements in all the 131 dimensions they've come up with on transparency in financial reporting. But from a resource perspective, we don't have resources to work with countries one-to-one to help them build their strategies and push governments to adopt.
I mean, I think the other thing, and sort of, I suppose the kind of perspective I tended to take personally, is the big transition is actually moving to accrual. And, you know, from my own experience in the UK, when we started off, our framework was based on UK GAAP when we originally implemented accrual. The big changes then are implementing asset accounting, liability accounting, putting in the systems to do consolidations and so on. And when we implemented for the 50 government departments, central government departments, we did dry run accounts, and the first year 60% of those had some form of qualification, whether that was relatively minor or through to complete disclaimer in a couple of cases. And those levels did come down when the UK moved across the public sector from UK-based to IFRS-based reporting, although very close to IPSAS, there were no qualifications at all. So I think, you know, the real challenge is getting onto accrual in the first place. A subsequent stage of coming more into line with IPSAS is probably, I mean, there are issues with it, undoubtedly, but I think it's more about the kind of making the change in the first place.
Thank you, Ian. Jeffrey, then Anwar, then Fabienne.
Thank you, Thomas. I was just curious about the phrase interpreting the standards consistently, I think it was. I mean, should these standards be open for interpretation? Or shouldn't they be so clear that actually there is one understanding of what it should be, and there should be no scope for that? So should it not be understanding the standards consistently rather than interpretation? I mean, it's something that, you know, I think about from my responsibilities in the auditing standards, and I always try and sort of avoid any scope for different interpretations. Thank you.
I think Ross feels motivated to react directly.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting point, I would say, but, you know, we develop principles that are based on applying judgment, depending on the jurisdiction you're from, your educational background, the standards you're moving from, you know, there's judgment that applied, and the terms and conditions of your transaction. So I think as much as we'd like everyone to interpret every principle, you know, similarly, there are judgment calls, and depending on your facts and circumstances, when making those judgment calls, you might not always get the same outcome. So again, this isn't an IPSAS only issue. I think very much exists on the IFRS side, as well as many national standards as well. So I think you're dealing with complex transactions and different jurisdictional issues. You're going to have issues with interpretations of principles, and that's very much why we need something in this space.
I can certainly support that from implementation support, which we are providing globally. I think cultural context matters a lot, and language matters a lot. As soon as they start translating the English standards into their own language, interpretation questions come up. So I can only support that and confirm that. Anwar, and then Fabienne.
Thank you, Chair. As regards IPSAS adoption, I have a couple of queries based on Ian's deliberation. Firstly, I'd like to know what is the current status of the IPSAS adoption towards the end of 2022, if there are any figures in terms of percentage, like it was 30% in 2020 and expected to be 50% towards 2025. And also in terms of geographical regions, those regions which are lagging behind the compared to the rest of the global scenario, are there any preferred or preferential work programs or workshops, awareness programs to bring those up to date with the rest of the regions globally? And any preferred agenda by the IPSASB so as to ensure that there are more balanced regional adoption of the IPSASB throughout the globe. Thank you.
Ian.
I mean, I think we have an aspiration that we will, the index will get updated. There is a huge amount of work involved and real practical challenges in terms of data collection. So I think we're looking to sort of change some of the approaches and perhaps go to more a regionally based approach and use some of the roundtable events and things like that. So I think we're looking to probably do some more updates through that mechanism if we hold roundtables later next year. So, in an ideal world, this would all be real time and so on, but the reality is it's actually really hard. And we tend to need to work with partners as well, because they've got the contacts. So I think there will be a question as to what happened during the pandemic. Inevitably, that will have slowed progress. But I think anecdotally, we still see a lot, moving forward. I think it's quite difficult to actually generalize trends around the world, other than we know there is a big trend towards accrual. And we also know that those jurisdictions that haven't, have used cash in the past and don't really have a lot of resources to put into standard setting are tending to use the standards and are tending to use them more directly. But that's probably about as far as I can generalize at the moment.
Thanks, Ian. Fabienne, Key.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for do a big and great picture about IPSASB's future strategy. I have a small question for Chair, and my question is that because local standards citing bodies would not wait for IPSASB standards, they also design their own government accounting standards. So I would like to ask Chair how IPSAS citing procedure and implementing phrase should be coordinated with local accrual-based government accounting reform promoted by various countries in IPSASB's future strategy. Thanks.
I mean, it's a very good question, because I think it's quite challenging when you're in the environment where there's a lot going on at the moment. And I think that's where, I talked about a more complete suite. I think we're conscious that there are areas, like at the moment, natural resources, for example, where we don't have a solution at the moment. There isn't a solution. So I think, that's really where, going into this strategy, we need to ask questions around, well, where are the gaps? Where are people having to fill the gaps? I would also say, I think the picture varies depending on where the jurisdiction is coming from historically. So if you're moving on to accrual then you move into an IPSAS-based environment, actually that tends to be more direct. So there's probably less investment there in other standards. If, say, you're in a jurisdiction like Canada, interestingly, despite the fact that a year or two back through their international strategy, they're moving towards IPSAS prospectively. So when they do a new project, they'll look to IPSAS to start that process off and then look to see if there's a need for an adaptation in the Canadian context. But they're coming from a background where they already have an extensive literature. So I think that's where it just shows you that different jurisdictions are coming from different directions at different points in time. And that's really where things like the forum are really important, that we have the contact and we want to expand those contacts with national standard setters so we can draw on their experience, draw on guidance where they've already got something that we haven't, and draw on that for our programs. So I think it's all about the contacts that we have, that we can, sort of share the experience going forwards.
Thanks, Ian. Fabienne, thanks for your patience.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Building on what Karen said earlier about interoperability between sustainability reporting and IPSASs, I would expect to see interoperability, as a topic in its own right, and the same level as the three topics that are mentioned on the slide.
Yeah, thanks, Tabia. And I think we're going to have to think about that, because I think the point's been made today and is quite right that there may well be jurisdictions that are not using IPSAS that might want to use standards, let's call them that, if we started to develop them. So I do think we need to think about that issue. Shall I move us on? Then moving into, I might just go to this slide first, and then I'll hopefully. So the question is, to what extent, given all of those pressures, do we really, is this evolution in terms of the next strategy, or do we need to restructure? And I think, you know, this is just some ideas in terms of probably the standard setting, maintaining existing IPSAS kind of fits with themes A and B. Supporting implementation, the challenges are still there. There's plenty to do. Probably that still fits with the jurisdiction level theme D. And, you know, a lot of that is where members and TAs contribute towards that. You know, you're very much involved in it in many cases. So you know, let's have a look at that, see what we can change, what do we need to sharpen up. Similarly, the theme E tends to be working with the international organisations on an opportunistic basis. Does that need to change? Question mark. Sustainability, clearly that if we move forward in that space, that's going to have, we're going to need a major rethink, but there is space there within the existing strategy in theme C. So, you know, some questions there as to do we really, you know, is this evolution rather than revolution? The existing strategy is an evolution of what we had before. So, you know, I think that's one of the questions, one of the debates. If I go back to that, probably broadly what we've got at the moment does work, but, you know, we need to rethink some bits. Undoubtedly, that rethinking needs to be done in the context of those changes, the way things have moved on. I think there's no doubt if we do move into sustainability reporting, then we need to think about that and probably, you know, say the sorts of comments that we've, you know, have come through this afternoon would suggest that sustainability is a theme in its own right. Does that mean that we need to rethink the overarching strategic objective in terms of contributing to strong public financial management? Question mark. Do we need some reordering? Also, does theme B move from being maintaining IFRS alignment to being maintaining alignment with international frameworks? You know, do you bring in the other standards there? We've talked about that, you know, earlier on today. So does that also encompass, so is it an enabling theme, if you like? Does that encompass statistical reporting there? Question mark. So those are the sorts of things that we probably need to think about as we start to get into the discussions with the board. I might just move on to then what's the timeline for this, which is the final slide. So IPSASB itself will have the discussions. We're projecting both March and June, bearing in mind what's been said, you know, come out of the discussion today. Inevitably, June, we will want to have a more substantive discussion with the CAG. Again, I think based on where the board has got to in its deliberations, the aim being that we will approve the draft strategy for consultation in September. I mentioned regional roundtables. I think that's actually been a very successful innovation over the strategy period. I would say the first time we ran them was in the development of the current strategy. And, you know, that's where working with partners, I think, is hugely valuable. You know, and we've worked with the you know, Accountants to Europe, we've worked with the African Union, Asia Development Bank, and also, you know, with the FACAL network in Latin America. And I think that's been one of, you know, if you looked at one of the environmental factors, I would say that the strength of that network now is one of the huge developments over the period. So hopefully we can partner in that way. because we want as much feedback and as much dialogue as possible. What that means then is that we will be finalising the strategy during 2024. So it won't be ready to roll, if you like, on the 1st of January, but that's what we're looking at the moment. In terms of discussions and so on, and again, I emphasise that we will want to have discussions and input from the CAG, as we will from the Public Interest Committee, in the way that we've done in the past during that process. So either in the sort of format we've got today, or through virtual discussions, which we've also used. So
thank you, Ian, for that. Final questions, remarks regarding what Ian just said, Sheila?
I just want to focus on, as you said, words matter. So going back to the mission, and I hate to change everything, but to promote strong public financial management. Strong can be very objective. So maybe thinking, since we have to have an alternative, my alternative would be, to promote public management that promotes public accountability, something like that, instead of the judgment word strong.
Thank you, Sheila. Everybody tired, I guess. Yes, I look in tired faces. All right, so with that, thank you very much, Ian. I think that brings us to the end of the official part of the meeting, of the official agenda. I think today was a very intense day. I think we had looks in all different perspectives. We looked back when we thought about the value of the CAG. So we thought what we have done in the past. We got impressions on the current status when we heard the technical director's work program discussions, and we looked into the future with the Ian and the future work program strategy and work program. So I think that has been a great discussion. Thank you very much to all of you. I have to ask you to stay longer. Thank you for the observers and the IPSAS board members for their interest in our meeting and the discussion. It has been great to have you. Unfortunately, now I have to ask you to leave the room. Thanks to staff and thanks to Leah and the whole technical team for great support of this meeting. That has been fantastic. And with that, I would ask to stop the audio and the live stream so that we can move towards the closed session and give the audience a few minutes to leave the room. Lindy, take your time.